Just to give you a little background on me, this is my 28th year in education, and I'm a teacher and a principal. I tend to run my committee like a classroom, so be expecting that I might get a teacher look if I have to. So I've got some things I need to tell you. Signs are not going to be allowed in here or on the House floor in the public gallery throughout the hearing. No yelling or applause. Again, please be as respectful as possible to make sure that everybody is heard and that we conduct this hearing with decorum. What will happen is, up there and in the hallway, for those of you in the hallway, you should be able to hear us and see us as well. I will announce the names of the next 4 people who are going to testify, and the names are going to appear on the screens in that chamber in the hallway. If you are on the House floor, please come and sit in the blue seats to my right. I will move those 3 legislators and get them out of there. If you are in the gallery or the hallway and you see your name on the list, please go to the check-in table that's just outside that door, and you'll be escorted up to one of these blue seats in the front. When you come up and testify, you'll testify from this rostrum over here, and then you will exit through that door over there. If you are in the chamber seated here, you should have been given a ticket or some sort of item to identify that you have a seat. If you need to get up and leave the chamber, please go outside that way as well, those doors outside. Take your ticket with you because it's your only access back in. If you choose not to come back, that's fine too, but just know that that's your get-in card. And I think that's it for those. Okay. At this time, it'd be my pleasure to introduce the members of my committee. I introduced myself, I'm Wendy McNamara, and I represent Evansville and Vanderburgh County and Posey County. We'll go to Representative Pierce next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm State Representative Matt Pierce. I represent District 61, which is most of the city of Bloomington.
Thank you. State Representative Robin Shackelford, House District 98, Marion County, East Side and Far East Side.
Donna Shively, House District 24, which is Western Hamilton and Southeastern Boone County.
State Representative Sharon Nagel, District 13, all are parts of 8 counties. That would be Newton, Jasper, White, Benton, Warren, Fountain, Montgomery, Tippecanoe.
Greg Sturwell, I'm State Representative for House District 40, which is totally encompassed within Hendricks County.
John Young, State Representative for District 47, which is portions of Johnson and Morgan counties.
Representative Steve Bartels, District 74, representing Crawford, Spencer, DuBois, Orange, and Perry County.
Chris Jeter, House District 88, representing portions of Hamilton, Hancock, and Marion counties.
There we go. Thank you. Mike Aylesworth, District 11, South Lake and South Border County in Northwest Indiana.
Cindy Zimke, Batesville, District 55.
Thank you very much. And we have 2 folks from LSA here with us today. Andy, would you introduce yourself?
I'm Andy Hedges, one of the attorneys for the committee.
Casey Klein, also an attorney for the committee.
Okay. They make sure we, oh, and Ryan came in. Go ahead, sorry.
I'm Ryan Dvorak from South Bend.
All right, well, thank you very much. As we go through the hearing today, what we're going to start out with is an amendment to the bill, and then we'll go into testimony after that. It's my pleasure right now to invite State Senator Sue Glick up to the mic to kind of kick us off.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is Senate Bill 1, to which there is substantial amendments, which you have, and I think most of you have the merged bill after the amendments. I am not going to address the amendments, although I can say that some of them are make substantial changes to limitations and to some of the enforcement provisions of the bill. The bill, as it comes to you, is a framework bill. We feel that it was change the limitations in terms of time and what access to abortion is in the state of Indiana. At present, it's 22 weeks, and basically on demand. We are going to life of the mother, rape, and incest in the Senate bill as it comes to you. The enforcement provisions are level 5 felonies, and that may change with the amendments as they stand. Also, some of the reporting requirements and the enforcement provisions. I am not going to go into detail. I think the committee will hear and see those amendments as you go along, and your adoption certainly will be addressed in the Senate as it comes back to us. But I appreciate your careful consideration. We spent substantial time listening to witnesses. As you know, the Rules Committee met for some, an afternoon and a morning, so about 8 hours of testimony, and we still could not get through all the individuals who wanted to testify. Some of it was repetitive, but all of it was personal and very important. We think this is an issue that takes careful consideration, and we would urge you to take careful consideration as you listen to all of those who have taken the time to come before you. With that, I'm going to turn it back to the chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Glick. With that, we're going to start with amendment number 25. So amendment number 25 represents our goal to strengthen protections for unborn while stepping up our support for Hoosier families. We want to make sure that this amendment reflects an understanding that this is one of the most difficult and contentious issues of our lifetime. I'm confident that this amendment is a thoughtful way forward that shows compassion for both mothers and babies. This overall goal of this amendment uses existing code to clarify and provides consistency for doctors. The language is already understood and tested by doctors within current parameters of their practice. It addresses concerns that were brought up in debate in the Senate and is consistent with our overall goal to care for mother and baby. Here's what the amendment does. It uses existing code for clarity. It limits abortions except to protect the life and physical health of the mother and in cases of rape and incest and when a fetus is diagnosed with a lethal fatal anomaly. It provides that abortions, medical and surgical, may only occur at a hospital or ambulatory outpatient surgical center owned by a hospital. It maintains existing penalties for a person who performs an unlawful abortion. It requires, instead of allows, the revocation of a physician's medical license if after due process hearing it's determined they performed an unlawful abortion. It requires the terminated pregnancy report to include the reason for an abortion, why it was performed, and it needs to be compiled quarterly instead of yearly. It also creates an 11-member task force to review and issue a report by December 1st of 2022 to the General Assembly regarding instances when a county prosecutor makes blanket refusals to enforce or state laws or constitutional provisions. The things that it did not change: keeping the life and health of the mother. The exception for lethal fetal anomaly remains. It provides for the defense of the mother to ensure she cannot be criminalized. And it left in the study of the maternal mortality in Indiana. One thing the amendment does not do and does not change: it does not affect access to the method of birth control or the morning after pill. It does not affect treatment of miscarriages or ectopic pregnancies. It does not affect in vitro fertilization. And it does not prohibit ending a pregnancy when the unborn child would not be able to survive.
incest, and I think maybe the fetal knowledge 10 weeks or fixes a lot of problems that were created in the Senate as the bill moved along, but as you can
The bill's amendment is taken by consent. All right. I just want when please exit out those doors. Thing about the Attorney General having powers, and there's no criminalization of doctors and mothers. Okay. I will remind you when you have 3 minutes. I know that some of the testimony is going to be extremely emotional, and I'm trying to keep you on track. And I apologize if I interrupt in a very sensitive point in your discussion. But honestly, I want to make sure we can get everybody's opportunity up here to have the opportunity to testify today, and I appreciate your cooperation. And in keeping with that theme, I've asked the committee members if they have a question, feel free to ask the question. If the response takes us long enough, I will gauge that and determine whether or not we get follow-up or move on. Okay, and then that's it. So we will start with the first 4. And we'll give you time, so don't run. Now, bear with me. I might mess up a few names. Beryl Cohen, Kieran O'Dowd, Brian Cook, and Cecilia Pointer. And when you're up here, if you would, just please introduce yourself so that we know and repeat who you are. We'll start with Beryl Cohen. I don't know if they're upstairs yet. Representative Bartels.
Madam Chair, can we also have the people testifying say if they're representing themselves or an organization, please?
Absolutely. Representative Bartels would like for you to say if you're representing yourself or an organization. Representative Teschka, can you move somewhere else that's reserved for the speakers, please? Thank you. Beryl Cohen, come on up.
Thank you. My name is Beryl Cohen. I'm the Executive Director of the National Association of Social Workers Indiana Chapter. We are one of 55 chapters that make up the National Association of Social Workers. We are the largest membership organization of professional social workers in the world. Social work training and practice is based on 7 core values and ethical principles that are embedded in our Code of Ethics. The language in Senate Bill 1 runs counter to our core values and ethics. Specific examples include social justice. Our core value and ethical principle of social justice calls on social workers to challenge social injustice and strive to ensure access to needed information, services, resources, and meaningful participation in decision-making for all people. Dignity and worth of the person calls on social workers to promote a client's right to self-determination. And the importance of human relationships calls on us to engage as partners in the helping process. SB 1 also runs counter to a number of sections in our Code of Ethics. We have a responsibility to our clients and their right to self-determination, to respect and promote the right of clients to self-determination and to assist in their efforts to identify and clarify their goals. With cultural competence, we should demonstrate an understanding of culture and its function in human behavior and society and recognize the strengths that exist in all cultures. We also have a responsibility to the broader society. We're called on to act to expand choice and opportunity for all people. We promote conditions that encourage and show respect for culture and social diversity. Finally, our policy statement calls on us to support efforts to objectively educate individuals on the range of options available to them when facing an unplanned pregnancy, including abortion and adoption services, based on evidence and beliefs of the client. The language in SB 1 limits Hoosiers' rights to self-determination. It limits their choice and the opportunity to fully participate in their own decision-making. It also ignores the cultural diversity and beliefs of Hoosiers. We respectfully ask you to support every Hoosier's right to self-determination and the opportunity to make their own decision by voting no on Senate Bill 1.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Cohen? All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good morning. I am Kieran O'Dowd, the president of Northeast Indiana chapter of the National Organization for Women. Last week was exhausting, devastating, painful, and it continues today. I reside in Fort Wayne, Indiana, and I was at the State House on Monday and Tuesday of last week, and I attempted to testify in person on both days. Sadly, I was one of hundreds that was not called to do so. I am 67 years young. I am a mother by choice, a grandmother of 2 beautiful, talented, and gifted granddaughters. I am a decision maker. I am a career woman, a college-educated homeowner, a taxpayer, and yes, I am a voter. I, along with over 80% of all Hoosiers, strongly believe that individuals need decision-making power over their own bodies and their own health care. I have never met anyone who wakes up in the morning and while drinking their coffee says, "I think today is a great day to have an abortion." No one wants to have an abortion. It's not a form of birth control. It is, however, a form of health care. Having an abortion is the most difficult decision any woman who makes that decision, and it should be a decision that is made by a woman and her physician and no other. Certainly not by a legislative body such as this one. A woman should have the freedom to decide if and when to have children, which means equal access to legal and a safe abortion care. Abortion is a form of health care. I would like to share what I did see last Monday and Tuesday that was extremely and sadly disturbing. Many that did testify were white men who claimed to be Christian and who then left the Senate chamber and bullied those who had a difference of opinion than their own. I was one that was bullied because I had a difference of opinion from theirs. In fact, upon leaving the Senate chamber, I was spat upon, and I was told that if I was not a Christian, that I should leave Indiana because Indiana is a Christian state. Sadly, it is not a Christian state. Indiana is not a Christian state, nor is the United States of America a Christian nation. Thankfully, our Constitution gives us all the right to make a choice, a freedom of religion. Our founders gave us that right, and I implore you to remember that when you make the decision for our Constitution, for both those with and without uteruses, to treat us equally. After all, the Indiana Constitution states that all people are created equal in this state. We ask that you treat us as equal citizens of Indiana. Do not treat us any differently, as we contribute equally in every aspect for this state.
Please finish your thoughts. And
please vote against any legislation that restricts women from making decisions about our own bodies. This bill kills women. It kills mothers, daughters, sisters, and yes, it will kill children. This bill
okay,
is...
ma'am, I'm trying to keep us on track.
Thank
so
you. This
thank you.
bill will not stop abortions. It
Does
may
committee
stop
members
legal
have any
abortions,
questions, please?
but it will not stop abortion.
Next up is Brian Cook.
I'm Dr. Brian Cook from Bloomington, representing the Indiana section of the American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and everybody here. My name is Danielle Spry. I am testifying on behalf of myself and the patients I care for. I am a wife, I am a mother, and I am a labor and delivery nurse, but today I'm going to tell you about my personal experience. In 2019, my husband and I were living the dream. We had a 1-year-old son at home and just found out that we were pregnant with our second child, our daughter, Charlotte. We could not have been more excited. In preparation for Charlotte's arrival, we sold our house and moved in with my parents while we were building our home to accommodate our growing family. Everything seemed to be going great until it wasn't. At our 18-week post-fertilization anatomy scan, you know, the one where you go to see if it's a boy or a girl, my general OB saw an abnormality on the ultrasound. Now, they didn't go into great detail about what that abnormality or anomaly meant, but they told me not to Google it. We were urgently scheduled with maternal fetal medicine at 19 weeks to find out the extent of the abnormality, and there in that office, our world was turned upside down. My daughter, our beloved daughter Charlotte, had a large hole in her diaphragm, allowing her abdominal organs up into her chest cavity, crowding that space and not allowing for lung development. Her heart was compressed against the side of her chest wall, and it was deformed. The doctors painted a very grim picture about what her delivery and the first few moments of her life would look like. We would watch my baby girl suffocate to death. My husband and I knew that as much as we loved her and as much as we wanted to bring her home, allowing her to suffer was not an option for us. We terminated our pregnancy at 19 weeks and 6 days, which is the last day in Indiana we could legally have the procedure. And I was able to deliver our baby girl peacefully and hold her and say our goodbyes. I cannot even fathom the trauma that I would have experienced having been forced to carry her to term, only to deliver her and hold her, watching her die, watching her suffocate, watching her gasp, watching her try to take a breath that I knew she would never take. My husband and I made the decision to be merciful and spare her that short life of suffering and pain. I would like to thank you that as the bill is written currently, fetal anomalies are excluded from the ban, but I would caution you on putting such strict time limits, as many of these terrible situations are not discovered until much later in pregnancy. Let me be clear, I was lucky that I was able to access care in a time frame that was within the law, but so many women do not have ready access to OBGYN physicians, let alone getting scheduled for specialists. Please keep in mind when you are putting such tight time frames on these life-changing decisions. I urge you to rethink the 8, 10, 12-week limitations and rather keep the law as it is at 20 weeks and maintain the exception for fatal fetal anomalies.
Okay, any questions? In this bill, or in the amendment, it's for the entirety of the pregnancy for the fetal anomaly. So there are no week limits. Okay, just not. All right, do you want to, Doctor, do you want to say anything?
I'm here to back her up in case there are any questions.
Okay. All right, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Okay, Cecilia Pointer.
Good morning, and thank you for this opportunity. I did change my speech after being here all week last week because I too, standing there minding my own business, was harassed by people who supposedly were religious. So I need to say that many of the founding fathers, Washington, Jefferson, Franklin, Madison, Monroe, and others, practiced a faith called deism. Deism is a philosophical belief in human reason as a reliable means of solving social and political problems. Deists believe in a supreme being who created the universe to operate solely by natural law, and after creation is absent from the world. This belief in reason over dogma helps guide the on each other so as not to dilute the overall purpose and objectives of either. If the founders were dogmatic about anything, it was the belief that a person's faith should not be intruded upon by government and that religious doctrine should not be written into governance. Nowhere in the U.S. Constitution is God explicitly mentioned. Given all of this, why are your religious beliefs more important than my spiritual beliefs? I, like the majority of Hoosiers, believe that the decision to terminate a pregnancy should be up to a woman and her medical provider. There's a variety of reasons to terminate a pregnancy, and each are private, personal, and valid. The reason for mine was medical. I was going to get into that, but I'm not going to bother other than to say that because abortions were legal, safe, and accessible, when I needed one, there was no hesitation, second guess, or debate. My OBGYN did not have to worry about going through all kinds of red tape and everything else. Still had his wife, and I was able to have another baby a few years. Now, some will say, and I've heard, that there's exception for the life of the mother. But in the real world, that doesn't work, and it's just disingenuous. Just like the woman in Texas who had to carry her dead fetus for 2 weeks until she could find a provider to perform an abortion. If I'm not mistaken, Texas provides for the life of the mother. But that didn't help her from possibly dying from infection. A ban on abortion will result in many abortion providers moving out of the state, and any remaining providers will be dissuaded from providing this medical care. Women will die. Pregnancy is a dangerous body, and every person needs to be able to decide for themselves whether they want to proceed with these risks and morbidities. Both of my daughters are adults now and can give me grandchildren. I
Your
was
time
looking
is up.
forward.
Can you
Is that it?
just real quick finish your
Okay.
sentence?
I was looking forward to it, but not now. Instead, we talked about their husbands getting a vasectomy, moving to a different state. They are all young professionals, and moving seems to be their preference. I prefer that they stay here and not risk their lives by getting pregnant, but it's their choice, their right, and I accept that. Thank you.
I am sorry that you experienced bad things at our State House. We hope that the House side has treated you better. Hoosiers are better than this, okay? Sure. Luke Campbell.
Hello, my name's Luke Campbell. I'm representing myself. I can't say I was here last week, and I am a white male, as you can see, and I'm a Christian, and I've never seen any of that, so I would be hesitant to accept so much of what people say or claim about true Christians. I'm going to limit some of this because I was planning on saying it to the Senate, but our Indiana state law, which you all took an oath to defend, it says in Article 1, Section 1, we declare that all people are created equal, that they're endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness. This is called the endowment view of human life, and this view actually includes everyone. If we lived in a secular state, this would not be the case because only the material world would be recognized and our Creator would not. A materialist worldview has produced two beliefs: that a human being is not valuable unless he or she can operate at full human capacity or show value to society. These beliefs are known as the performance view of human life, that says that human beings are valuable if they meet certain conditions such as self-awareness, rationality, and sentience, and excludes those that don't meet certain subjective characteristics. If you don't meet certain qualifications the performance view says you need to meet, then you aren't deserving of dignity and respect, and certainly not deserving of life. The utilitarian view of human life simply says that if those around us stand to lose more than we stand to gain by our existence, then it is better for us not to exist. Both of these views have led to feticide, and the problem that they have in common is that they literally claim that we are human by degrees. For instance, if someone doesn't have the consciousness to express their basic desire to live, that person doesn't have a sufficient degree of humanity to warrant life. But as Francis Beckwith points out, intrinsic value is not a degreed property. You either have it or you don't. Make no doubt about it, this bill still reflects a secular performance and or utilitarian view of human life, and is completely antithetical to our state constitution, the Declaration of Independence, and the utterly epic biblical proclamation which they are both based upon, that we are created in the image of God, and we are endowed by him with certain inalienable right to life. Zygotes and embryos, they're tiny. They're not recognized as human beings, but that's exactly what they are. They are a new creation. Indeed, that's why the very act that brings them into existence is called procreation. And so based on this, the only other thing I have to say about this bill is contradictory to our state constitution and our code, and has been contradictory for far too long, saying that life begins at conception and then gives you the right to actually take that life. Harvard law professor Lon Fuller correctly stated that laws and rules must not contradict one another. If human life begins at conception, and it does, then all the laws protecting born humans should be equally applied to those protecting preborn humans. Otherwise, they contradict one another. In our code already, knowingly or intentionally killing a fetus or unborn child in any developmental stage is counted as murder unless a woman has an abortion or terminates her pregnancy. We need to extend these laws to follow the true book of nature, science, and the eternal law of our state constitution declares and is based upon. The law should be the same for preborn or born. Otherwise, it will codify that we are not created equal with an inalienable right to life. Our law should be consistent. Our law should be consistent whether the mother wants a child or not.
Thank you, Mr. Campbell. Any questions? Okay, thank you. Please, if you are not in the chamber, exit out this way so we don't get some traffic jams going on. Jack McNeil.
Hello. Hi, my name is Jack McNeil. I'm a Hoosier born and raised, and I'm a Hoosier born and raised by strong, powerful Hoosier women. I'm from Bloomington, Indiana, and I just wrapped up getting my law degree up here and taking the bar last week. I just want to say I want to come out in full opposition of this bill. I do not believe that the government has any business getting into private healthcare decisions. I know we can agree to disagree on whether abortion and healthcare is a human right or a constitutional right. It makes no matter to me. I believe the government needs to stay out of this. The world is what we make of it. And so the world I hope to live in is a world of liberty, of small and limited government that our founders imagined. The world I do not want to live in is a world of cages, where we submit mothers to criminal process if they go through with an abortion, or doctors to criminal process. I do not believe that that is the world we should live in. If this bill passes, women will die. It is without question of fact, whether that's because of pregnancy complications, postpartum complications, or the chilling effect this bill would have, which leads to a flight of OBGYN professionals from our state. Indiana has one of the highest maternal mortality rates in the country. I think everyone knows this. I'm sure other people have testified to this fact. So there is blood on the hands already of our lawmakers in this state because, as far as I can tell, no thorough proactive action has been taken to confront this maternal mortality rate. And so I ask, why do we want to add more blood on our hands through passing this bill that will inevitably lead to danger and death of our mothers, our neighbors, strangers on the street, our sisters, our daughters? And so, again, the world we live in is what we make of it, and I choose to live in a world based on liberty and small and limited government, not based on cages and criminal process for doctors and women. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Jack? Okay, thank you very much. Ryan McCann?
Ryan McCann, Executive Director of Indiana Family Institute. Thank you for allowing me to testify today. As many of you know, Indiana Family Institute is a statewide organization here in the state of Indiana dedicated to strengthening Hoosier families. We applaud the House and the Senate for taking up legislation that would try to help protect women and the unborn here in the state of Indiana. On the Senate side, we had to oppose Senate Bill 1 because of some major problems within the bill. I would say the amendment that you all adopted today, from what I've been able to read so far, has been good and been a good step forward. The final version I have not been able to review completely, but from what I have seen, I think it does handle some of the issues. Unfortunately, I think there's still a few issues that need to be handled. As we've seen with this bill, hopefully, as we go forward with second reading, we'll be able to handle some of those additional issues. A couple that I just want to bring up that I think are still an issue with the bill, and some of the exceptions, just some of the language, I think still needs to be tightened up. When we look at, particularly life of the mother exception, if I am reading it correctly from the amendment to the bill previously, I think when Hoosiers think of the life of the mother, they think that this one, it's a choice between the baby and the woman. It's either you save the life of the mother, or you save the life of the baby, one or the other. I think this language opens it up to some other things. When you look at the rape exception particularly, most states deal with a police report when you're dealing with the rape exception, and so I would encourage us to adopt that as well. Furthermore, when you look throughout the bill, if I was in your shoes and took my IFI hat off and put my legislator hat on, I would have to be sure at the end of the day on this bill, would this close abortion clinics in Indiana? You know, I think regardless of what we do, there's going to be some exceptions that are going to be handled mostly in hospitals, hopefully a very small number. But would this actually close all those standalone abortion clinics in Indiana? I think on the House side, and still, it's a little uncertain. We need to make sure of that. I have spoken on this issue for nearly 20 years now around the state, and I've had woman after woman come up to me after speaking and say, you know, I've never been able to speak out about this, but I got an abortion, I went through an abortion clinic, and my experience was awful. I was told that my baby was a glob of tissue and that it was not a human life. which is not true. We literally have abortion clinics on video encouraging minors across state lines over into Illinois, which will still be doing abortions after this, in order to circumvent our parental rights laws. I've had women tell me just awful stories about the experience that they've had at abortion clinics. Not to mention that we had Ulrich Klopfer in our state. Our laws on abortion clinics that allowed them to flourish allowed bad actors like Ulrich Klopfer, who was a serial killer. How else do you describe him? Thousands of aborted babies found on his property after his death. He would brag about the procedures that he would do within his clinic that harmed women and harmed, obviously, the unborn, sent women to hospitals in the Fort Wayne area because of his activities.
Time is up.
Thank you for your time, and I appreciate your
Any questions
support.
for Mr. McCann? Representative Nagel?
Hi, Ryan. Can you explain to me again your opposing of the language of the mother of the life of the mother?
So in the original bill and language, let me get to it here. In the original language, I'm trying to find it right here, is, and I can't just pull it up right now, but the terminology that we have typically used, to my understanding, within state code on that sort of thing, there's some tighter language that needs to be put in. Instead of, it needs to be very clear that it's only saving the life of the mother. If it's a situation between the baby or the life of the mother, it needs to be specifically, oriented towards that. And I can get you specific language. I know other members of your caucus are aware of that and have that sort of language, but we're looking for there's a very specific terminology there that other states have done and we have done in our code in the past to make sure it limits it to just that specific situation.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Representative Young?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. You said you had some uncertainty that the language was not going to prohibit any abortions being performed in an abortion clinic. Can you, and I know there hasn't been a lot of time to go through, the amendment, but
Sure.
Could you say why you're uncertain or anything specific?
Sure. So in the language that came over to you, like I said, I need to go through the amendment, but in the language that came over to you, it specified to the State Department of Health that they need to set rules and rules for abortion clinics and also issue licenses for abortion clinics. Has that language come out in the amendment? Okay, that's helpful. The only other issue that we have is two issues. One, it's with the enforcement issue. And so the Marion County prosecutors already said he won't enforce, so that's an issue, right? The other issue that we would have is if the loophole, if the life of the mother exception does have a loophole in that, we have seen the abortion clinics are not good actors. And so if we're not very specific that they are no longer allowed to operate in Indiana, we think that loophole could be used, as well as some other exception loopholes that if we're not able to prove that what is actually the exception is happening, then it would be difficult to prove that they're doing illegal abortions according to the law. But like I said, I think some of the amendment language has handled some of those issues, but I think there's some more we can discuss on second reading.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Representative Stierwald?
I just want to make sure, be clear, you support the bill, you just have a couple concerns that you'd like for us to address.
I support parts of the bill. I definitely support the idea that we're going to try to protect women and babies at conception. For the most part, except for exceptions. We'll just have to see what the final language is. I signed up as opposed today because as it currently stands before the amendment, and we'll have to, even with some of the amendment language, there's still a few pieces in there that I think are really going to be problematic in what we address. But I will admit that from where it started in the Senate to where it is now, it's definitely gotten better, but we've got some work to do.
But you support the abolishment of abortion clinics, right?
Absolutely.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Priscilla Bauman?
Good morning, and thank you, Chairman McNamara and the members of the Rules Committee. I am Priscilla Bauman, and I am a mother of 3 children, one of which is dead. I was in a life crisis pregnancy and I aborted my unborn child at 11 weeks. With this being my first surgery, I know now that the abortion clinic took advantage of my life crisis. The only option I was given was to have an abortion. After they had told me that they would remove the mass through a simple and quick procedure, I believed them. After all, what reason would the medical field lie to me? The following events are the facts and the results of that abortion and the consequences I paid for believing the lies and deceit by the abortion clinic. They did not tell me that inside the mass was an 11-week-old baby. They did not tell me that the little white pill they gave me was Valium in order to desensitize me during the procedure. They didn't tell me that the suction device was 10 times stronger than a household vacuum cleaner, and that it would rip my unborn baby apart limb by limb and would create uncountable amount of internal scars. After the abortion, when they sent me home, I started hemorrhaging. I then called the abortion clinic for help, but they told me they couldn't help me, I couldn't come back, and I had to call my medical doctor. When I hung up the phone, I realized then that they didn't really want to help me, and all they wanted was my money and to push me out the door. The following months after that, every menstrual cycle was extremely painful and excruciating, and the bleeding was so excessive that I would at the point of passing blood clots. I was too embarrassed to call my doctor, so I lived monthly with the pain and the blood clots. About a year later, while visiting friends out of state, I had gotten up the first morning and I was using the bathroom. I felt something snap inside of my stomach, and my stomach blew up like an inflated balloon. After lying in an excruciating pain in an ER for hours, it was determined that I was bleeding internally and I had to have emergency surgery. The results were 1.5 pints of blood had to be pumped out of me before any assessment could be done for surgery. I had one ovarian cyst that burst inside of me, and the other cyst was the size of a grapefruit. Even after that surgery, I had developed ovarian cysts and had to have 2 more surgeries done. Several years later, I started having other different female issues and had a questionable pap test, which led me to a gynecologist, which was determined that I needed to have a biopsy done. But when the doctor was ready to do it in the office, he said because of the scar tissues from the abortion, he couldn't see the end of them, and my biopsy had to be done as an outpatient in the hospital.
Ma'am, your time is up.
At that time, I had to end up having a hysterectomy. All of these physical consequences I had to endure because the abortion clinic lied and was deceitful about abortion, like they are to every woman who walks into a Planned Parenthood or an abortion clinic.
Ma'am, would you wrap it up, please?
I'm opposing Senate Bill 1, and I am pleading with you to please not to allow Indiana to be the abortion capital of the Midwest. Thank you.
Thank you. Stephanie Moore? Oh, sorry, Representative Nagel.
Priscilla, one quick question. What year did that occur?
I'm sorry?
What year did you have your abortion?
1983.
Okay, so 10 years after it was legalized.
Pardon me?
10 years after it was legalized. And my other question to you is, had you contemplated being on birth control at the time?
No, I did not.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you very much. Stephanie Moore?
Good morning. My name is Stephanie Moore, and I rise today to speak in some opposition to the SB1. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak with you today. It is a great privilege for me to participate in the democratic process at work here in Indiana, and I thank all of you for serving the people of our state. In 1970, I had an abortion. I've come here to testify that my decision 52 years ago has had a profoundly negative impact on my life. It has affected me physically, mentally, and spiritually. My story is a pretty common one. We were young college students finding ourselves pregnant, humiliated, and too ashamed to tell anyone. This was before abortion was legal. My boyfriend pushed me to speak with a counselor at a pro-abortion clinic. She told me that there was a way out of the situation. She said the procedure would be painless and was really like a birth control pill, in effect preventing a baby. Now, in those days, there was very little information available. Sonograms. I didn't know that at 3 months my baby's heart had already begun to beat. And what she didn't tell me was how this one decision would so negatively impact how I viewed myself for the rest of my life, and how my regret would haunt me for the next 50 years. It has never gone away. It never does go away. Even 6 months ago, I would not have been able to talk to you about this, but there is some healing available for post-abortion women and men, places where you can release the grief, thank God, and come to terms with it. And now it is possible for me to speak of the lasting consequences of the decision I made when I was so very young. The simple truth is that my counselor and my boyfriend were wrong. Those who believe abortion is a quick fix are wrong. It was not, and it is not simple or smart or easy or right. For decades, I tried to bury my sadness and regret, and only recently have I found the strength to share what happened to me with the prayer that I can save others from the same. I hope my story will help you better understand the full impact of abortion and give you more evidence to support the Indiana law against abortion. I hope you will vote to support this law. Thank you for taking the time to listen to my story. And please do everything you can to protect women from what happened to me. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Representative Nagel?
Thanks, Stephanie. So your abortion was in 1970. Birth control was readily available in 1965. Did you and your boyfriend talk about that at all at that time? I'm sorry to be personal, but I'm just trying to understand, why you made that decision and why you weren't protecting yourself.
Right. No, we didn't know much about anything, so no, we didn't talk about it.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? All right. Thank you very much. Isabella Zolner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Isabella Zolner, and I am 17 years old. I am here to represent Pride Lafayette as their youth ambassador. On Tuesday, I gave testimony to the Indiana Senate. I wanted to remind the pro-choice movement that we will prevail even when our voices are ignored. Since then, friends, family, and many others have reached out to reassure me that my voice can change the world. I completely agree with them. I know how strong I am. I know how strong my voice is. I know how strong we all are together. I know some Republican senators have worked with Hoosiers to meet common ground. I also believe there are some Indiana legislators who don't care how hard we fight, who will never change their minds and never listen to the constituents that disagree with them. I am begging those members to prove me wrong in the coming days. Prove to me that you do care about and listen to the people of Indiana. Vote to oppose this vile, demeaning, and inhuman ban on women's bodies. Every Hoosier is watching you. The nation is watching you. Our own vice president is watching you, imploring you to make the right choice, to give us back our choice. I didn't believe that I could have an effect on any of you who think you know what's right for my body. But I listened to the people around me, and we want to give you a chance. Prove me wrong, prove you care. Vote to oppose Indiana's abortion ban. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions? All right, thank you. Tenley Karina Morris.
My name is Karina Morris, and I am a labor and delivery nurse. I enthusiastically, unapologetically, and lovingly participate in abortion care for people who have chosen to end their pregnancies due to life-threatening complications for either the parent or the fetus. My firsthand experience as an obstetric healthcare provider leads me to one simple conclusion: that the decision to end a pregnancy belongs solely to the pregnant individual. The legislation proposed here today stands in direct conflict with my duty as a nursing professional to provide medically accurate, comprehensive, and compassionate care. I've cared for patients in all walks of life as an abortion provider, and I carry their stories with me. But the one thing that they all have in common is that they needed my help. And when they came to me, I joyfully fulfilled my duty to provide it to them. None of my patients ever expected to need my care, and most of them are genuinely surprised by how kind I am to them. Given the statements we heard in this chamber last week, it is not hard to imagine why. The language that this bill clearly demonstrates is that the focus of the legislation is not on the safety of my patients or their babies, but rather is meant to intimidate healthcare providers. The threats of punishment for not complying with strict guidelines includes jail time for providers.
Your time is up. Can you wrap it up?
Yes, of course. As you consider the legislation, I would just respectfully ask that you place bias aside and reflect from a place of medical accuracy and patient safety. And I would ask that you show my patients the compassion that we do every single day. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? All right. Thank you very much. Mark Smith.
I'm here with a bunch of different groups, but especially my church, Christ Church Cathedral. Ralph Waldo Emerson once said that the years teach much, which the days never know. Roe was decided one day before my 17th birthday, and I was pro-life. But the years have taught me much. That a woman has a right to her own body. I don't know when I learned that, but I learned it. The measure of a man is what he does with power. Plato said that.
Let's check it, make sure it works first.
Privilege is when you think that something is not a problem because it's not a problem to you personally. The Benedictine sister, Joan Chittister, said, "I do not believe that just because you are opposed to abortion, that makes you pro-life. In fact, I think in many cases, your morality is deeply lacking if all you want is a child born, but not a child fed, a child educated, a child housed." And why would I think that? You don't. Because you don't want any tax money to go there. That's not pro-life, that's pro-birth. We need a much broader conversation on what the morality of pro-life is. We haven't raised the minimum wage in this state since 2009, $7.25 an hour. Recently, the federal government wanted to extend the food assistance, but y'all voted no. If Republicans take back over the U.S. Senate and House, what do they plan on doing? Raising taxes on people who make less than $50,000 a year? They want to end Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security. I'm sorry, but that's not pro-life.
Angela Cox.
Thank you. Thank you all for your service. I know this has been so difficult, and I can't imagine what you're going through as committee members and as representatives of all of the people that are testifying today. Angela Cox, I've been a nurse for 26 years, a public health nurse for the latter half of that. I became pregnant when I was 16 years old by a gentleman who was 3 years older than me, and by today's standard, he should still be on some kind of a watch list. And my mother was so embarrassed. She was a single mom, professional woman, and she was so embarrassed that she retired early. She had me later in life. And I didn't find out that she was that embarrassed by the position I had put her in. But I was not ready to have that child. And I was told that because she did not want the father involved, I had to be quiet about that. And so that's how that went. And I have raised a wonderful young man who has given me 2 beautiful granddaughters and is a nurse himself, and I wouldn't change any of that. But because my mother was so, I'm going to just call her Indiana and rural, and embarrassed because of that, because you just don't have sex and you're not going to have that problem, right? That's not becoming of a young lady. So here I am, and within the next year, the young man and I are still seeing each other, and I become pregnant again. At no time, and I know you're going to ask me, because this was 88 and 89, why didn't I have birth control? That's a really good question. And if my mother were still here today, I would love for her to answer that for you, because I was not allowed to have it. I was in a small Indiana rural town and talked about, and I didn't have a driver's license. I couldn't go to Planned Parenthood. The closest Planned Parenthood was in Wayne County. I did eventually make my way there with the assistance of an older female friend of mine, but I know that there are still families out there where young men and young women are being suppressed and telling them that, it's not appropriate. It's, whether it's religion or whether you're, you've got money and it's whatever stigma it is, there are people that are trapped at that age that cannot get birth control. And so what I'm here today to say is, this bill's going to pass. We all know it. And so as a nurse, I'm preparing myself for the outcome of it. And what do we do? How are we going to continue to raise those children? We have all these children in foster care. I went to the National Guard because I didn't know what else to do after I got out of high school. I had to have a paycheck. I had a baby to support. And so then, I was the first person to graduate from college, and I understand that I have some type of a resilient gene and I have grit. But there are not people out there with my consternation that can move forward and change the whole aspect of that. And, years later, my mother commended me on that grit and what I had accomplished in life. But this is all fine, well, and good, but if we do not change the culture of birth control in this state, we're just creating other problems. We're creating more children out there who are with single parents. And I'm not just talking about the young ladies, but the young men understanding about birth control. We still can't even talk about this in school.
Your time is up.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Margaret Hartman?
Good morning, Madam Chair. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Margaret Hartman, and I am a pro-life 2017 graduate of Harvard College and a current third-year medical student at Marian University. I testify in opposition of Senate Bill 1, specifically asking for 3 strong revisions to the bill. First, that provisions be removed for abortion in the case of rape and incest. Second, that provisions be removed for abortion in the case of substantial permanent impairment of life of the mother. And third, that abortion be redefined to include the termination of a pregnancy where the fetus is thought to suffer an irremediable medical condition incompatible with sustained life outside the womb. If ending the life of a preborn human is wrong, it is always wrong. Rape and incest are profoundly offensive to the dignity of a woman and to the dignity with which her children are meant to enter the world. But the manner in which a distinct, living, and whole human being is conceived does not determine his or her worthiness to be protected under our Indiana state law. I know, medically speaking, that from the time every zygote is 8 cells large, regardless of how she was conceived, she is already transcribing mRNA for HCG, or the pregnancy test hormone. And then, even before implantation as a blastocyst, she is releasing HCG outside of herself into her mother's blood, signaling to the world that a new human being has arrived on the scene even before her mother is ever aware that she's there. Abortion always ends the life of such a distinct living and a whole human being, and thus it should never be protected by Indiana state law. It is also not necessary to intentionally terminate an unborn human's life in order to save the life of his or her mother. In cases where the physical state of pregnancy causes a real risk to a woman's life, and thus also to her child's life, a physician may induce early labor after every reasonable effort to help the mother carry her child as far as possible into the pregnancy, to give the best chance, even if impossibly small, of a live birth. This early delivery is a categorically different act from abortion as defined in Senate Bill 1, and our state law should reflect this important distinction. Finally, regardless of whether a child is forecast to sustain life outside the womb, the fact remains that she is alive right now, a distinct, living, and whole individual who will never be created again. The end of the act of terminating her mother's pregnancy is exactly the same as what we are defining as an elective abortion. A distinct human life is terminated, and this is not affected by the child's prognosis for future survival. Our law must reflect this objective reality. Thank you for your time, and I welcome any questions that you have.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? All right. Thank you. Addison Bell.
Good morning. I appreciate this body giving me the opportunity to share my testimony. Over the last 34 years, many of you have seen my grandparents at this podium or those similar as you have debated reproductive freedom. My name is Addison Bell. I'm a resident of Boone County, and I'm here today to talk to you about the real-life consequences of abortion restriction. I'm representing myself and my family. Throughout my entire life, I've heard stories about my Aunt Becky from my family. Stories about how kind and caring she was. Stories about how she volunteered at the Humane Society and loved each and every animal she met like it was her own. Stories about her and my dad growing up and being normal teenagers in the 80s. But the most important story I was told is the one I'm going to share with you today. In 1988, when Becky was 17, she found out that she was pregnant. She didn't want to disappoint her parents by telling them and decided that an abortion was the best choice for her. At the time, the parental consent laws in the state of Indiana required a signature from one of her parents to obtain an abortion. The only other path to a safe and legal abortion was for her to receive a judicial bypass. She didn't feel comfortable telling her own parents. She wasn't comfortable going in front of a judge to convince him that she was mature enough to make that decision on her own. As a 17-year-old starting a new school year, Becky was faced with the harsh reality of the restrictive abortion laws in the state of Indiana. Traveling to a less restrictive state was not an option, and she felt she had no other choice but to obtain an illegal abortion. The unsafe conditions of this procedure caused an infection that killed her. The restrictive abortion laws that were in place did not stop my aunt from obtaining an abortion. They stopped her from obtaining a safe abortion. I often think, had my ancestors not chosen to live in the state of Indiana, Becky would still be alive. I would have met her. She would have had access to the safe reproductive health care that women so desperately deserve. And I would have met the amazing woman I've heard so much about. My grandparents would still have their daughter. My dad would still have his sister. My brother and I wouldn't have to see the pain in their eyes every time the whole family gathers because the whole family isn't there. As you cast your vote, I ask you to please think about my Aunt Becky. I ask you to think of my dad. I ask you to think of my grandparents. I ask you to think of me. We are real Hoosiers who have been impacted by these restrictive abortion laws in the past. Under proposed SB 1, abortion remains accessible, but only for the elite. By passing this law, you will be disproportionately impacting women of color, those with lower socioeconomic status, and those in abusive situations. Women with the means and connections will travel or move to a state that supports her bodily autonomy and allows her to make the choice that's best for her. I ask you to specifically think about those who you're targeting with these new restrictions. SB 1 will not stop abortions.
Your time is up.
SB 1 will cause more women to die in Indiana. I am asking you to protect the women who so desperately need safe access to reproductive health care in our state. I'm asking you to ensure that not another Hoosier feels forced to obtain an illegal abortion that could cause their death. I'm asking you to save other families
Can
from
you
the
wrap
pain
it
that
up,
mine
please?
has felt for the past 30 years. Stop this bill from becoming law, and let there be no more Becky Bells. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Tracy Betts.
Good morning. Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to be here. I also had the opportunity to testify in the Senate. My name is Tracy Betts, and I am a law partner at one of the largest law firms in the state of Indiana. I'm a lifelong Hoosier. I was born in South Bend. Granger is where I grew up. My father owned a Dairy Queen there. I've been in business my whole life as a law firm partner. I'm an owner in a business here in Indianapolis. I was the first person in my family to graduate from college and then go on to law school. And I am now a proud person in Indianapolis who belongs to many different organizations and serves on many boards. I'm here today testifying in opposition to this bill, and I'm doing so representing thousands of Hoosier businesses and Indiana universities that oppose this bill. Hoosiers believe that this ban is bad for Indiana business, and your polls have shown that. I do believe you know that their polls show that Indiana residents and Hoosiers are against this ban. These thousands of individuals and counting have signed an open letter, and they come from all of your districts. They come from Michigan City. They come from Carmel. They come from Greenwood. They come from everywhere. They come from all universities in this state, all sectors, all industries, Republicans, Democrats, and independents. And they are saying that a ban on reproductive rights is bad for Hoosiers. And our signatures keep coming, and you can see them all at www.protectinghoosierliberty.com. And we've delivered those letters to you as well. These are signed by not just current leaders, but future leaders, and that is important. In this environment that we live in today, people can live and work in different places. Remote work is a reality. And these individuals are saying that this needs to be left to healthcare providers and patients. And they want to live in a place where their rights are not diminished by the government. We're an incredibly competitive professional environment, and Indiana has made great strides telling people our cost of living is great, come live here. But we need to offer them more than cost of living. We need to offer them autonomy. We need to offer them healthcare access. And let me tell you something that we all know is that the reality in Indiana business is that women are a part of it. Women graduate from high school and go on to college in this state more than men do. They graduate from college at higher rates than men do. They make up more law school and medical school graduates than men do. And right now they are receiving 41% of the MBAs, which means they are going to be opening someday more businesses than men do. We cannot be a state that says we only care about half of our people. We need to be a state that says, come here and live and work, women. Open your businesses, be our lawyers, be our doctors, be our teachers, be our religious leaders. We need to be a state that welcomes all. That is why so many people have signed this letter.
If you'd please wrap it up, please.
At the end of the day, this is actually an access to health care question. And all of these individuals across all political parties and all parts of the state which you represent are telling you they want access to full and complete health care. And they cannot run their businesses without it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Okay, thank you very much. Natalie Clayton.
I'm here representing myself today. Good morning. My name is Natalie Clayton, and I'm a business owner. My husband, who is your colleague, Blake Johnson, he and I met when I was actually working for the Marion County Republican Party and working under the administration of Mayor Greg Ballard. Blake at the time was working at the Democratic Party. At the time, when I was working for the Republican Party, I was proud to represent elected officials that stood for small government, being fiscally conservative, and promoting personal choice and freedom. SB 1 leads me to believe that these are no longer the values of the Republican Party. Not many people know, but Blake and I are trying to start our family. We've already experienced a miscarriage this year. In April of 2022, at 6 weeks, I started to bleed. Was this a late period? After 10 days of bleeding, and after asking friends, they said I could still be pregnant. Bleeding happens in healthy pregnancies. I didn't know that. After waiting more than 24 hours for a return call from my OB, they agreed to order blood tests that I had to ask and advocate for, tests that I didn't know I needed until friends told me. I drove to Speedway twice that week, and the test determined 2 days apart that it was a miscarriage. It's shocking how little I knew and still feel like I'm learning about pregnancy, and I'm 35. We don't know why the miscarriage happened, but we are grateful that we have access to medical professionals who are qualified to help us. Moving forward, I'm more afraid than ever to start a family here in Indiana. I don't feel comfortable that I will be able to seek and secure the possible and needed immediate and critical care. I've even thought if we succeed in starting to grow our family, should we consider living in a state more open to providing health care as things progress here? The right to abortion is supported by an overwhelming majority of Hoosiers. As a public affairs major who focused on civic leadership, I have to ask, how does voting against the majority of Hoosiers represent and further our democracy? Why does it feel like my right to religious freedom is being directly violated by members of the Republican Party? The abortion ban also directly violates my right to privacy, another ideology that I thought existed in the Republican Party. The abortion ban violates the right to life, liberty, and property. Women suffer loss of property in that they are denied jobs solely on the basis of possible pregnancy and motherhood, and without the guarantee of returning to work after they give birth. Monthly child care costs exceed those of monthly mortgage payments, if you were not aware. Denying women safe abortion care has devastating and lasting consequences. And if we aren't willing to support Hoosier families, new mothers and their newborns, and children in poverty already, how is SB 1 pro-life? According to WFYI, there were 26,900 children in foster care in 2020. What are you doing to help them right now? A healthy economy is driven by a healthy population, one that has the support it needs to make its people equitable. I really hope you guys understand what equitable means. We all don't get the same start in life, and if those in power and privilege can't recognize that, then we're failing the ideals of the country we're in. As elected officials, I encourage you to consider your level of privilege that the majority of the population can only dream of. I know how you guys are. I know the access you have. I know the privilege and the favor that comes with it. I'm married to an elected official. I understand it. To consider how much you value democracy, the right to life, liberty, property, privacy, freedom of religion. All people in the United States are owed that. And I really hope that you can come back to the ideals of your party, of my party that I was really proud to be a part of.
Okay.
Thank you.
Time's up. Thank you very much. Any questions? All right, thank you. Corinne Dilger.
My name is Corinne Dilger, and I'm here today representing myself. This pro-life bill will be a death sentence for many people who can get pregnant. SB 1 provides some exceptions to abortion restrictions in an attempt to save the most lives, but these caveats ultimately fail to actually protect and preserve as intended by placing the unborn on a higher pedestal than the lives and livelihoods of pregnant people. What is defined as a great enough risk to a pregnant person in order to receive termination? Will it be 25% mortality, 50% mortality, or even more serious statistics that must exist to justify this essential facet of healthcare? Reasonable medical judgment will be riddled with nuance and subjectivity, two factors unconducive to receiving appropriate and efficient healthcare. Pregnancy is arduous. Coming from someone who has not carried a pregnancy or undergone delivery, I cannot speak from experience only from understanding. As someone with severe chronic illnesses, I have to ask, how much would the changes and fluctuations of pregnancy impact my medical issues? My body is ravaged enough. I would not be able to carry a pregnancy without endangering my already compromised health, a common theme in the chronically ill and disabled community. How can one be expected to safely undergo pregnancy and delivery in a body that already struggles to safely exist as an independent entity? Life-saving medications necessary to treat chronic health issues may have to be discontinued in the event of pregnancy, threatening the life of the woman in the process. Why is the fetus valued over the pregnant person? Essential chronic illness treatments also can result in birth defects, with a forced pregnancy risky and detrimental to both the mother and the fetus. The diction that allows abortion in the instance of a substantial permanent impairment of the life of the mother accepts temporary and/or dynamic disablement. It is disgusting to expect pregnant people to have to endure physical trauma during their pregnancy simply because the agony may not be exceptionally prolonged. Waiting for the proper justification for an abortion in the case of health concerns could be permanently damaging and possibly fatal. Health is extraordinarily unpredictable, and if an individual's life is already endangered, there is nothing preventing a rapid downward trajectory of her health, killing the woman while she awaited the arguments behind this life-saving procedure. Being pro-life does not stop with the unborn. What value is held for the pregnant person's life? Thank you.
Any questions? All right. Thank you very much. All right, well, I am going to make an attempt. All right. Drozinski?
You are you make the 1 percentile. You got it right. Yes. Good job. Could you give me a 30-second warning at the end?
We'll see.
Okay. Well, thank you all for listening to me ramble for a bit. My name is Will Drozinski. I'm a cargo pilot. I am a born-again Christian. I am the oldest of 9 excellent siblings. And I'm here on behalf of the preborn who will still continue to die in Indiana if this bill passes as is. I would fully support this bill if we added on a couple extra things to it. The Senate got it pretty far, but as a couple people have said, and if you're taking notes, Margaret Hartman had an excellent presentation as to what things need to be done to it still. We still need to end abortion entirely, even in the cases of rape and incest. You can't just take a sinful situation and then discipline or execute the innocent life out of that. We also need to realize here that abortion is the taking of an innocent life. Life begins at conception, and it's very clear in the Bible that murder is it's evil. There's no other way to put that. You cannot legislate enough to make murder a right thing. So when you're going over this bill, write it, make amendments in such a way so as to not let any amendments allow for any sort of abortion, regardless of the circumstance. It doesn't matter if, there in some rare exceptions, of course, there's the life of the mother that's endangered. We have the medical technology these days to put a man on the moon. If I were to bite your ear off, I'm sure some doctor could sew it back on. It would not. We have the medical capabilities in this society, blessed by God, to save both the life of the child and of the mother. We need to at least attempt it. We cannot just say, there's a possibility that it's endangered. Let's kill it. It's still a human life. I think that's about everything that needs to be said. Murder is murder. You cannot legislate it away. And God will be watching you as you legislate here. We'll be praying for you. There's a lot of opposition. Obviously, there's a lot of hatred against this idea. It does not matter, though, how many people are in support of evil. Evil is still evil, according to God. So will you legislate according to God's laws, or will you legislate according to the laws of a mob?
Thank you, Will. Your time is up. Any questions for Will? Notice I didn't try the name a second time. I thought I'd end on top.
You did a good job.
All right, thank you. Lucy Frick.
Hi, I'm Lucy Frick. I'm an attorney here in Indianapolis. I practice indigent criminal defense. I am 40 years old. When I was 20, I had an abortion. I had an eating disorder. I dropped out of college. I was drinking heavily, and I was depressed. I was pregnant by a man with whom I had no future. I was in no position to bring a healthy baby into the world. And you can't just will yourself into better emotional and mental and physical health because you want to be better. It took years of therapy and life experience for me to grow into an emotionally healthy adult. This is hard for me to talk about because I am so angry that we are here today pleading for the right to decide how our lives unfold. And I am mindful that folks of color and LGBTQ folks have been pleading for these same rights since time immemorial, and you are on my mind. I have never wanted children, and children deserve parents who want them. I was really lucky that I had a very supportive family. My father, as physician, drove me to get my abortion. That abortion permanently changed the trajectory of my life. As I mentioned, at 20, I was a college dropout. Had I been forced to have that baby, I don't think I would have gone back to college. I certainly wouldn't be a lawyer. And I would not have met my husband, a Californian, where I never would have gone with a small child in tow. Everything about my life is different because I was not forced to have a baby when I was 20 and unhealthy and not ready. I am so happy, truly, for that baby, that they didn't come into this life with an unhappy, unwilling mother. It is inhumane to force people to carry pregnancies to term that they do not wish to carry, both for the pregnant person and for the child coming into this world unwanted. I am pleading with you not to take away our right to decide how our lives unfold. The last thing I'll say is everyone in this room knows someone who has an abortion. And if you don't, it means you have not made the space emotionally safe enough for them to disclose that to you. Representative Steuerwald, I went to law school with your son. Everyone here knows someone who has an abortion whose life has been permanently altered. Please do not take away our right to decide how our lives unfold. Thank you.
Any questions? Representative Nagel?
Thank you for testimony, Lucy, and congratulations on becoming an attorney representing indigent citizens. So at 20, college dropout, were you practicing birth control?
I was, and I was so unwell that I wasn't taking it regularly. So that's a great question. We should, all have easy and reliable access. But boy, if you had seen me at 20, you just wouldn't have recognized me. I don't want to carry on, but I can't emphasize enough how unhealthy I was, how deeply in the depths of bulimia I was. I did have birth control and I had access, but I just wasn't taking it reliably because I was so sick.
Okay, I appreciate your honest answer. Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, thank you very much. Mary Abernathy?
Good morning. My name is Dr. Mary Abernathy. I am testifying today on behalf of myself, my patients, and the Indiana section of the American College of OBGYN, and not on behalf of my employer. I am a maternal fetal medicine specialist helping to provide high-risk pregnancy care throughout the state of Indiana. I also serve as the chair of the Indiana Maternal Mortality Review Committee. I want to thank the committee for removal of criminalization, and I want to speak as to why it is extremely important to keep criminalization of physicians out of the bill. I am concerned with the unintended consequence of this legislation. Any form of criminalization or threat of loss of licensure would cause physicians and providers to shrink away from providing maternity care. My concern is that OB providers in rural areas would simply decide to stop providing maternity care for fear they would be worried about becoming afoul with the law. This will lead to a loss of OB providers, leading to a loss or a decrease of access to prenatal care, which is extremely important in rural areas of our state. Inadequate prenatal care is one of the highest prenatal care risk factors associated with infant and maternal mortality. Every year, approximately 45 to 50% of the 600 to 700 infants that we lose, those deaths are associated with perinatal risk factors. This is especially important at a time when Governor Holcomb has prioritized reduction in infant mortality by 2024 to be lowest in the Midwest. Any threat of criminalization or loss of licensure would shrink the physician workforce in countless ways, including recruitment and retainment of young physicians overall, and not just those providing OB care. I implore you to not take a step backwards for Indiana. We need to focus on providing evidence-based education in our schools, in our communities, make all forms of contraception readily available and at low cost, and focus on having local providers, especially in the rural areas, that women trust for both physical and mental health. Data would suggest that this legislation will disproportionately affect mothers of color and low-income mothers. Unfortunately, those are the very same mothers that frequently make the list of our maternal mortality cases. Black non-Hispanic mothers have a 1.5 to 2 times higher risk of death in our state based on our own Indiana maternal mortality data. Women of color and low income have a disproportionate share of chronic medical conditions such as hypertension, diabetes, obesity, substance use disorder, and smoking. And that increases their risk of mortality. One recent study estimated that with a total abortion ban, we would see an increase of 21% in overall maternal mortality and an even larger 33% increase in our Black mothers.
Dr. Abernathy, your time is up, so if you would.
I strongly urge you to set our state on a course where we provide all forms of adequate health care to our mothers with special attention to Black mothers and low-income mothers. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Nagel.
Thank you, Dr. Abernathy. You know, I'm a big proponent of contraception and making sure availability of contraception is much more increased. I just want to hear your take on if we were able to offer it through pharmacies without a prescription, if we were able to offer it through health departments, do you feel like that would be impactful and be able to reach some of those communities that we are struggling to reach?
Oh, I do. I know there's been legislation previously where we've tried to get it so that pharmacists could, prescribe birth control on a protocol basis. I think we all strongly support that. And if you really want to reduce abortions in this state, you need to have contraception readily available, low cost, so that even that low-income mother who has no form of transportation can utilize that to help with birth spacing.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Representative Shackelford.
Thank you, Dr. Abernathy. We keep hearing that this bill will affect maternal and infant mortality, and you gave us some of those stats, but can you give us a clear example of how this bill will affect those rates?
So we know that if a woman terminates a pregnancy, her risk of dying from that procedure would be about 0.4 per 100,000. If she continues the pregnancy, then her risk of a maternal death is about 23 to 24 per 100,000 live births. So you have at least a 50 times increase in death if a woman does not terminate the pregnancy.
Representative Pierce.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If I understand the bill as it stands now under Amendment 25 that we adopted, I think it essentially says that abortion services could only be provided by hospitals or surgical centers owned by hospitals. And so I think that would eliminate clinics around the state that might focus in on abortion services. So I'm wondering how you think that might impact the availability of abortion services to people who would still qualify under these exceptions. So we have rape, incest, fetal anomaly, life and health of the mother. Just your sense of where these services are provided and available, what do you think that will do to take those abortion clinics essentially out of the healthcare mix and limit it to surgical centers owned by hospitals or the hospitals themselves?
I think it would significantly limit access. For those exceptions that are currently in the legislation, most of those lethal fetal anomalies, they would have been, those patients, those mothers would have been evaluated probably by a maternal fetal specialist such as myself. But to not have availability in a local community or a reasonably local community would certainly decrease the access for that service. Anything else? Okay,
Right.
thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Carolyn Rouse.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Dr. Caroline Rouse. I'm an OBGYN specializing in maternal fetal medicine. I am also an abortion provider. I'm here today to testify on behalf of myself, my patients, the Indiana section of the American College of OBGYN, and Indiana University Health. I'm an expert in caring for the sickest women in the state of Indiana, and I'm qualified to testify on this subject matter. My request today is simple. I am asking you to let me do my job. In my specialty, I see patients on some of the best days of their lives. I see patients who've been hoping for pregnancy, and on their initial ultrasound, I confirm that their baby has a heartbeat. I'm privileged to be a part of many deliveries, many of which happen after very complicated pregnancies, the joyous culmination of so much counseling and guidance and work. But by virtue of my high-risk practice, I also see patients on some of their most difficult days. I see the patient who develops heart failure early on in her pregnancy. Continuing the pregnancy would significantly increase her chances of irreversible heart damage or even death. I see the patient who breaks her water at 18 weeks. I am the one that tells her that amniotic fluid is vital to protect her from an infection that could limit her ability to have another child or even result in death. I see the patient who comes in bleeding heavily from her placenta at 18 weeks. We discuss that continuing the pregnancy would significantly increase her risk of bleeding out and dying, in spite of our efforts to transfuse unit after unit of blood. We appreciate the exception for maternal health, but given prior testimony today to the contrary, I would really like to emphasize the importance of keeping this amendment in. My job is to predict and prevent complications and death as best I can, not to wait until catastrophe occurs and then act. In cases where pregnancy increases the risk of serious complications and death, discussing abortion is part of my medical and ethical responsibility. There is no single moment in healthcare where I can say that a risk will be permanent, or at least not until it is likely too late to reverse that risk. My colleagues and I then wonder, how life-threatening does the condition have to be, and also importantly, who gets to decide? The patient and their doctor, not the way the law is written. Furthermore, given the professional and personal repercussions of possibly misinterpreting laws, including criminalization without a health exception, the lack of clarity in this proposed legislation makes that worse. The proposed abortion ban in Senate Bill 1 would eliminate over 98% of abortions in our state. Others have spoken very eloquently about the consequences of this ban. Thank you, Addison Bell, among others. We already have published data showing that pregnant people in states with more restrictive abortion laws are already suffering as a result. Increased rates of ICU admission, hemorrhage, hysterectomy, much of which could have been prevented by access to abortion. This will happen in our state. Abortion is an essential component of comprehensive evidence-based health care, and we strongly oppose any effort that interferes in the relationship between a person and their health care professional and access to that care. I and the organizations I represent strongly urge you to vote against Senate Bill 1. However, we recognize that legislation severely limiting abortion is likely in our state. As you debate this bill, my colleagues and I strongly urge you to rely on your highly trained physicians and keep the amendment to include clear language as it relates to health of the pregnant person. Please just let us do our jobs.
Any questions? Representative Bartels.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Doctor, thank you for your testimony. Just a quick question, maybe clarification. You mentioned in your testimony that it's your ethical duty to discuss abortions with patients?
Yes.
Do you discuss adoption at any time during
We
this?
discuss all medical options that are appropriate for that patient. That certainly includes adoption and other, and continuing the pregnancy. There are some people who have critical illness who desire to continue the pregnancy despite knowing all of the risks that are associated with it, and we help and support them through those pregnancies as best we can. Counseling about evidence-based healthcare, including abortion, is my responsibility as a physician.
Representative Pierce?
Thank you. I'd like to get your kind of professional experience on the issue of these limitations by numbers of weeks. So I guess we have a 10-week limit for victims of rape and incest. And the way I read the amendment, I think there's a 20-week limit on fetal anomaly, although we can work through that later if I'm getting that wrong. But I was just kind of curious about how often complications that impact the health of the pregnant woman or even might risk her life actually arise after 20 weeks, much later in the pregnancy, and then how do you tend to handle that? Because I think that the further along you get in the pregnancy and beyond fetal viability is when you really get moral objections, great objection to abortion, and yet you're dealing with people perhaps in that area who have these life or death decisions. So you just help the committee understand a little bit more about what can happen after 20 weeks and how you deal with that and how you might talk to the committee about concerns about abortions being done to the point where we feel that the baby is very far along, the fetus is very far along.
Sure. So certainly pregnancy complications can occur at any point during the pregnancy. After the point of viability for maternal health indications, for example, a pregnant person develops preeclampsia, which is a high blood pressure complication in pregnancy that can lead to stroke, seizure, kidney damage, liver failure, death. We counsel that patient about the risk of ongoing pregnancy and the indication for delivery of that infant, which could be by cesarean delivery, it could be by vaginal delivery, but it would occur in a hospital that has the capacity to assess the neonate after the delivery for intervention if available and desired by the parents.
Any other questions? Just because there's been a couple questions come up, the way that it's in the amendment in the bill itself, for a fetal anomaly, it's for the duration of the pregnancy. It's written in there twice. One is for under 20 weeks, and then the second section is for the duration of the pregnancy. Yeah, I was confused with the drafting as well, so. And then there's no new criminalization. We're using existing code as far as maintaining a level 5 felony if they perform an unlawful abortion. So just want to clear those couple things up. Thank you. Okay, Christina Francis.
Thank you, Chairwoman McNamara and other esteemed committee members. My name is Dr. Christina Francis. I'm a board-certified OBGYN and have been in practice for 14 years. I currently practice as an OBGYN hospitalist in Fort Wayne, and I am CEO-elect of the American Association of Pro-Life OBGYNs, the largest non-sectarian professional medical organizations for pro-life medical professionals in the world. I am here today because I care deeply for both my patients and about protecting them from the harms of abortion. We have a chance to do that by ending elective abortions while still allowing women to receive life-saving treatments. While the amended version of SB 1 comes closer to doing this, there are still improvements that need to be made, including protections of children with severe disabilities and those conceived in rape. One of the reasons I chose the specialty of obstetrics was because of the challenge of taking care of 2 patients at once. It is undisputed scientific fact that at the moment of fertilization, a new and distinct living human being comes into existence. And so my duty as a physician is to care for and maximize the health of both. In the decades since the Roe decision, our ability to successfully treat medically complex pregnancies has increased dramatically. Elective abortion is not needed in order to provide women and their children with excellent health care. If it was, why would 76 to 93% of OBGYNs not perform them? It is possible for our state to prevent abortions, which intentionally
Excuse me just a
end the
second.
life...
Folks, I'm going to ask you again, please do not leave through the middle of the chamber. It disrupts the person who's speaking. When you exit, please exit off to the side. Thank you. Sorry for the interruption.
That's all right. It is possible for our state to prevent abortions which intentionally end the life of my fetal patients while still allowing for physicians to exercise their expert medical judgment in order to intervene in situations where the mother's life is in danger. The current wording of impairment of life or physical health is not only too broad, but it also fails to give clear guidance for physicians to determine whether or not a pre-viability delivery would be allowed. This has the danger of either allowing abortions for any reason or making physicians hesitate to intervene in a potentially life-threatening situation. Existing language in Indiana statute defining a serious health risk is much more clear, and it says to avert the pregnant woman's death or a substantial and irreversible impairment of a major bodily function of the pregnant woman. Abortions are never needed after viability to save a woman's life. You simply deliver her and care for both her and the baby. This bill currently allows for abortions through birth for human beings with potentially life-limiting diagnoses, the preferred term as there is no medical consensus as to what constitutes a lethal fetal anomaly. Many children are able to defy the odds, especially with appropriate medical care. For those that aren't, their mother's mental health and physical outcomes are improved with perinatal palliative care and term delivery as opposed to a termination. Either way, these are vulnerable human beings who deserve our protection. Women and girls deserve fully informed consent, even if seeking an abortion in a very difficult situation. They deserve to know that medication abortions have a 4 times higher complication rate than surgical abortion and have never been tested for safety in girls under the age of 16. They also deserve to know that abortion carries real risk of preterm birth and future pregnancies and a significantly increased risk of adverse mental health outcomes, including a 7 times increased risk of suicide. Restricting abortion, even completely, does not worsen maternal mortality rates based on studies from multiple countries and can even improve them. Given our unacceptable preterm birth rates, mental health crisis, and maternal mortality rates in this state, we owe women and their children better than abortion. They deserve evidence-based health care that is life-affirming, not life-ending. In order for me to support this bill, I encourage you to add stronger protections and enforcement and prevent the targeting of my fetal patients based on a possible disability or the circumstances of their conception.
Your time is up.
Thank you. I have brought with me a written testimony that contains nearly 40 peer-reviewed studies that backs up what I've said, so I'll leave that for you all as well.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Representative Jeter?
Thank you for your testimony. I'm curious to get your opinion. We've heard some testimony from folks that restricting or outlawing elective abortion could somehow lead to additional deaths of mothers, or, and I'm not interested in the hyperbole of that. I'm curious if in your practice you can think of an area that if we restrict it further, it could actually cause additional risks to a mother's life.
So it's a great question. So the claim that abortion is safer than childbirth is actually based on one single study that was based on inaccurate data, because out of the 4 numbers they were comparing, only one of the numbers we can actually know here in the US. So in order to actually get a good look at maternal mortality, we have to look at other countries that have centralized health registries where we can mine the data from the registries. One of the largest studies on that looked at tens of thousands of women in Finland, and what they showed was that abortions actually have a 4 times higher maternal mortality rate than do normal deliveries. And so, I think if we were considering a bill that didn't have a life of the mother exception, I would be opposed to that, because there are very definitely situations where we have to intervene to save the life of the mother. Thankfully, most times that happens after viability, but in the instance that it's pre-viability, there are times that we have to intervene with an early delivery in order to save her life. And that's why I'm advocating that language actually be cleared up in this bill. Because of its vagueness, I'm worried that there might be some physicians that might hesitate because of being unclear of whether or not this is accepted under the law to intervene to help a woman who's facing a life-threatening situation. And as a physician, I certainly want that to be very clear that we have the ability to do that.
Representative Bartels?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Doctor, I can see that if we're using this impairment life of the mother, that there would be discussions on abortion. Is there truly an ethical duty to discuss abortion beyond that life of the mother?
Well, so, I took an oath as a physician to do no harm and to protect the health of my patients. And actually, the original Hippocratic Oath expressly forbid abortion because it acknowledged that it was the ending of a human life. And my job as a physician is to, again, maximize the health of both of my patients, my fetal patient and my maternal patient. And so, in a situation where a woman medically does not need an abortion, in a situation where her life is not in danger, it's not ethical, I don't believe, for physicians to perform abortions. Now, it has been legal in this country, and so, my patients always knew that that was a legal option, but just like any other option that I discuss with them, I would talk about the risks and the benefits. And the evidence, the medical evidence is exceedingly clear on this, that the risks of abortion far outweigh any potential benefits from a medical standpoint. And if I can just leave you with one quote that came from a Harvard Medical School physician back in the 1970s as this discussion was sort of gaining steam on a national level. He said that abortion is a medical attempt to fix a social problem. And I couldn't agree more. There's no place for elective abortion in the practice of medicine. There's no medical need for elective abortion. I do think that people on both sides of this issue need to sit down at the table and come up with real solutions for the social problems that women are facing.
Representative Zimke.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Doctor, now, who are you representing again? Which organization? Someone other than yourself?
Yes, so here representing my patients as well as the American Association of Pro-Life OBGYNs.
And you don't have an affiliation with Indiana Right to Life or Allen County Right to Life?
I'm a board member with Indiana Right to Life, but I'm not here representing them.
Because I know you and I had conversations in the past that I was quite passionate. I authored a bill to allow pharmacists to prescribe birth control, which I viewed as a very pro-life bill, and you and I had quite the disagreement, and you and your groups, I think, helped kill the bill and stated that you would offer no support to legislators who would do this. The tune may have changed now since we're looking to ban abortion, but how do you feel about pharmacists prescribing birth control now?
Well, so I would just like to clarify that I did not have anything to do with killing that bill or making it not go forward. I think what you and I discussed at the time and what my position remains is that I believe that women deserve access to comprehensive health care, which could include contraception. But for an example, I live in the 46807 zip code in Fort Wayne, Indiana. One zip code over from me, the women in that zip code have one of the highest neonatal mortality rates in our state. They also do not have a clinic in that zip code that's providing comprehensive prenatal care. And as Dr. Abernathy shared earlier, prenatal care is essential in reducing complications related to pregnancy. And so I do think that discussing access to contraception is one area, again, where the two sides of the aisle can come together to really make sure that women have access to health care. My opposition to pharmacists prescribing contraception was one, that I think women deserve access to more health care than just contraception. So it might fix one problem, but it doesn't address their need for full health care. And also the fact that as a physician who's been highly trained to discuss with my patients the risks and the benefits of all of these different medications, screen them for contraindications, and also to take care of them if they have complications related to those medications. I just don't believe a pharmacist can do that adequately. I think our patients deserve more than that.
Well, at the time, it would be, I'm from a very rural community with not much access in a lot of my district. And at the time, it would have allowed pharmacists to prescribe and then 90 days for that person then to get medical care. You know, we're facing a situation where it's difficult to have enough medical care in this state anyway. Mm-hmm. You know, we're looking to have fewer abortions by more birth control. But I thank you for your response.
Thank you.
Representative Dvorak.
Thank you. So do you consider it medically ethical to force a raped 12-year-old girl to carry a pregnancy to term?
So I believe that each of my patients that that sits in front of me is an individual patient. And again, when they're pregnant, there are two lives that I have to take into consideration, not one over the other, certainly. But if I had a young girl who was pregnant as a result of rape who was sitting in front of me, I would evaluate her just as I would any other patient. I would want to give her evidence-based treatment for the trauma of her rape, which does not, when we're talking about the trauma of rape, abortion is not an evidence-based treatment for that. If she had complications of her pregnancy that could potentially be life-threatening, which we certainly have to take into account when we're seeing young girls who are pregnant in front of us, then I would evaluate that just like I would any other patient that was potentially facing a life-threatening complication. But I can't speak to hypotheticals. I take each patient that I have in front of me and evaluate her on an individual basis.
You said that the only medically ethical situation in which you should consider counseling abortion with a patient of yours would be if it involved the life of the mother. But I asking about another situation when a 12-year-old girl's been raped, is forcing her to carry out a pregnancy to term. Say they found out she was pregnant at 12 weeks under this bill. Is that medically ethical in your consideration?
So when I'm considering ethical treatments, what I have to consider is what maximizes the health of my patients and what is based in the medical evidence. Now, I am not saying that that is not a horrendous situation, because it is. I mean, I, like everybody else who heard the recent story, immediately thought of my niece, who's 10 years old, and thought, you know, what if she was in that situation? So it is a horrendous situation that no girl should ever be put into, and she deserves our protection. But what I need to recommend to her is what is evidence-based to improve her outcomes. And so if we're talking about mental health outcomes, the studies actually show that women who choose to carry their pregnancies to term do better from a mental health standpoint than those who have abortions. Now, it's complicated by the factor if you're talking about a young girl, certainly. And so again, I would take into account her individual circumstance, and I would counsel her based on the latest medical evidence that I had for her circumstance and what her individual situation was.
Representative Shackelford.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Doctor, you mentioned 46218, and that's actually the zip code that I serve. So when we're talking about the access or lack of access to contraceptions, I know that is a pharmacy desert, also a food desert, many other deserts. How would you recommend that we get out contraceptions in these urban areas?
So thank you for that question, because I think it's actually an important issue to address, that women in that zip code, women in many zip codes throughout our state, do need access potentially to contraception, but they also need access to comprehensive health care, not just contraception. And so my solution to that, and I'm happy to sit down at the table with anybody who wants to discuss this, would be how do we mobilize funds in our state to actually put a healthcare facility, a clinic of some sort that could provide contraception, yes, but more than contraception. They need pap smears, they need, breast exams, they need blood pressure screening, they need diabetes screening, they need all of these other things. And I think there's a danger in becoming so narrowly focused on contraception. I'm not saying that that's not important. I'm just saying I think that it should be provided in the context of whole health care, because women need more than just contraception. They need whole health care for their lives. And I do really think that it's very important. I see women, I work as an OBGYN hospitalist, as I said, so I just work in the hospital, and I still see women all the time that come in term in labor who have not had prenatal care their entire pregnancy in our state. And, I worked for 3 years at a mission hospital in rural Kenya. I kind of expected it there because women didn't have access to care. But when I see it here, it grieves me, because we really should not have that kind of situation in our state. And so I do believe that we need to be putting medical clinics into these areas that are healthcare deserts to not only provide contraception, but to also provide the other medical services and the other social supports and all of that that we need to provide. I think abortion has been a Band-Aid for a very long time, that women that find themselves in very difficult social circumstances, it's just assumed they can have an abortion and that's going to fix their problem, or it's going to help things get better, but it doesn't address the root cause of why it was that they were seeking an abortion. And that's really where I feel like we need to focus our efforts. But we have to start with protecting the most vulnerable people amongst us.
Thank you. I agree with you.
Representative Pierce.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Back on the scenario of the 10 or 12-year-old who's raped and now they're pregnant, as you're considering the kind of proper standard of care for that, I've read that younger women whose bodies have not matured yet, that the pelvis, if you carry a pregnancy to term, there's a very real risk that there could be some physical damage running from the pelvis and tears and other things leading to some fairly horrific physical problems. So how do you factor that into your assessment of what the proper quality of care or option, what best option might be for a 10 or 12-year-old?
Right. No, it's a very good question. So that goes back to what I was saying about assessing the individual patient in front of me. We actually, once this case kind of came to light, went back and did a literature review. There's not a lot of data, of course, on this. Thankfully, not a lot of 10-year-olds are becoming pregnant, but the data that is out there shows that the large portion of the risk is actually to the baby, to the preborn child. There's a higher risk of stillbirth and preterm birth, things like that. But the limited amount of data that looks at the physical impacts of a pregnancy on a girl that young shows that there are potentially, again, depending on body stature and her pelvis size, things like that, there is potentially a higher risk for a C-section, which certainly would be a major surgery in a 10-year-old. And so that's why, I would look at the risk to her health and her life in the same way that I would for any patient. And if it was determined based on her individual situation that this did pose the risk of, the language that I'm proposing we use in the bill of, a permanent dysfunction of a major bodily organ or potentially a threat to her life, then that would qualify, I think, and that would be an ethical situation where you would intervene pre-viability.
Representative Young.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Doctor, thank you for coming down today.
Yeah.
Normally, when a witness is asked a lot of questions, it means you're giving good testimony.
Thank you.
But as part of your practice, you then are familiar with lethal fatal abnormalities. Just a quick question. The amendment to the bill is going to basically say that there is no more 20-week cap. That can occur until the end of the pregnancy. One question that I've been trying to get from doctors, because to me it seems that having that 20-week rule in place right now is maybe putting doctors and the mother at a disadvantage of knowing the full scope of the fetal anomaly or whatever. Do you think by lifting that 20 weeks and allowing that decision to be made toward the end of the pregnancy has the potential to save more life by not making mothers or putting them in a position to make maybe a hasty decision on that because of the 20 weeks?
Sure. So, and please somebody correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that the language in the bill was 20 weeks post-fertilization, so it would actually be 22 weeks gestation. So, in 22 weeks gestation, we're talking about right on the cusp of viability then at that point. So I think there's a couple different ways to think about this. First is that there is no medical consensus on what constitutes a lethal fetal anomaly, which is why now the preferred term is more life-limiting diagnosis, because there are conditions such as trisomy 18 that used to be considered uniformly lethal, that now with appropriate medical care, many of those children are living into their teens, they're interacting with their families. I have friends who have a child with trisomy 18 and she's wonderfully interactive. You can talk with her and carry on a conversation with her. So as medicine advances, now we're able to treat a lot more of these conditions that we could not previously treat. And if we end those pregnancies prematurely through an abortion, then we also not only miss out on the opportunity for that child to potentially receive that medical care that he or she needs, but also we miss out on the possibility that our diagnosis was wrong. And I have a 9-year-old goddaughter who is the daughter of a former patient of mine who was given a less than 5% chance of survival of the pregnancy. She had something called hydrops fetalis, which is where fluid is accumulating in all the body cavities, and that was diagnosed at about 20 weeks, typically considered to be uniformly lethal. I delivered her at 33 weeks. She came out screaming. She had heart surgery. She's 9 years old, and she's happy and healthy with her family. And this is not an uncommon situation. So one, we have to think about whether or not that diagnosis is even right. 2, we have to decide who puts the value on a human life, regardless of how long or short it's going to be. I believe that all human beings are created equal and have equal value and worth, regardless of their ability level. And so I don't think that children with disabilities should be targeted. And then the final thing is that when you look at mortality rates, I'm glad you asked this because I really wanted the opportunity to address this. When you look at mortality rates related to abortion, when we look at abortions later in pregnancy, they are much more dangerous for women than abortions early in pregnancy. In fact, for every week beyond 8 weeks that an abortion is done, the risk of dying from an abortion increases by 38%, to the point where between 16 and 20 weeks, an abortion and a normal delivery have about the same mortality rate after that. So what we're talking about after 22 weeks, an abortion has a higher mortality rate than a normal delivery. And this is not just me saying this. I have all the evidence. It's all peer-reviewed evidence to back it up. So we have to take all of that into consideration. I do not think that this bill should allow abortions up until the moment of birth just because somebody has a potential disability. I've been in practice long enough to say that as a physician, I feel like I'm really good at my job, but I don't know everything. And every time I think I've seen everything, something else comes along that surprises me. And so I don't think that these children's lives should be ended just because they have a potential disability.
Representative Shively.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Francis, for being here today. Would you support us expanding? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Okay. Would you support? Oh, there we go. Would you support expanding healthcare to public health facilities for women so that they could maybe be a first access point for women that need services or need contraceptive services?
I'm sorry, I missed the first. Expanding to public health facilities, is that what you said?
Health departments, yes.
Oh, gotcha. Yes, because I think that those are staffed with, physicians or certainly mid-level providers who've been trained in providing more comprehensive health care. My encouragement would just be, and again, I think I'm not a policymaker or a legislator, so I'm sure that there's a number of different ways we can tackle this, but my encouragement would just be, again, not to become so narrowly focused on contraception. I'm not saying that it's not important, but just not to become so narrowly focused on that we don't focus on providing these comprehensive health services that women really need. Yeah.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Still have 2 more. I want to thank you for being very thorough and patient with us with all of the questions, and appreciate your testimony. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Dr. Eglin.
Sorry, I'm a short one. Chairwoman, members of the committee, I truly appreciate the opportunity to share my expert opinion with you because this matters to me, to my patients, to the women and girls in my life. You're here to listen, to consider the facts, to come to a decision on the best legislation possible. We both want to help people with the tools at our disposal. I'm a family doctor with professional and personal experiences with sexual violence and reproductive health care. In trying to understand and move on from my own trauma, I've done research, run a hospital forensic department, and joined in community efforts to combat domestic violence. I teach patients and clinicians about violence and its effect on health. Sexual and reproductive coercion and rape are tools of violence and control. I know this in my bones. I couldn't say no to sex with a man who kept a loaded gun under the mattress we slept on. Fear and shame keep survivors from talking, from getting the help they need. Surviving rape or seeking care for unintended or coerced pregnancy is laden with shame and fear. If you survived the most shameful thing you can imagine, would you want to immediately go to a hospital and share that with a healthcare provider? Would you want to sign a legal document about it? Removal of the affidavit requirement will let more women and girls access the care they need. Thank you. Restricting access to care at 10 weeks will hurt people. Women and girls, especially girls and teens who don't know they're pregnant by then. Most haven't even seen a doctor yet. Trauma scrambles the normal thinking processes. So rape survivors often don't seek care right away, and delays in care are even more common in trauma survivors. No one situation before, during, or after pregnancy is the same. No delivery is like another. Coercion and control have variables too. Women and children are raped. Women have their birth control pills stolen or hidden. Their partners refuse to let them get contraception or even basic medical care. Pregnancy itself is full of risks to physical and mental health. Violence and control make these risks higher. We all wish this issue were simple. It would be easy to do the right thing if it was simple, but it's not. Even if we had the details of every possible situation, we couldn't agree on the right course of action for each person, for each pregnancy. The facts show bills like this don't serve their intended purpose, to decrease abortions and save lives. In countries where there are more restrictions on abortions, there are consequences. There are more unintended pregnancies. More abortions happen, and they're less safe. More living, breathing women and girls are lost because the abortions are still happening, but they're just not safe. Families lose daughters, sisters, mothers, but abortions still happen, bill or no bill. One way, though, women and girls don't go home to their families. They don't finish school. They don't start businesses and keep the economy going. They just suffer and die without proper care. The WHO recommends legal access to safe abortions without restrictions or barriers to care. 78 American medical societies stand against abortion restriction. If you trust us as doctors to keep you well, to keep you out of the hospital, to save your life, trust us when we say it's a patient's right to choose their own medical care, even if it's not what you would choose. Abortion bans don't save lives. Sex education, access to birth control, and safe legal abortions save lives.
Thank you very much. Representative Shackelford.
Thank you, doctor. One quick question. How long does it take a female to get services for an abortion after a rape? Like, what does that process look like?
Well, there are delays to care, usually just because people don't seek care immediately, and trauma delays that care. So, I mean, it could be days to weeks until a woman is able to get the care she needs. And if you have bans at 10 weeks, it's too late for most people. If you think about teenagers and young girls, they have fewer resources, they have fewer abilities to plan and arrange things. It's going to be even harder.
Thank you very much. Dr. Andrea Alexander.
Sorry, of course it would shut off as soon as I got up here. Okay. All right. Thank you, Chairwoman and members of the committee. My name is Dr. Andrea Alexander, and I'm an emergency medicine physician who practices here in the state of Indiana. I'm testifying today on behalf of the over 9,000 physician, resident, and medical student members of the Indiana State Medical Association. We thank you for your willingness to hear testimony on all sides of this difficult issue. In particular, from the medical providers you've heard from and will hear from, who will be faced with appropriately responding to and implementing any legislation passed regarding abortion during this special session. We also thank you for many of the changes this committee adopted this morning and for the opportunity to share our suggestions for additional improvements. The ISMA, along with several other healthcare associations, signed a letter to the Indiana General Assembly and Governor Holcomb strongly advocating for exceptions to any abortion ban, including life of the mother, health of the mother, cases of rape, cases of incest, and cases of fatal fetal anomalies. When a fetus is diagnosed with, which we define as when a fetal is diagnosed with a condition that in reasonable medical judgment is incompatible with life outside of the womb. This committee has already heard or will hear medically informed testimony on why each of these exceptions are important for your consideration, as well as why you should remove or at least make additional changes to the newly imposed barriers to access in the instances of rape and incest. Thank you for not creating any new criminal penalties for physicians in the amended versions of Senate Bill 1. However, there is still some opportunity for criminal liability under the amended bill. You've heard, medicine is not black and white. When called upon to treat complex patients, physicians are trained to gather and analyze data and present it to the patient in an objective format to help them make the best decision for their health and the health of their baby. In many instances, including situations involving each of the exceptions I mentioned, decisions must be made rapidly. Criminal penalties for physicians freeze the scientific and efficient decision-making process in its tracks. Balancing the risk of criminal prosecution with the need to act quickly to make a medically indicated decision and save the life of a patient is a nearly impossible task. This will undoubtedly result in delays in care as legal counsel is sought, ultimately resulting in harm to patients. If the physician-patient relationship is to be properly protected and the Hippocratic oath we took as physicians to do no harm is to be put into practice, physicians should not be put in the position of having to choose between self-preservation and providing medically indicated care. Finally, a criminally charged environment can deter physicians in training from seeing Indiana as a welcoming state to practice in from a risk perspective. We have wonderful OBGYN training here. And this helps us maintain access to critical services for Hoosier mothers and babies. Fear of criminal prosecution for certain procedures could deter enrollment. We also know this sentiment is widely shared by the public. A recent public policy poll survey that was released just over a week ago states that 91% agree that doctors should be able to help their patients experiencing pregnancy complications and miscarriages without fear of being charged with a felony.
Your time is up.
Okay. Can I just say one more thing?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So regarding the criminalization, we do believe that this is something that should be done by the licensing board. So if we are going to punish physicians for not acting out whatever bill is passed, we strongly are against any criminalization, and that it's with the licensing board, and that the language that was just put in about requiring the license to be removed, that we ask that you just put in some discretion on that and take into consideration what that can do to the life of a physician if somebody were to just decide that what they did was wrong when they were really using their best judgment. Thank you.
Representative Bartels.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Doctor, just to clarify that you say you're representing the State Medical Association?
Yes.
So if given the fact that the amendment, there's no additional penalties, we're just going back to what's already in current code, is the association supportive of the bill?
Well, the issue with that is that in the current code that there is some language there about felonies already. And now when you're adding in all these exceptions, which we want the exceptions for the health of the mother and life of the mother and all of that, but then with all those exceptions, it makes the waters a little bit muddy. So when they make those decisions, and then if somebody then comes and says, hey, we don't agree, we don't actually think the life of the mother was in danger, and now you open up this whole criminal court case, and then they can be found guilty, and that's going to essentially ruin their life when in the beginning they thought they were making the right decision.
Follow.
Just clarification, if there was some different wording or clarifying language in this life of the mother situation, the association is supportive?
No, so we're talking about the criminalization. So we do not feel that physicians should be held to possibly getting a felony. When it comes to life mother, I mean, we just believe that that should be a decision that's made between the patient and the physician.
All right. Thank you very much. Oh, sorry. Representative Shackelford.
Thank you, Doctor. Since you're here representing ISMA, I wanted to talk about implicit bias training. You have brought up the great training that you guys have with OBGYNs, and looking at the disparities that we already have in health and ones that this bill will create, do you think implicit bias training will help that relationship between the physician and the patient as we look at this bill?
So in representing ISMA, I don't believe I can speak on that in particular. We just have not, I have not discussed that in relation to this with them. So in representing ISMA, I cannot say that. I do know that in general, implicit bias training is permeating the healthcare system, whether you're talking about the training programs or the places of practice throughout the state of Indiana. So, yes.
Any other questions? All right, thank you very much. Dr. Zimmerman? Or or a substitute? Elliot, okay, Zach.
Thank you, Madam Chair and committee members. My name is Dr. Danielle Elliott, and I'm an emergency physician practicing in Central Indiana and the current president of the Indiana chapter of the American College of Emergency Physicians. We are the largest organization of emergency physicians who practice throughout the state, providing emergency care to from the largest academic trauma centers to your rural critical access hospitals. We care for patients 24/7, 365 days a year, including those that present with pregnancy-related crises. Many of these patients have limited access to health services and know of nowhere else to turn. These patients often have a hard time navigating the already complex healthcare system. They turn to us in their darkest moments and depend on us to provide life-saving care to them without judgment or fear of retribution. I stand here today on behalf of our chapter in opposition to the current language of Senate Bill 1. Indiana ACEP is a nonpartisan organization made up of politically diverse membership with a wide array of opinions on this topic. In our testimony on the original language of this bill, we employed a balanced approach to explain those points we felt were critical to continuing to provide high-quality emergency care for our patients. We highlighted the sanctity of the patient-physician relationship and the continued ability of our emergency physicians to have an honest discussion with a patient about their health and to evaluate all treatment options. We also highlighted our desire for emergency physicians to be able to provide life-saving interventions and treatments consistent with the evidence-based standard of care without fear of prosecution. We do acknowledge and appreciate the newest amendment, though we still have concerns and that the current language and further iterations of the bill will impede such care and with regards to criminalization of physicians. We feel this bill will create a situation where physicians may alter their practice of medicine due to fear of prosecution, rather than the clinical presentation of the patient. Medicine has many gray areas. In emergency situations, physicians often work with a lack of complete information and must make quick decisions in the best interests of our patients. My colleague and Indiana ACEP Vice President Dr. Zimmerman will talk more in detail about those gray areas in further testimony. It is also important to keep in mind that as emergency physicians, we do not have the option to choose the patients we treat. The Federal Emergency Medical Treatment and Labor Act, EMTALA, requires that we stabilize and treat any patients that come to our emergency department. We believe that we are still potentially exposed to criminal prosecution under this current bill, and as such, we are very concerned that this will lead to fewer physicians being willing to practice within this state, which will further reduce our ability to have adequate specialty access.
Your time is up. Okay. Any questions? Representative Gartels?
Doctor,
yes.
A couple questions. One, are you okay with the current statute that with criminal penalties based on medical physicians?
So, with talking to the
Current,
amendment,
with nothing to do with this bill, current without any changes.
so we are opposed to the current bill. We feel, with regards to the amendment, that even though it's not adding any additional criminal penalties, it's expanding those situations that would fall under that criminal penalty. And with the way the language is written, we're unclear about whether that would still open us up to prosecution. And I'm not a lawyer, but that's what I've been told.
Okay, from a practical scenario, representing ER doctors, you're generally there to protect the life of, as you said, treat any patients.
Correct.
Right? So, given the fact that this hasn't changed that fact for your organization, if you take away this criminal penalties, which we've taken that out, right? We're not changing anything for doctors. It's the same statute it's always been. This bill, the amendment puts it back, so there's no other issues. So if you don't have a problem with the way current practices are, my question is, if you take that out of there, does the bill provide, I should say, would you and your association provide some acceptance of this, is that you still have that life of the mother, you still have a duty, and that, in your words, that we still are treating all patients? Are you supportive if you take out the criminal penalties?
So, with the way the current amendment is, even with you taking out what you feel is any additional criminal penalization, we feel that this would still potentially open us up because it's broadening those situations within medicine that would potentially be open to that previous criminal penalty. And by making it all other situations, there's many gray areas, and Dr. Zimmerman will speak to some of those areas that we feel would potentially go under that.
Any other questions?
Yeah.
Representative Shackelford?
Thank you. In regards to the criminality piece, then would it be helpful for there to be some type of amendment for doctors under that 20 weeks where we're looking at the life and the health of the mom and the lethal anatomy, and then where we're giving it unlimited weeks, basically, for the decision of the doctor when it comes to that lethal anatomy, that we put something in there to say that you are exempt from criminal charges?
I would have to see the language, but that may be something. I also think, overall, we feel like licensure and going to the medical licensing board is where these many gray areas within medicine should rely, and not within the courtroom and with the prosecutors.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Lindsey Zimmerman.
Madam Chair and committee members, my name is Dr. Lindsey Zimmerman. I'm an emergency physician and the current vice president of the Indiana chapter of the American College of Emergency Physicians, or ACEP. I work in urban, suburban, and rural emergency departments across Indiana. I'm here today to speak not only on behalf of our organization, but on behalf of the emergency department patients that I am privileged to serve. We do not choose our patients. They choose us, and they come to us for a vast array of medical concerns. When our pregnant patients come in, these cases can involve anything from treating morning sickness or simple reassurance to the pregnant mother that everything is okay, all the way down to the heartbreaking procedure where we deliver babies from the uterus of a woman that has just died in the emergency department. Our job is to provide the best medical care possible to our patients, no matter the diagnosis or situation. Senate Bill 1 was a deeply flawed bill that would have limited our ability to do our jobs. While Indiana ACEP appreciates the amendment that was approved this morning, we still have some concerns about this bill and its effects on emergency physicians and our emergency department patients. We are dedicated to the health and lives of our patients. The lives of pregnant Hoosiers are extremely valuable, and their health must be protected. We appreciate the inclusion of the health exception for pregnant women. And let me explain that and maybe paint a little bit of a picture for you. Criminalizing aspects of our work would have forced us to choose between criminal penalties or medical malpractice. At what point does a pregnant woman in her second trimester with uterine hemorrhage turn the corner from health-threatening status to life-threatening status to meet the requirements of the law? 1 unit of blood, or 2, or when she bleeds out in the emergency department? We require discretion. We just require ability to make our decisions without threat. What blood pressure is low enough to satisfy a life-threatening consequence exclusion? 90 over 60, 80 over 50? How fast would she have to be bleeding? Soaking through 2 pads an hour or 3? These are difficult for us to make in the moment, these decisions. Suppose a woman has premature rupture of membranes in her second trimester. This is what you would know as a woman's water breaking. She comes to the emergency department for care and has signs of sepsis from an infection in her uterus, for which the only effective treatment is ending the pregnancy. Her lactate levels can reflect the severity of illness. What would a criminal court state that number needs to be before it's considered life-threatening? 4 or 5? Do we have to wait to intervene until she is unconscious and fixing her medical issues becomes more complex and fraught with complications? The health and life of a mother exist on a continuum. In the emergency department, we do not have the gift of hindsight. The health exception allows us to do the right thing for our patients, and we appreciate this amendment. May I speak just
very quickly?
I fear that many physicians will consider their employment in a state that threatens them if this amendment has been changed, or leave medicine altogether. For my emergency department colleagues, for my OBGYN colleagues, and for my patients, I would oppose this bill should the threat of criminalization remain. Thank you.
Any questions? Thank you. Dr. Barry Ott.
Thank you, Chairperson McNamara. My name is Mary Ott. I'm a pediatrician who works with adolescents, and I'm testifying on behalf of the Indiana chapter of the American Academy of Pediatrics. The AAP represents 67,000 pediatricians nationally and 74% of pediatricians in Indiana. Comprehensive, evidence-based reproductive health care is a cornerstone of child health. Access to safe and legal abortion is an essential component of this reproductive health care. This is an issue of both health and justice. Bans on abortion pose a threat to the health and well-being of Indiana children, impacting the physical, mental health, educational, and economic outcomes for our youth, including adolescent maternal mortality. The AAP additionally supports adolescents' autonomy over their reproductive health choices and future. Legislation should promote healthcare access rather than undermine it. I appreciate the chair's amendment. The Indiana AAP remains concerned about unrealistic time limits for child victims of rape and incest, effectively eliminating abortion access in many cases, and recommends against reintroducing notarized affidavits, which put the burden on the already traumatized child victim and family. In pediatrics, medical issues are best determined by our patients, their families, and in consultations with their physicians. Adolescents should be able to work with their physicians who have training and expertise to make reproductive health decisions informed by their individual medical needs, evidence, and their personal values. The proposed legislation politicizes what should be a private decision. Access to abortion is a health equity issue relevant to pediatricians. Indiana ranks 37th nationally in adolescent pregnancy, and young people face more access barriers than adults. The legislation will deepen reproductive health disparities faced by our Black and brown youth, who make up 30% of Hoosier children, as well as young people in the child welfare and juvenile justice systems, LGBTQ youth, and young people in rural and medically underserved areas. The AAP is committed to prevention. Research shows that the most effective way to prevent adolescent abortion is not to ban the procedure, but to provide comprehensive sex education and expand access to birth control. Sex education teaches about the full range of birth control options and provides Hoosier youth with the tools to make healthy decisions. Equally important is same-day confidential access to contraception, including IUDs and implants. When Colorado provided same-day access, they dropped their adolescent birth rates by 29% and adolescent abortion rates by 34%. If Indiana were truly committed to decreasing adolescent abortion, the legislation wouldn't ban it, but instead would support minor consent, comprehensive sex education, and funding for same-day, low-cost, confidential access to effective birth control.
Your time is up.
Thank you. In sum, the Indiana AAP opposes SB 1 because it goes against core principles of quality adolescent reproductive health care. Thank you.
Okay, Representative Nagel.
Thank you. Dr. Ott, correct? I want to make sure I'm trying to follow my list of people we're hearing. Appreciate your testimony. I guess my question is about the birth control for access for youth. In Colorado, you mentioned that state. At what age are they eligible to get birth control?
Are you talking about in Indiana or in Colorado?
No, you mentioned Colorado.
Oh, the data that I was talking about was with their minors, so under 18. The birth and abortion rates dropped precipitously for adolescents. dropped some for
Because
young
they had
adults.
access to birth control?
Through access to birth control, yes. It was access to birth control that dropped the rates.
I was just wondering if you knew if there was a cutoff age on access to birth control for
Yeah,
minors.
I don't know if they had a lower age.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Representative Dvorak.
Thank you. You're a pediatrician, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so my question is, this bill, as it's currently amended, has a 10-week cutoff for victims of rape and incest. My assumption is it's more likely for a child to take longer for either themselves or a caregiver or law enforcement to even understand that they're pregnant. In your experience, if you have, whether it's a 12-year-old, a 14-year-old, 16-year-old, under the age of 18, is it more likely it's going to take longer for that child to become aware of the fact that they're even pregnant as a victim of rape in the first place?
Yes, absolutely. There are both biological reasons because young people have more irregular periods, so it's harder to know if they've missed a single period. And then there are just the social reasons where, particularly in cases of rape and incest, it's really difficult for young people who may be in a power differential to be able to disclose. So absolutely.
And so if we have a situation where a child has found out that they're pregnant, and we're at, say, 12 weeks under this law, I assume that there's many more inherent dangers to them physically in carrying a pregnancy to term than a full-grown adult. Is that correct?
Okay. So very young adolescents have higher complications of pregnancy than adults, yes.
Thank you.
Representative Shackelford.
Thank you, Doctor. You mentioned health and sexual education. Do you think Indiana currently does a good job of educating our teens and young people about sexual education in school? And if not, how can we improve that?
So Indiana has youth in Indiana have very poor access to sex education. Our current legislation does not require sex education in school. It only requires HIV education and embryology. If schools choose to do sex education, it must focus on abstinence, but the law doesn't preclude comprehensive sex ed, but it turns out that very few school corporations actually have comprehensive sex ed programs.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Wilkerson?
Thank you so much for this opportunity to testify. My name is Dr. Tracy Wilkinson. I'm a pediatrician and a researcher at IU School of Medicine. I'm here today representing the Indiana Academy of Pediatrics and my patients and testifying in opposition to SB 1. This proposed legislation will eliminate 99% of abortions in our state, leaving very few exceptions for pregnant people, especially minors. The exceptions for rape and incest that are outlined in this proposed legislation are on paper and will be very difficult to implement in practice. If SB 1 is passed in its current form, only victims of rape or incest will be permitted to access an abortion within strict time limits. We appreciate the work that was done on the amendment before the session started, but I do want to address these time limits. They are not based on scientific or medical reasons, and they create an arbitrary cutoff for victims of rape and incest regardless of their age. If a minor is raped and becomes pregnant as a result of that rape, they will have to first recognize that they are pregnant. As my colleague, Dr. Ott, just explained, we know that teenagers are less likely to recognize that they're pregnant due to irregular periods, low health literacy, shame, and guilt. In addition, we know that minors that are pregnant as a result of rape and abuse are less likely to realize that they are pregnant and receive care due to the trauma and stigma that they face. After a minor realizes that they are pregnant, they will have to have the courage to tell their parent or their legal guardian about the pregnancy and about the assault if they have not already done so. They will have to decide what they want to do about the pregnancy. If the rape victim does not want to remain pregnant, they will need to find an abortion provider within our state. This will mean getting to a hospital that still provides this medical care, as clinic abortions will no longer be an option. Once they find this hospital and get an appointment, their parent or guardian will have to sign a consent form, and this form will have to be notarized. Any additional requirements to recount their assault will cause additional trauma to these victims. The rape victim will then have an ultrasound, receive state-mandated counseling, and be scheduled for a procedure and return at least 18 hours later for the procedure to be done. All of this has to happen before 10 weeks into the pregnancy. If a minor is pregnant as the result of incest, there is an exception to parental consent, only if the perpetrator is a parent or a guardian. There is no exception if the perpetrator is an uncle, a grandfather, a sibling, or a cousin. For the very rare instances when parental consent is not possible due to the minor's concern of repercussions, a judicial bypass is their only option. It requires that a minor first know that such an option exists, find an attorney, file a petition, and go in front of a judge to request permission for an abortion. This legal pathway for a minor to obtain an abortion in our state is incredibly challenging and daunting for minors. Again, all of this has to happen within 10 weeks. Any affidavit requirement is a risk to the minor's privacy, which is why it must remain out of this bill. For parents who are already faced with the difficult situation of helping their minor navigate this process, this legislation is adding to their burden and is not supporting parents. As a pediatrician who has had patients disclose sexual assault, I urge you not to add to their trauma and these victims with these arbitrary deadlines. I also want to add that there is no peer-reviewed evidence linking abortion to mental health diagnoses. In fact, when you look at the peer-reviewed evidence, 99% of patients that had an abortion do not regret their abortion. That is the evidence. Creating barriers that force minors to continue unintended pregnancies is not healthy for them, their potential children, or the children who will often suffer as a result. Doing this to minor victims of rape and incest will have lifelong consequences for them, and I urge you to vote no on this legislation. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Robin.
Thank you, Doctor. I just wanted to follow up on the mental health impact of a woman or a child that has an abortion. Can you expand on that information from the peer review, that there's no peer review evidence?
Yeah, so there are, medical studies that have looked at this connection due to the claim that there is an impact on mental health for those receiving abortions. And when they look at all of the evidence and pool that evidence together, there is no evidence of a link between the abortion procedure and mental health outcomes. And I think it's really important to note peer-reviewed evidence-based medicine as part of this testimony.
Okay. All right. Representative Dvorak.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, and in your experience, a 10-week time window, how many victims of rape, incest, sexual abuse are going to fall outside of that window? I mean, I'm trying to figure out how many children in a given year are going to be forced to carry a pregnancy to term after being raped by somebody.
I would estimate a vast majority, mainly because of the reasons that I disclosed. And I think that we will end up having minors that, if they're lucky enough to get through all those steps, will probably be past the 10-week limit that's in this bill, which is heartbreaking for all of us that would be having to tell this young person that their only option is to continue this forced pregnancy. A part of my testimony that I did not get to mention too is, forcing this pregnancy and the birth of this child also can put this young person at risk for further violence from their perpetrator, as the father of that child will be potentially given access to the child and to their rape victim as they, move through their life. And that is consistent trauma, persistent trauma that can happen to this rape victim. And so that's why these deadlines of 10 weeks make us all very concerned that this would be an exception on paper and not in practice.
And one follow-up, Mr. Chairman, if I may. And I know your specialty is in pediatrics and dealing with children, but I imagine it's probably also the case that adult victims of rape also have a more extended window in which they realize they're pregnant. Is that the case as well?
Yes, due to the fear and stigma, and also being traumatized. You know, if you have just been raped, the last place you might want to go is to a clinician's office where they might ask you to do a very traumatizing exam, such as a pelvic exam. After a rape or anything that is could be very triggering. And so I think this applies to all rape and incest victims and people that are in abusive relationships. And so trauma-informed care is very important in these situations, but it's difficult to find trauma-informed care in our state, unfortunately.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you.
Dr. Soderholm?
Hello, my name is Dr. Beatrice Soderholm. I am a fourth-year OBGYN resident at Indiana University. I'm here today on behalf of myself, my patients, and Indiana American College of Obstetrics and Gynecology. I am proud to provide much-needed obstetric and gynecologic care in the state of Indiana. My plan was to stay in Indiana permanently after completing my training next June, delivering babies and providing GYN care to people at various stages of their life. I am here today to share my concerns about how an abortion ban and the additional threat of criminalization will affect current and prospective residents, fellows, and medical students who are training and considering practicing in the state of Indiana. Today, more than 1 in 4 Hoosiers live in a county without an OB provider or a hospital capable of labor and delivery. These areas are described as OB deserts. At the same time, Indiana is ranked number 3 in deaths of pregnant people nationwide. Pregnant people are more than twice as likely to die due to pregnancy or childbirth in the state of Indiana than the national average. Though this has been debated today, peer-reviewed medical literature has shown that legal abortion is 14 times safer than carrying a pregnancy to term. Furthermore, we know that having access to a provider for pregnancy-related health care is crucial to keeping Hoosiers safe. I appreciate the amendments to SB 1, but would like to highlight the potential fallout of threatening trainees with criminal charges or loss of medical license. Residents and fellows frequently encounter pregnancy-associated bleeding, infection, and high blood pressure in their emergency departments, clinics, labor and delivery suites, operating rooms, and hospital wards. How will Indiana recruit and retain the best and the brightest if physicians have to worry about the legal nuances of quickly acting to provide health care that is frequently emergent, unpredictable, and life-saving? We know that more than half of physicians will permanently practice in the state where they completed their residency training. Indiana has retained over 3,000 physicians by recruiting residents to the Hoosier state. Trainees in Indiana were recently surveyed about the proposed legislation, and 80% of them reported that they were somewhat or much less likely to practice in the state of Indiana with an abortion ban. When asked about the possibility of legal punishment, 85% reported they were less likely to stay in Indiana after training. This would result in the potential loss of OBGYNs, pediatricians, emergency medicine physicians, internists, psychiatrists, and primary care providers, as well as many other subspecialists. I am incredibly concerned that the passage of SB 1 will have detrimental impact on recruitment and retainment of talented medical students, residents, fellows, and attending physicians in the state of Indiana. While the felony charge for unlawful abortion already exists, we have not had to practice in an environment where there is an abortion ban.
Your time is up.
This bill creates a hostile environment for physicians and will further contribute to the physician shortage and will have negative effects on healthcare for Hoosiers. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Nagel.
Thank you, Dr. Soderholm, for your work. And you're a fourth-year student, so within fourth-year student class, how many OBGYNs?
I'm a fourth-year resident, so I've already completed medical school. There are 10 of us in each class, and it's a 4-year residency, so we have 40 residents in total.
Okay.
In our program. And
do you have a feel for within the 40 in residency, how the 40 doctors feel about this? I mean, that this is gonna, they want to leave the state?
Yeah.
I mean, would you say 50%? Would you say 50%? Would you say?
I think that our the people in our program are representative of the survey results, where 80 to 90% are leaving the state.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Shackelford.
Thank you, Doctor. It's interesting to hear the residents who are going to leave the state after they're trained, but can you expand more on the deserts, the OB deserts that we already have? Because I heard something that we may have about 40 counties that don't currently have an OB. Do you have that correct information?
I think the the 2021 mortality review was that there are 30 counties without an OB provider or access to a labor and delivery unit, like a hospital in their county.
Representative Bartels.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Doctor, I just want to clarify something. Are you saying that if some form of this bill passes and we are limiting abortions, we're not banning it, never says that in the bill, that you're saying that your classmates are all going to leave the state of Indiana?
That is not what I said. I said that there was a survey of trainees that are currently residents in training in Indiana. There were over 400 responses, and 80% of them signified that they were much less likely or somewhat more likely to leave Indiana if this bill passes. So yes.
No, clarification, I don't have a copy of that survey, but I'm really concerned. Is it because there was a belief that the criminal penalties increase were in there at the time of the survey? Or is it now that that's not in the bill, that was the crux behind it?
There were two separate questions. One of them asked specifically about an abortion ban, and one of them specifically asked about if criminal charges were present in legislation. One was the abortion ban was 80%, the criminal charges was 85%. I think both are fairly significant.
Are you trying to get to when it was taken? Was it taken prior to, obviously, the amendment coming over here?
Prior to this morning, yes.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. All right, next up, Dr. Gabriel Boslett.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, I appreciate the opportunity to speak. My name is Gabriel Boslett. I'm a pulmonary and critical care medicine physician here in Indianapolis. I'm here as one of the founders of a group called the Good Trouble Coalition. This group was put together over about the past couple months and is a grassroots organization of over 900 Hoosier healthcare and public health stakeholders focused on patient-centered care, public health, and social justice. This group spans all medical specialties and many professions within healthcare and public health. The fact is that this bill affects all healthcare providers regardless of their specialty. We appreciate the removal of the criminalization language, but even the threat of license removal for nuanced healthcare decisions sends a chilling effect across all of medicine, not just OBGYN. The fact is, healthcare workers meet patients where they are. We see folks who live and were raised outside of the privileged bubble that many of us are blessed to live in. Many of these people face circumstances and life choices that you and I cannot possibly imagine. This is why the Good Trouble Coalition published an open letter to protect access to reproductive care in 8 newspapers last Monday. This letter was signed by almost 1,800 healthcare and public health workers around the state. And in addition, pretty much every major medical organization in the state of Indiana opposes this bill. We ask you to oppose this bill in the name of protecting the physician-patient relationship and for the health and wellness of Hoosiers. Thank you.
Any questions? All right, thank you very much. Dr. Fenaudy, is that close? Close.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Michelle Fenaudy. I am the Chief Medical Officer and Senior Vice President of Medical Affairs at Hendricks Regional Health. I am a board-certified OBGYN, and I practiced clinical medicine for a little bit more than 3 decades. I'm here today representing Suburban Health Organization. For those of you who may not be familiar with Suburban Health, we are 12 hospitals, independent hospital systems that are independently owned and operated throughout the state of Indiana. When I came today, I was singly focused on the language in Senate Bill 1 as it passed through the Senate, specifically related to page 2 and lines 20 to 22. And after listening to your deliberations this morning, I know that you have amended the bill and you have removed this language. And for that, I want to thank you, and I want to explain why I think that is so important to the physicians and the hospitals of our state. The language, as it was stated before, made it mandatory to document some medical conditions as abortions. And these medical conditions did not fit the description or the definition of abortion as the statute of Indiana would state. So therefore, it was removed, and I am thankful for that. Incorrectly leaving this language there and having us to call these procedures terminations really gives a distinct impression to the public that some of the hospitals, namely the ones that I represent, do procedures that we do not do. It also is unfair to the physicians when their names and their addresses are public as well, for that to be the public to feel that they are involved in these procedures. I want to reassure you that your decision is sound and that there is no gray zone here. In the medical experts, we know these are distinctly different situations. I mean, as you heard testimony this morning, a very heartfelt testimony from someone who's just had a miscarriage, and her feelings came through just in her voice. We also see those in the happy couple coming to the office who thinks everything is fine to find out on their first ultrasound that things are not, or even worse, these patients presenting to our emergency rooms hemorrhaging and in need of immediate care. So no gray zone here. I think these are very medically distinct situations. And I would urge you to leave the medical decisions in the hands of the experts that know how to handle these decisions, some of them very time sensitive. I have to underline some of the comments that my prior colleagues have made. We do not want to create a culture where physicians hesitate or don't do the right thing, and that very much can impact the outcome to a patient's care. So I want to encourage you to think as you write these bills and you write the sophistications into these bills, that you understand the complexity of medicine, and that you continue to do what is important for the women in the state of Indiana. Thank you.
Representative Nagel.
Thank you, Doctor. Is there a particular area in the bill now, the amended bill, that you have grave concerns over?
There is not. This wording was going to be very difficult for hospitals such as mine that do not do these procedures. Not that I disregard the hospitals that do. I think there's an important place, but the distinction for our hospitals was important to us.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Dr. Eric Fish.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, I'm Dr. Eric Fish, President and CEO at Schneck Medical Center in Seymour. I am here representing the Indiana Hospital Association and its 170 members statewide to ensure providers can continue to provide high-quality care to Hoosier women under the framework you create under Senate Bill 1. Abortion is an extremely difficult topic to discuss, let alone address with legislation. Striking a balance between accountability and flexibility remains a challenge. We certainly appreciate the task in front of you. The laws you pass routinely, and especially during this special session, will have a significant impact. You have a very serious policy decisions to make, and it's important to keep healthcare professionals in mind when doing so. The healthcare workers in your communities, working every single day to serve you, your family, friends, and neighbors. As you know, Indiana, like many other states, is experiencing a health professional shortage crisis. So we want to ensure that Indiana does not create an antagonistic environment for providers. We need every possible advantage to recruit and retain them. IHA's top priority is protection and support for Indiana's providers. As you consider a new framework for abortion, we implore you to adequately protect the physicians and staff who will be treating patients during a very difficult time in their lives. Indiana's healthcare professionals have been entrusted with the responsibility with serving their patients with compassion and integrity. Please allow them to do so without unnecessary fear of repercussions. I want to thank you for the committee amendment that was offered today, including adding the physical health of the mother and removing the concurrent jurisdiction language. Those are both positive updates for the bill, and I want to offer a few additional suggestions to improve Senate Bill 1. First, the effective date of the bill should be delayed until November 1st, 2022 to allow for proper training of healthcare professionals in accordance with the new state law. With this special session potentially lasting until August 14th, 2 weeks will be a tight time frame to update policies and procedures and ensure proper training has occurred. Second, IHA opposes the language added in the committee amendment, specifically Section 40, that would require the medical licensing board to revoke a physician's license if he or she is found to have committed an unlawful abortion. While it is likely that the physician's license would be revoked in such a circumstance, that discretion should be left to the medical licensing board to take into account extenuating and special circumstances as practicing physicians, much like we give discretion to our judges. Finally, IHA respectfully requests that the criminal penalties under the current framework not apply to situations of good faith adherence to the regulatory framework by healthcare professionals. Further, the criminal penalties framework should not apply to circumstances when a physician provides an abortion under the physical health or life exemption. Such circumstances should be reviewed by the medical licensing board to determine whether they were unlawful, and a licensure action should be sought. But under the current framework, a physician could be charged if it is questioned whether the health or life of the mother was at risk. Again, such circumstances would be appropriately reviewed by the board. I want to thank you for your time. Today you have the opportunity to support the providers caring for Hoosier women and children. Let's work together to achieve that goal, and we appreciate your consideration. We'll be happy to answer questions.
Any questions? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Dr. Teresa Levins.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and members of the committee. I am Dr. Teresa Levins, and I'm a board-certified family physician. I have practiced in Indiana for the last 30 years, and I'm representing the Indiana Academy of Family Physicians. I will focus my testimony on the issue of criminality in Senate Bill 1 as passed. I have not had the chance to review any of these amendments. The IAFP believes that beyond blatant disregard for the law and physicians should be protected from criminality when acting in an evidence-based, reasonable, and responsible, good faith manner when terminating a pregnancy. Physicians should not be placed in situations where they hesitate to act or withhold care because of the threat of a criminal prosecution. Criminality still exists in this bill. You have focused the risk, but it still exists for the doctor. Adverse events can occur quickly in obstetrics, and rapid decisions are required in those emergency situations. I practiced pregnancy care in my family medicine practice for the first 14 years of my career. I can tell you that time is of the essence when making many decisions in OB. When making these decisions, physicians should not have to choose between doing what they honestly believe is the best ethical medical care or avoiding possible prosecution. I can't imagine a physician willing to practice OB in such an environment created by this legislation. It will have an effect on physicians' willingness to treat pregnant women. Many OBGYNs and family physicians may discontinue pregnancy care, and OBGYNs may drop OB and solely practice GYN. We cannot lose our physicians who do OB. Access to pregnancy care is the best way to ensure healthy moms and babies in Indiana. We are also concerned about the exception of when a pregnancy termination is allowed. In this bill, these exceptions need to be better defined and/or better clarified. They include the definition of reasonable medical judgment made by a reasonably prudent physician. In medicine, we use the terminology evidence-based for our medical standard. What is a reasonably prudent physician? Irremediable medical condition incompatible with sustained life. Does sustained life mean a day, a week, a month, or a year? Substantial permanent impairment of the life of the mother. I may not be able to assess her impairment when I'm looking at her in an emergency situation before me. I am acting in her best interest for her life, not looking at impairment. These descriptions might be acceptable language if the consequences were solely licensure actions, but in the context of criminal prosecution, they are too inexact, subjective, and open to interpretation, especially for the non-physician who will prosecute and judge. Medical decisions making is often not straightforward. Medicine is an inexact science that cannot be legislated by non-physicians with precision. I ask you to consider the unintended consequences this bill may produce. Let doctors be doctors to care for their patients. The almost 2,000 physician members of the IAFP implore you to act carefully and thoughtfully in regards to this bill.
Thank you very much. Any questions for the committee? All right, thank you. Dr. Philip Eskew.
I am Dr. Philip Eskew, Jr. I spent 38 years as an obstetrician gynecologist at St. Vincent Hospital, starting a practice in Carmel in 1974. I did my residency at St. Vincent when it was located on Fall Creek Parkway. During my residency, which was before Roe, I cared for the girls at St. Elizabeth's Home, a home for pregnant girls sent there by Catholic Diocese in Indiana and Ohio. I delivered 8 to 12 young girls ages 12 to 15 each month. I also delivered 2 11-year-old girls. One I remember vividly, delivered a few days after Christmas. Following delivery, when we took her to the recovery room, she did not ask to see her newborn baby. She wanted a doll she got for Christmas. At that time, my own daughter was about that age. I did not sleep that night. I've never forgotten that experience. I also cared for a young girl brought into the ER. She died after receiving an illegal abortion from a coat hanger. Making abortion illegal will not stop abortions. It will only make them unsafe. Senate Bill 1 speaks to a substantial permanent impairment of the life of the mother. During my years of practice, I counseled numerous patients trying to decide whether to undergo an abortion or give birth to their baby. Perhaps they could not afford another child. Maybe there were genetic anomalies. Women and girls have many reasons, and they are not mine to judge. Let me tell you that my patients almost always discussed that suicide was an option. The decision of whether to have an abortion can affect a woman's status for the rest of her life. Do we as doctors just document that they have to decided to commit suicide if we don't perform an abortion to satisfy Senate Bill 1? And as a proud Indiana physician, let me emphasize to you that Indiana should be focused on improving maternal mortality, not on restricting the reproductive rights of girls and women. The impoverished women, poor women, and women of color in particular have concerning rates of maternal mortality. This will only get worse if women lose their ability to make private decisions about their pregnancies. As physicians, our priority is twofold. Physicians must have the ability to address not only life-saving interventions, but also the ability to intercede when a pregnant woman's health is at risk and make sure physicians are not criminalized by doing so. Will you really put us in jail? Bankrupt us? Take away our ability to serve Indiana communities with the skills we have worked years to attain? Senate Bill 1 must give the physician the ability to do what is medically proven and appropriate for the health and life of their pregnant patient. No law should take away a woman's right to reproductive autonomy and control of her own body. The religious beliefs of some should not be the law for all. This is, in and of itself, a violation of the precious constitutional right, the freedom of religion. As a former director of St. Vincent's OBGYN residency program, I trained Dr. Eric Fish that just spoke. I trained many young physicians, most of whom stayed in our state to practice. Indiana's ability to acquire, retain talented physicians to our medical community should be of grave concern to our state, as Senate Bill 1 will affect those physicians desiring to stay in Indiana to practice. Thank you for allowing me to talk.
Okay. Any questions? Representative Nagel?
Thank you, Dr. Eskew. When you were meeting with your patients, did you always discuss birth control with them, trying to prevent future pregnancies?
Absolutely. We always discuss birth control, and of course now they have the opportunity to go to a pharmacy and obtain birth control, and I think that right should be available to all people.
Well, right now they have to have a prescription from a doctor to get.
I know.
And what some of the things that we're discussing is not having a prescription and being able to just go through a quick battery of
that would be a wonderful addition.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm gonna try it. I'm gonna guess that the Z is silent and go with Nachko. Okay. All right, help me out.
Linda Zanako.
Sanako. I wouldn't even been
Zanako.
close.
So I am here, it sounds like, since I've been in the room, as the first non-physician. So I want to just thank you, Madam Chair, and for the committee for allowing me to speak today, but also just out of absolute respect for the medical professions that have spoken here today. I'm just really grateful for each and every one of them. I'm here to speak to fetal anomaly, and I just want to define that real quick. It just said, you know, on Google search, an anomaly is something that is different from what is expected. Fetal anomalies refer to unusual or unexpected conditions in a baby's development during pregnancy. I think that definition is shallow and brushes with a very broad stroke, because we have never celebrated different more than we do in our culture today. And so I think that we need to consider what is different and give value to all of life. I am founder of He Knows Your Name Ministries. The first opportunity I had to serve in the state of Indiana was when a baby was found in a dumpster in 2009. I've been in this ministry for 13 years, and I've claimed 37 babies that have been abandoned at either the coroner's office, outside, or at funeral homes and hospitals. I claim those babies that are left unclaimed, and I give them a dignified burial, bury them in something really beautiful, and I celebrate their life. So I believe that every life matters, the life of the mother and the life of the baby. I have been serving mothers and babies in crisis for 13 years, and I also serve our community. I'm the one who goes to their home and sits with them and talks with them about their crisis, their situation, the trauma or the pain that they've experienced because of rape, incest, or just a difficult pregnancy. I am also a huge supporter of safe haven baby boxes, and the progressive bereavement care in hospitals is something I've been advocating for 13 years. I believe that no human is perfect, and I know we all in this room would agree for that. However, new parents desire 10 fingers and 10 toes to give evidence that their baby is, in fact, perfect. But ultrasounds are not perfect. They are wrong and they are right. They show something is not there, and they show something that is there. And I want to say that oftentimes we treat them like they're gospel when they are not. Medical information can be subjective, and I believe that abortion is not an option for many women. I just want to share a little story from a friend of mine who just had a baby who's now 4 months old. Marley was diagnosed post-birth with a form of spina bifida. She had bleeding on the brain and swelling of her kidney. None of those diagnoses showed up on ultrasounds through pregnancy. The OB went back to look at the ultrasound again after Maylee was born and stated there was only one very good picture from her entire spine at 33 weeks on the odd ultrasound, and we did not see spina bifida. Marley's diagnosis will have the potential to cause incontinence, braces on her legs, neurological limb and dysfunction, and so on. Marley will be 4 months old in August, and she's a very healthy baby at this point. If I had known prior to birth that she had these health issues and challenges, I would have not even considered for a second to abort my sweet, beautiful daughter. We have so incredibly loved her and cherished every piece of her. She is as fiercely mobile outside the womb as she was inside the womb, and we are hopeful to be ready to walk through every stage of her life with her.
Your
just wanna-
time is up.
What?
Your time's up, so if you could sum up, please.
Let me wrap it up, you said? Well, I just want to wrap it up with my personal experience because I am 61 years old. I've gone through a lot of OB and GYN years, and I had a perfect ultrasound of a baby, my third child. And yet, at 15 years old, she was diagnosed with a severe eating disorder. You know, that kind of thing doesn't show up on an ultrasound early in life. And I have fought for her life for 15 years, and I will continue to do that. That we just cannot rely on medical personnel, ultrasounds, and medical technology to always give us all the information that we need. I think also as I expect my fourth grandchild, and I know that the baby that I gave birth to, I had placenta previa, I hemorrhaged nearly to death giving birth to her, and she needed to be resuscitated. So I have experienced in my own personal life a lot of trauma in pregnancy, and I just want to say that I still am going to advocate for life, and I made the choices with my physician to do what I did with giving them life. And if I knew all of that again today with the progression of medical care, I would do the same thing. Thank you very much.
Okay. Any questions? Hey, folks, I asked you at the beginning of this to please be respectful. There's going to be folks here who have experienced trauma. There's going to be folks here who are very passionate about what they do. And we will not tolerate outbursts that disrespect them. Thank you.
I respect your position. Thank you.
Robin Atkins.
Thank you, Chairwoman McNamara and members of the committee. My name is Robin Atkins. I am testifying in opposition of Senate Bill 1. I'm a survivor of child sexual abuse, rape at age of 15 and age 17. I have been pregnant 6 times. One of those pregnancies ended in abortion, 1 ended in miscarriage, 4 ended in live births. One of my pregnancies was a high-risk pregnancy that was very traumatic and resulted in an emergency C-section at 32 weeks and a month in the NICU. I am also a professional licensed mental health counselor specializing in reproductive mental health. The topics of abortion, pregnancy, and rape are extremely important to me personally and professionally. Rape is always a traumatic event. It may or may not rise to the level of meeting clinical standards for diagnosis. Abortion is not and has never been a mental health treatment. Mental health clinicians don't do abortions, and those who do abortions are not mental health clinicians. Pregnancy may be traumatic for women for many reasons. Tachyphobia, or the fear of pregnancy, and high-risk pregnancies may be traumatic and increase mental health risks and increase the risk of termination for pregnancy if not treated with evidence-based and trauma-informed mental health care. Patients often report that in both the case of high-risk pregnancy and fetal anomaly, the way they are treated by medical staff and support systems has more to do with the trauma experienced than the events that are occurring in their bodies. In the case of fetal anomaly, termination appears to lead to increased risk of PTSD. Abortion has never been a therapy modality or intervention for any type of mental health trauma. Pregnancy following a rape may or may not be experienced as trauma. Anywhere from 50 to 80% of women who become pregnant after rape choose to carry their child to term, and of those who terminate, up to 80% regret it. The appropriate response to a traumatic pregnancy following a rape is compassion, active listening, motivational interviewing, and evidence-based therapeutic modalities. Abortion is neither necessary nor evidence-based to treat trauma. Research hasn't shown any positive mental health effects from abortion. Research suggests any reproductive loss, including abortion, increases risk of mental health complications, including suicide, when compared to live birth. Women who have been turned away from abortion, overwhelmingly, 96%, report they are grateful. Many end up becoming more pro-life. We must be cautious about how we speak of those conceived during rape. Consider women such as Ethel Waters, Eartha Kitt, Monica Kelsey, Valerie Gatto, all conceived and raped to teenage mothers. Are their lives not valuable? Does our compassion not extend to them as well? If we're going to be compassionate, we must have compassion for every human involved in trauma or tragedy. If we're going to intervene, we must intervene with the least violence possible. If you want to do something tangible for rape survivors, process the over 5,000 rape kits that remain in storage in Indiana. increase the level of felonies for sexual offenses and the sentences possible for those felonies. Please explain to me how in any society driven by justice or social justice, a convicted child rapist can be out of prison in as little as 3 years, but the second victim of the rape, the child created by his actions, is given the death penalty with not even a court hearing. It is far past time for Indiana to stop blaming and attempting to hold accountable women's biology and our offspring for the crimes men commit. You'll notice how pro-women people are unless you have a pro-life woman speaking.
Your time is up.
Okay. Can I, one sentence?
One sentence.
Okay. I oppose SB 1 because women and children deserve actionable legislation that provides protection and access to real health care. Thank you for your time. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay. Any questions? All right. Thank you very much.
You.
Okay. Sam?
Good afternoon. My name is Cassie Ringelspawn. I am standing in as proxy for Sam DeWester with permission. I am a family law attorney from Hamilton County. Today I stand before you afraid. Today I stand before you afraid. I'm the mother of 3 little girls who 5 years ago I wasn't sure I'd ever have. I have been through medications, shots, hormones, procedures, IUIs, and eventually IVF, and I have several remaining euploid frozen embryos. A few years ago, we transferred a healthy male embryo, a boy we greatly wanted, and it worked. My pregnancy tests were positive, but our joy was short-lived when a few weeks later, we learned that we were experiencing a miscarriage. A spontaneous abortion is what it's called medically speaking. Our beloved son had no heartbeat. My body followed my heart and refused to acknowledge our loss, so we waited. For 10 days, I waited for my body to stop believing I was pregnant. For 10 days, I carried around my dead baby. And when my body refused to believe what science already knew, my doctor could have prescribed me a medication that you guys have the choice to make very difficult for women to find. That was March of 2020 during COVID, when telehealth was imperative, which again has been taken off of this bill. I already blame myself. I asked myself, what did I do wrong? Did I walk too much? Did I not walk enough? Was my anxiety too high? Now imagine my doctor reporting it, a police officer interrogating me, subpoenaing my text messages, and interviewing my family. Imagine a world where miscarriages of very wanted children are investigated. That is the world that you have the choice to create. Will we stop women at the border in Indiana to test them for pregnancy? How many 16-year-olds will know what implantation bleeding is or subchorionic hemorrhages? What about my monochorionic identical twins? The way that this law is written right now, they are a single person because that embryo split after implantation. Will other twin moms have the options for TTTS, life-saving surgeries for multiples, because the lives of multiples aren't weighed against each other in this bill? If fetal personhood is created in this law, will my frozen embryos be considered abuse and neglect? Will they be put in foster care in other women's wombs? Will every action of pregnant women resulting in a miscarriage be investigated for child endangerment? If you do this, women will become victims of this process. Women my age, my younger sisters, young women, teens, they will be your victims. They will be childbearing years until our courts can fix what you have done. Your proposal gives rights to the government and it deprives those to individuals. What you have written as we sit here today will result in miscarriages being investigated, doctors afraid to treat patients, reproductive endocrinologists, high-risk OBGYNs, MFNs, they will leave our state and women and children will suffer.
Your time is up.
Representatives, I want to leave you with this. The whole world is watching you right now. Any law that you put into place where a practitioner questions the legality of care and treatment given to a patient is fraught with peril. Choose wisely because your daughters and your granddaughters are watching you. Do not be on the wrong side of history. We will remember you. We won't forget come November.
Thank you. Any questions? Representative Nagel.
I forgot what your name was because you're not Sam. What's your name?
Cassie Ringelspa.
Cassie. So I also experienced a miscarriage in my life. This bill does not address those issues. I mean, that is just a spontaneous, release. Second of all, it will not be illegal for someone to travel to another state. It just can't. It's not within our Constitution. Third, IVF is not also touched at all in this bill. That is left alone. So I just want you to know that.
I appreciate your commentary, but when fetal personhood or rights are given to unborn children or 200 cells, it does put IVF at stake, because when you're looking at a blastocyst or an embryo and you're giving them the same rights that a child that's living and breathing and not in a petri dish, you're putting into question what those IVF doctors can actually do. Can they do PGT testing? Can they be frozen? There's lots of issues that come up when you start assigning rights to a bundle of cells.
I implore you to read this bill, because I think you'll discover that IVF is not affected at all.
There's a specific sentence that says IVF is not included.
I look forward to reading any changes that you have made, and I appreciate that.
I appreciate your testimony. Thank you,
Thank you.
Cassie.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you for your time today and your consideration.
Claire Kanchiro? Is that close?
Pretty close.
Okay.
Kanashiro. Chairperson, members of the House, thank you. My name is Claire Kanashiro. I'm 19 years old. I grew up in Indiana, attended high school just north of the city, and I'm now entering my second year of undergrad at Princeton University. And I'm asking you to oppose SB 1. IU was almost my top choice for schools, but in one semester, this would have been my first semester freshman year, Indiana University had over 24 reported cases of sexual violence. And given that only 10 to 20% of cases are reported in university, the actual numbers could be as high as around 200. That victim could be your child, your grandchild, it could have been me. And according to the CDC, 1 in 7 of those victims of rape will eventually become pregnant. And you can do the math. That's lots of college-age women. And yet SB 1 only allows 10 weeks for college-age victims to determine that they are pregnant. 10 weeks could be only 1 or 2 missed periods, depending on the regularity of them. 10 weeks, as someone suggested earlier, to go to a police officer and make a case. 10 weeks to recount a deeply traumatic experience, understand it, determine you are pregnant, schedule an appointment with limited operating providers of abortion, attend counseling, and wait 18 hours to get that abortion. 10 weeks is not enough. 10 weeks is unreasonable. This effectively eliminates abortion access for the victims that you should be protecting. And the majority of Hoosiers agree with me that this is overreach, this is overly restrictive. This will discourage young people like me from studying and working in Indiana. And as a college student, I don't feel safe here, knowing that I could become pregnant against my own will and that I will not be able to access the health care that could one day protect my life and my livelihood. I think it's important to understand that this isn't just about life as a biological human being. This is also about me as an emotional and a social person who exists and engages. And young women, including me, don't feel safe here, knowing that SB 1 will force us to give birth following and reliving the trauma of rape. And this is not what freedom should look like in our state. And this is not what dignity looks like for women in our state. But also to say that a woman should not need to be violated in order to exercise bodily autonomy and to choose abortion. Because SB 1 infringes on other rights of freedom that we have given in our Constitution, including the religious freedom of young people, and young people like me who are either non-religious or belong to a non-Christian religion, a freedom protected in the very First Amendment. Where is the separation of church and state? Not all of us believe life begins at conception. Some of us believe that life begins when the fetus cannot survive outside of the womb. Some of us believe that life begins when the infant is halfway out the birth canal. By passing SB 1, you would be forcing a religion of the majority upon the rest of us. And why is the religion of legislators, many of whom I do not vote for, and I cannot vote for because I don't live in their districts, why are you entering in my doctor's office? This is not freedom. This is not freedom of religion. This is not freedom of myself. You cannot legislate your laws by your God, who I do not believe in. And this is the hardest decision of your life, and it isn't yours to make. SB 1 replaces freedom with force, and I encourage you to oppose it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? All right, thank you very much. Mayor Kaiser?
Good afternoon, Chairwoman McNamara and members of the committee. I represent my local church in Fort Wayne. I stand before you today in opposition to the bill as it currently reads and as it is currently amended. This is human life we're talking about. Indiana Code recognizes that human life begins at conception, and abortion is the destruction of that human life. How could you ever fight to allow for exceptions to that? Give them that choice, Senator Glick said. Don't foster that evil on them after the evil they've already suffered. I'm sorry, but with respect, that's not evil, that is a child. And no, adding an amendment to restrict this to 10 weeks doesn't change that. I do sidewalk counseling. I see the death and destruction that human abortion brings. And right now it's bad, it's really bad. Indiana is bleeding because of the blood of these children. In the Bible, when Cain murdered his brother Abel, God said, "What have you done? The blood of your brothers crying to me from the ground." What does 8,400 children sound like in 2021 in Indiana in God's sight? Which, by the way, that's increased exponentially by virtue of Ohio and Kentucky all coming to Indianapolis, and we've seen that. One day I saw a woman from Ohio bring a couple to a clinic to kill their baby on the east side of Indianapolis, and 2 weeks later I saw her in Fort Wayne taking her to Planned Parenthood to get a referral, a different person. This is abortion tourism, and this cannot be allowed. Ohio's heartbeat bill doesn't have these exceptions, and so still we're going to get this tourism. Here's my message, and my message to anyone really. God is love. God's commandments are just. By obeying what he asks of you as a civil magistrate and placing your faith in Christ, you will not be put to shame. The Church of Jesus Christ is praying and actively working for your benefit. But if you choose to disobey God's law and be a law unto yourself, by doing so, you place yourself in the position of Almighty God by deciding who should live and who shouldn't. Some of your Republican colleagues in the Senate think that doctors or mothers via chemical abortion should be able to destroy fatherless children. I pray that you don't think the same. This is the Committee on Criminal Code, right? So here's my suggestion. Don't just ban abortion as a medical procedure. Criminalize the act of abortion, which will bring true justice and equity. We don't criminalize women. Whoever said that, that's legal nonsense. We criminalize the act of abortion. Do the right thing. Don't listen to clergy persons who think that teenagers in their youth group shouldn't have consequences for being promiscuous. Indiana might not seem like a Christian state, but Indiana resides on God's green earth over which he rules and reigns and has all authority and all dominion over. And unless you bow the knee to King Jesus Christ, you will die in your sins and trespasses. Thank you for the opportunity, and I'll answer any questions.
Your time is up. Folks, everybody is here and is entitled to share their opinion. Whether you agree with it or not, do not be disagreeable. It's common courtesy to be respectful, and I have that expectation of that, and I will not waver. I guarantee you there are people that you disagree with today, but they deserve your respect as well. And if you can't manage that in this chamber, then I ask you to leave. Time's up. Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Gray Lasine. I cheated, he told me.
Madam Chair,
members of the committee. I am the Reverend Gray Lassane, and I serve as the Dean of Christ Church Cathedral, located just 2 blocks from this State House on Monument Circle. We are part of a wider network of Episcopal churches and Christian communities from across the great state of Indiana, from South Bend to Jeffersonville, Evansville to Gary. As an ordained Christian clergyperson and as a person of deep Christian faith, I come to you today asking that this committee and that the House take no further action on Senate Bill 1. This legislation will harm women, girls, and pregnant people in my congregation. This legislation will endanger the lives of women and pregnant people who live in our church's downtown Indianapolis neighborhood. This legislation will threaten the health and safety of pregnant people across the Hoosier State. As a pastor and as a priest for more than 21 years, I have on several occasions counseled and supported pregnant people who, for a variety of very legitimate and moral reasons, have needed to end their pregnancies. I can say that in each case, the people I have counseled and supported have made those decisions prayerfully, reverently, and after much soul-searching and conversation with their families, their medical providers, and with me, their pastor. Our conversations weighed many moral goods and were made in consultation with friends, family, and with my parishioners' medical advisors. Today, I'm asking you, dear representatives, to give pregnant people in the Hoosier State the dignity and respect to make these difficult decisions with their doctors, with their families, and with their communities of faith. You may be surprised to hear that a Christian clergyperson is asking you to take no further action on this bill, but I want you to know that there are many faithful Christians and people of many different faiths in the Hoosier State who believe that reproductive health care and reproductive health procedures should be treated as all other medical procedures. The Episcopal Church and Christians and people of many other faiths alongside us believe that equitable access to health care, including reproductive health care, is an integral part of a pregnant person's struggle to assert their dignity and worth as a human being. If you pass this harmful legislation, you will be endangering the lives of young teenagers in my church's youth group who may self-harm if they are not able to have an open and honest conversation with their doctors. You may be endangering the lives of pregnant people in our downtown neighborhood experiencing homelessness who have no ability to travel outside of state to obtain adequate health care. You may be endangering the lives of pregnant people sitting in my pews who face high-risk pregnancies where local doctors may refuse to care for them for fear of being prosecuted. As a pastor and a priest, I will continue to walk the sacred and tender and vulnerable road with the women I serve when difficult reproductive health care decisions need to be made. My colleagues and I will continue to support and counsel them, and if you pass this harmful legislation, we will help them obtain appropriate care out of state. However, what I'm asking of you today is that you leave these difficult medical decisions to pregnant people and their medical providers here in their home state. When they seek our counsel, our faith communities will support and guide and nurture them. But please, I ask you, leave these decisions up to them. Thank you.
Time is up. Any questions? Representative Bartels.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just one question. Is there any biblical reference to the unborn?
There are a variety of biblical references, sir, and I would welcome those conversations. I'm mindful also that the debate here is not about religion, but rather it's about Article 1 in the Indiana Constitution.
You brought religion here too, right?
Sure, yeah.
Any other questions? Representative Jeter.
Thanks for coming, and thank you for sharing your opinion. Do you, and I mean this sincerely, I'm trying to get to the kind of the heart of some of the disagreements. Do you believe that a fetus is a life?
I believe that women should have access to adequate health care, and that those decisions are made between a woman, her health care provider, and her faith community. So my private counsel that I would offer to pregnant people may have a variety of contexts and circumstances, but I'm here today to talk about the appropriateness of these decisions being made with their women, their pregnant people, and their health care providers.
I understand all that, but I respectfully didn't really, I'm just curious, do you think a fetus is a life?
I'm not a scientist, and so I'm a theologian. I'd be glad to have those conversations with you offline, but I'm not here today to talk about that.
I was hoping we could have it now with the group. So I wanted, but that's okay. Thank you.
All right. Any other questions? All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thomas Moore.
Good morning or afternoon. I don't know. My name is Thomas Moore, and thank you for the chance to talk with you today.
as we think about life, life begins with a fetus. So that question that was confusing there a second ago, we see that. What's interesting in Indiana is if you're not getting an abortion and there's a murder case of a pregnant woman and she was known to be pregnant, there is criminal penalties for that. We've acknowledged that a fetus is life. But yet here we are today to debate, when does the life matter? When do we murder? When do we not? And so I'm here today to just challenge you guys, just scrap this bill and let's stop regulating murder. Murder is wrong every time. Life begins at conception. There's not an exception to that. There's not a reason that somebody's life doesn't matter. It doesn't matter their health. It doesn't matter if they might have disabilities. None of those things deserve death. And here we are discussing when death might be okay. Doctors here are struggling today with what these consequences might be, but if we just take away the abortion, there's no concerns for that. My wife is a NICU nurse, and she is even, I was talking with her about this, and one thing she shared with me is, she's seen children born with fatal abnormalities, and watching the mothers hold them. It's never a gruesome experience it's a calm experience. It's a chance of closure for the mother. And if she sat through some of those, is it a really sad experience? Absolutely. Is it this traumatic experience for the child more so than being torn apart to do it inside the womb? Not at all. And so I urge you, let's abolish this. You guys have had in the House presented HB 1282 to abolish abortion. Let's go back to that. Or take this bill and add an amendment, but there's no reason that an abortion, a murder, should be happening in the state of Indiana. Many of our representatives here have proclaimed to be pro-life. You've been elected on that. You've said you value life. I challenge you to now stand up for that. Let's vote in line with that. For those of you that are Christians, God values life, and murder is wrong. You guys know that, and you're going to take part in that. James 4:17 says, whoever knows the right thing to do and fails to do it, for him it is sin. Please don't take part in that. Fear God more than you fear man. Anybody else in here, don't worry about everybody else's voting and vote for the right thing here. Thank you very much.
Representative Young.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Thank you for coming out here today. I respect your opinion on this and understand why you oppose the bill. But with the amendment, if I were to tell you that we think that this bill will stop 95% plus of abortions in Indiana, do you think that we should not pass anything when we have the opportunity to do that?
Why do we not have an opportunity to?
Just yes or no. Don't you think it's better?
Yes.
Even if it doesn't go as far as you want, if we have the potential to reduce abortions by up to 95% or more, is that not good legislation in your eyes?
So I think two things there. One thing, if it was me, what I would tell you is I would not vote and take part in approving something that is still murder. I would not have my hands on ink approving murder, so I would not go for that. Right. The second thing with that, though, is now you've set a precedent, too, that, okay, you know what? And I've heard that argument many times, but why would we vote on something now to say some life doesn't matter to come change that later? We have a chance to do that. Let's stand for all life matters.
So you'd rather continue Indiana's current law because it's not, this bill would not be perfect and not fit your narrow view?
I believe as a legislator, there's never a reason you should pass a bill that approves of murder.
Okay, thank you.
So, yes, thank you.
Any other? Okay, thank you very much. Michael Padilla.
Thank you, Chairwoman McNamara and members of the House. My name is Michael Padilla, and I'm a board-certified family physician on the south side of Indianapolis, and I'm also the acting medical director of a fertility care center. I am opposed to abortion except when urgent life-saving treatment results in the death of the baby, and I stand in support of the spirit of Senate Bill 1, but am opposed to how it is written. I oppose SB 1 as written because I believe moms and babies deserve actionable legislation for real protection from manipulation, from the manipulative isolation of abortion. Sorry, my battery is dying and I can't see my phone. Specifically, the sentence which states that a confidential affidavit, skipping that part. Right. Many women resort to abortion because they feel alone and unsupported. When I was 9 years old, my parents opened our home to women in crisis pregnancies through the Gabriel Project. One woman was told by her father that she would be kicked out of her house if she didn't have an abortion just because the father of the baby was black. She wanted to keep her baby, so she left her father's house and came to ours. Another woman was the victim of a date rape and found herself pregnant. She did not want to have an abortion, but she was so ashamed to be seen by her friends and coworkers that she came to live with us. Because these women had a choice other than abortion, they were able to keep the babies that they wanted. On Saturday, December 4th of 2021, I got a call from a 30-year-old woman who had taken mifepristone for a medication-induced abortion. She was a single mother, who had a 3-year-old son, and she didn't think that she could support another child. Within 5 hours of taking the medication, she regretted her decision. The thing that stuck with me from that call was what made her change her mind. She said she was taking away the sibling that her son should have had. This woman was pregnant with a baby that she wanted, but she ended that human life inside of her because she didn't think that she had a choice. I take issue with the language of SB 1 on page 8, at the very bottom. The physician determines, based on reasonable medical judgment, that an abortion is necessary to prevent a substantial permanent impairment of the life of the woman. I have 2 kids. You know, I would argue that having children by definition is a permanent impairment of the life, of life, and potentially permits all abortions. The language should be more clear and say the only exception is the death of the pregnant woman. Without that clarification, SB 1 has the potential, and the wording, I'm not a legislator. I think that the specifics of the terminology brought up before with severe health risk are fine, but the language should be clear. Without that clarification, SB 1 has the potential to increase the availability of abortion and could result in more women perceiving that abortion is an acceptable end to a baby that they want but are scared to have. For these reasons and more, I stand in opposition to this bill as written.
Thank you. Any questions? All right, thank you very much.
Madam Chair.
Oh, sorry, Representative Bartels.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just real quick, your opposition is because you believe it'll potentially create more abortions.
The way it's written, yes, unless I've had a hard time keeping up with the amendments, but.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Avery Providence.
Actually, it's Javier. It's pronounced Javier.
Oh, Javier, okay.
I'm 16. I was assigned female at birth. Before I continue, I want to say I have a tic disorder, so there may be small movements, sounds, or little pauses during my testimony. I have a uterus. I'm a person who is able to get pregnant. I don't want to be pregnant. I don't want to have a child. While this makes it extremely difficult for those to get an abortion who need one, it should not. A reminder is abortion was not a legal issue and was largely stigma-free before 1840. So this is indeed about controlling people with uteruses, not about being pro-life. It's about being pro-birth and anti-choice. If someone is truly pro-life, they would want to subtract excess death. They would be working on abolishing the death penalty, making gun control laws, and COVID safety, as 60% of the country has been infected by COVID. For the purpose of this, I want you to imagine there is a person who got pregnant by accident. They took as many precautions as they could and still were not able to keep themselves from getting pregnant. That person is not financially stable enough, mentally stable enough, or physically stable enough to have a child. even if they wanted to give up a child for adoption, it is expensive to have time in the hospital. It is straining mentally, physically, and emotionally. That person should not be put into more debt for a child that they did not want to have. And the children should not be put into the foster care system or adoption system, as 90% of children who are in those systems have trauma from being in the system and should not be born to a parent who does not want to have a child. Now imagine someone who is very excited to have a kid, purposely gets pregnant, then something happens to their job, their partner's job, there's a medical issue, and they are not financially able, they are not physically able or mentally able to have a child. That child should not be put into poverty or into the home of someone who cannot take care of them. Someone who is under the age of 18 cannot adopt a child, yet this bill is trying to force those who get pregnant under the age of 18 to carry a pregnancy through, whether or not they keep the child at the risk of their own life. Imagine somebody gets you, your partner, pregnant, or you yourself get somebody else pregnant. You would want that pregnancy gone. And you would be able to find a way, if you are financially stable enough, to get rid of that pregnancy. As of 1998, an estimated 17.7 million women in America were survivors of sexual assault. 21% of transgender, queer, non-conforming people have been sexually assaulted. And 16 to 19 years olds are 4 times more likely to be assaulted. Just for number purposes, there are 100 rapists, each assault 1 person. Only 20% will be reported, which is 20 rapists reported. And only 6% of those will be sent to jail. 6% of 20 is 2.2. Rounding down, because there's no 0.2 of a person, that is only 2 of 100 rapists will ever see a day in jail. There are many other scenarios where this could happen, where someone needs an abortion, whether it is medical reasons, sexual assault, or incest, or some other reason that they need an abortion.
Your time is up.
I'm almost done. Abortion is health care, and everyone deserves health care. This will affect everyone, not just people who have uteruses. This will disproportionately affect people of color. Indiana is the 3rd highest maternal mortality rate. 64% of America wants to protect a person's choice to have an abortion, and most of Hoosiers, I believe 80%, want to keep abortion as it is. It is extremely dangerous to ban abortion in any way, because you are not banning abortion, you are banning safe abortion. There will still be abortions. As long as people need them, they will find a way to get them.
Finish up.
Thank you for your time. I have finished.
Okay, any questions? All right, thank you very much. They're giving me hand. Never mind. Okay. Tessa Roberts?
Yes, I am Tessa Roberts. Thank you, Madam Chair, and the committee members for allowing public to testify today. Really appreciate it. My story is a little bit different, although I feel like on a lot of things, a lot of women are very different. There's no, we're not all the same. We don't go under a same blanket. Some people want kids, some don't. My issue is with the medical language of the substantial permanent impairment. My story is I was born with scoliosis. And for those of you that aren't doctors, scoliosis is curvature of the spine. I literally have it from my first cervical all the way down my entire spine. I have natural fusions, in my thoracic, I'm twisted. You can probably see my shoulders sit opposite. My lumbar spine is like a big upside down question mark. And on top of that, my pelvis is churned and tipped. I got my first period at 13, and because of my back issues, my periods were always horrible. I wound up being in a back brace for 2 years for 23 hours a day. Great time in high school. And my parents were told at that time that I was put in a back brace that I should not try to get pregnant as an adult. I feel very lucky that I was able to have that excellent health care when I did as a child. However, you know, I've never really had a choice of when I'm gonna have babies or when that's gonna happen for me, because I've been told from the get-go, not a good decision for me. In my late 20s, I revisited that with a special spine doctor and also my OBGYNs. And again, I was told absolutely not. When you are pregnant, your body relaxes a hormone called relaxin, and that relaxes a lot of your ligaments around your spine in your pelvic area to prepare your body for having birth. For me, that would worsen my curvature to, I don't know an exact degree, but I was told I could wind up with a broken back, I could be severely hunchbacked, I could be paralyzed from the waist down, or it could kill me. So I want to know who decides these permanent impairments. And, you know, if I got pregnant, I would absolutely go have an abortion if I could, because I'm not willing to put myself at risk. I want to know, you know, this task force that decides if I got an abortion, whether it was okay or not. If I wind up paralyzed, who is going to pay to have my house handicap accessible? Who is going to take care of me? And who is going to take care of my baby? This is what I don't understand.
Okay. Yeah, one more comment.
Okay. My last comment is I'm kind of tired of hearing about all these men. My wife said this, my wife said that, I heard this, I heard that. You can hear what you want. You're not a woman. You have no idea. It is my body. It is my choice, especially in a medical instance. Thank you.
Representative Nagel.
Thank you for your testimony, Tessa. I'm just asking you, I mean, obviously you are maybe just outside of reproductive stage at this point in your life.
Yes.
I mean, did you think about tubal ligation or something so that you could avoid that risk?
An OBGYN won't do that like as an elective surgery. I have had ovarian cysts before and asked if everything could just be taken out, and no, for hormonal reasons and other reasons. And I have always been on birth control, but however, you know, being on an antibiotic and birth control, there's always a risk. Nothing is 100%. And if,
other than abstinence.
Well, yeah, but if you're on birth control and you think you're protected, and you know, what if I was raped? I mean, that's not an abstinence issue.
Sure, no,
So,
I understand, I just curious medically.
yeah,
Okay, thank you.
you're welcome. Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, thank you very much. Claire Stevens.
Thank you, Chairman McNamara and members of the committee, for allowing me to share my story. My name is Claire Stevens. I'm testifying in opposition to Senate Bill 1. In October 1997, at 16 weeks gestation, my parents discovered they were to have twins. These twins were diagnosed with a condition that was just mentioned here, TTTS, a twin-to-twin transfusion syndrome, at McGee Women's Research Hospital in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. TTTS is a condition of the placenta in which common blood vessels cause one twin, the donor, to be starved of nutrients, and the other twin, the recipient, to have way too much. These twins, my sister Maggie and I, were given a less than 20% chance of survival, likely with severe handicaps or birth defects, lethal fetal anomalies. After receiving this news, the maternal fetal medicine team of doctors sat down with my parents and laid out several options. By far, their number one option was termination, aborting us. Second was selective reduction, choosing to kill either me, the donor twin, or Maggie, the recipient. The team's last resort was a surgery they deemed too high risk and was not offered by McGee Women's. It was a laser surgery, a life-saving surgery pioneered by a surgeon named Dr. D'Elia in Chicago. After my parents researched TTTS and this surgery on their own, it was the only option that made sense. They brought it back to the team at McGee, who mocked them for researching themselves and called them crazy for trusting Dr. D'Elia. Again and again, the doctors pushed and pressured my parents to abort us. 3 times a week, Mom went in for an ultrasound, and 3 times a week, these doctors would emphasize, it's not too late to terminate the pregnancy. It's not too late. Even after having had the life-saving surgery at 21 weeks, even after my parents repeatedly said, it's not an option, still the team pushed for abortion. Sitting in the waiting room, Mom would listen to the technicians argue about who would have to take care of her. Every visit was so defeating because my parents knew the doctors were against them. They were scared, but they were stuck because they needed these doctors to deliver their babies. No other hospital in the area was equipped to work with such a high-risk pregnancy. And yet, despite the high risk of fetal anomalies, despite so much pressuring and coercion from the doctors, Maggie and I were born at 35 weeks, completely healthy, without any complications. We are both now proud to be registered nurses. The doctors got it wrong. Speculation is not reality. Talking about just taking away the ability to terminate one twin, I am that one twin. And we are not alone. I am not alone. According to the Twin-to-Twin Transfusion Syndrome Foundation, there are at least 4,500 TTTS cases per year in the U.S. alone, involving at least 9,500 babies. Spontaneous and elective abortions before 20 weeks are not counted by the CDC, meaning this number of TTTS babies is even greater. I represent thousands. Born with a fetal anomaly or not, don't our lives have value? I oppose Senate Bill 1 because it does not protect women, and its many loopholes would allow Indiana abortions to expand. I believe moms and babies deserve actionable legislation for real protection. Thank you for your time. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay. Any questions? All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Jacob Stewart.
Thank you. As president of the College Republicans at IUPUI, it's not that hard to see that disagreements abound, even within our own party, over how to best address the issue of abortion. But Senate Bill 1 addresses nearly all the issues raised by the pro-choice community, from the medical to the financial. However, they have made it clear that nothing short of abortion on demand will be enough for them. We used to all agree that abortion was never a desirable outcome for anyone. Safe, legal, and rare was the adage that kept the rot lying under the Roe v. Wade decision at bay. At best, abortion was indicative of deeper social ills that should be addressed, ills which women unfortunately bore the brunt of. But many women are much stronger than Planned Parenthood would have them think. My mom, for one, grew up in poverty and had her first child at 19. Her deadbeat father pressured her to get an abortion, but she refused and still got her degree in nursing. She didn't grow up with a religious background, but it was never a choice for her. She didn't think she had the right to take another human's life. Her desire to care for others brought her into the medical field and later brought her to adopt me, after taking care of my biological mom as breast cancer snuffed out her life when I was 9 years old. That same desire inspired me to pursue neuroscience as a pre-medical student, and it has deeply saddened me to see so many members of the medical community today lobby against this bill and ignore science to reject a preborn human's right to life. A preborn child, even as a zygote, is genetically unique from its parents, and as a result, uniquely possesses all of the basic characteristics of life, from cellular organization, the ability to reproduce via mitosis, growth and development, energy use, homeostasis, response to the environment, and the ability to adapt to it. If we consider the rights of the lowest of animals, how can we simultaneously seek to strip human rights from what science tells us and the Indiana Code implies is a preborn living human? One issue I have with this bill, then, is the exception for an irremediable medical condition that is incompatible with sustained life outside of the womb, regardless of even when the child is born. I would like to see a stronger definition that is less potentially ableist. Because a couple of blocks away at Riley Hospital for Children, you'll find any number of kids who might have been considered incompatible with sustained life. Many see miracles, don't get me wrong, but many are dependent like the unborn, others incapable of ever surviving on their own. Many of their stories don't have as happy an ending as we might have wished, but that doesn't make the weeks, months, and often years they have on this earth any less meaningful, and that doesn't make them any less worthy of our protection. Republican legislators, I urge you to not let this opportunity go to waste, nor to abandon the people that got you elected in the first place, especially Republican women who tend to be more pro-life than Republican men. To all those that would stand for life, you may be hated, you may be harassed, but history will ultimately vindicate you. The pro-life generation will ensure that. You can be remembered as people that stood up for those without a voice, or you can be remembered as those that caved under pressure. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions? All right, thank you. Carrie Hyatt Bennett.
Thank you. Madam Chairwoman, members of the committee. My name is Carrie Hyatt Bennett. I am the Chief Legal Counsel at the Indiana Coalition Against Domestic Violence. I've been an attorney in the state for 32 years and have been working to provide legal services to domestic violence survivors for most of that time. The Indiana Coalition Against Domestic Violence opposes this bill simply because getting pregnant is not always a choice, but staying pregnant should be. Like Representative Hatcher, who we thank for her leadership, we care about this issue because sexual and reproductive coercion is a form of intimate partner violence. It's a form of intimate partner violence that is recognized by the American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists. Today, we have provided you with a story, I believe, an incredible woman who shared her story of abuse just yesterday with me, how she was told that as a young and naive Christian wife, she'd lost control over her body. She was denied access to contraception, told it was her job to procreate despite the couple's inability to support a large family, repeatedly suffered forced sex, let's just call it what it was, rape within the marriage, and finally had no choice but to terminate her last pregnancy that she physically could not bear. That was a choice she made with her physician, a choice that literally saved her life. The government was not involved. The government should not make reproductive choices. It's not the government's pregnancy, and it's not the government's baby. 10.3 million women have had a partner who have tried to get them pregnant against their will. Nearly half of domestic violence survivors, my clients, report that their abusers limit their childbearing decisions. Almost 500 women are sexually assaulted or raped every day in this country. 1 in 7 will become pregnant. Actually, being pregnant increases your risk of being abused. It's astounding, but it's true. 320,000 pregnant women per year are abused in this country. Indiana literally cannot afford to see these numbers increase. And I mean culturally, financially, socially, systemically, especially when domestic violence homicides are up 181% in this state, and Indiana already has some of the highest maternal and infant mortality rates in this country. Forcing a survivor to go through a pregnancy and a birth that they cannot handle, whether mentally, physically, financially, or emotionally, is not under anyone's definition of pro-life. Removing the autonomy, the agency, the freedom, and yes, the reproductive choice away from Hoosier survivors, only to be told that, hey, we are protecting life. We just don't give a damn about yours.
Your time is up.
Survivors in Indiana will not forget this betrayal.
Can you just sum up, please?
Absolutely. Thank you for letting me speak on behalf of domestic violence survivors.
Okay. Thank you. Representative Bartels.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is Bennett. So, based on your position and who you represent, when I was still in law enforcement, I remember the change that was supported by your organization and others that the state can pick up the charges for the victim, whether the victim wants to or not. Do you still agree with that policy in the state of Indiana?
I just want to make sure I understand
If
what you're
there's
saying.
probable cause on a law
If there's
enforcement,
probable cause, law enforcement can make an arrest.
We have to make an arrest, period.
Absolutely. It's not a mandatory arrest policy. Indiana doesn't have one of those, but you mean, do they need the permission of the survivor to file charges?
Okay, they do not, but.
No.
So you support that philosophy? in the city of
Absolutely, I'm a
Indiana?
former prosecutor.
Okay. So would you anticipate, or would you say something to that effect when it comes to this situation from rape? Should the state have that authority to say, I know you're a victim, I don't want you to do this on your own, we're taking this over?
I'm not going to speak on behalf of law enforcement, but as a former prosecutor, which I was for 10 years, I would say yes. If they want to file, I mean, yes. Now, do I think that survivors of rape should be forced to file a police report? Should they be forced to pursue that? That is a completely different story. Now, whether law enforcement chooses to file based on probable cause, that's up to them.
So, once again, as somebody that represents domestic violence victims, they don't have that choice either. They're not forced to make a report.
No.
Okay.
Because most of the time when survivors are in that situation, to make a report, to file a report, to get a protective order, that increases their lethality. Look at the statistics. The domestic violence homicides are people that have left their abuser. Because when you leave your abuser and you start taking control of your life back, that's when it gets dangerous.
I just want to make sure that you agree with the current policy on domestic violence, but not the same application to this. That's all. Thank you.
Okay.
Anyone else? All right. Thank you very much. Katie Blair?
Good afternoon, everyone. Hi. Good afternoon, Chairman McNamara and members of the Courts and Criminal Code Committee. The ACLU of Indiana stands today to express our opposition of Senate Bill 1. I've been at the ACLU of Indiana for nearly 9 years and have been lobbying lawmakers for around 6 of those. Every year you pass new, unnecessary restrictions on a woman's access to safe and legal abortion. While I'm disappointed that I'm here today, I'm sadly not surprised. The hundreds of Hoosiers that have come out to the State House today and every day are here because you are finally taking your shot at eliminating a crucial aspect of reproductive health care and reducing over half of all Hoosiers to second-class citizens. Hoosiers have a constitutional right to privacy, and these deeply private, personal, and unique decisions should be made by women in consultation with their doctors. What is right for one family may not be right for another. From its very inception, the Indiana Constitution has contained the right to privacy. Implicit in this right is the right of a woman and a doctor to make medical decisions regarding their reproductive health. Whether members of the Indiana General Assembly personally agree with abortion access or not, it's not up to the government to make these decisions for Hoosiers. Forcing someone to carry a pregnancy against their will have life-altering consequences, including forcing them to endure serious health risks, making it harder to escape poverty, derailing their education and career plans, and making it more difficult to leave an abusive partner. All of us know that Senate Bill 1 is bad policy. Lawmakers keep saying we have to keep moving this bill through the process. Well, that process is nearly over, and it is time for members of this committee to listen to the majority of Hoosiers and kill this bill. An abortion ban in Indiana would harm all of us. Vote no on Senate Bill 1. No one should be forced to carry a pregnancy against their will and face the life-altering consequences of being denied essential health care. Vote no.
Any questions for Ms. Blair? Representative Jeter.
Thank you for your testimony. Do you believe there should be any limitations on abortion?
My personal beliefs do not need to come to play here.
Well, your organization.
My organization, we are a legal organization, not a medical organization. There have been some really great doctors testify today, and I think they can speak more about medical issues.
Any other questions? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Melissa Borja? Borja, okay.
My name is Dr. Melissa Borja. I'm a mother, wife of a hard-working surgeon and military officer, a dedicated church lady here in Indianapolis. I'm also a professor, a nationally recognized expert on religion in America with a PhD from Columbia University and a forthcoming book on religion in America from Harvard University Press. Finally, I'm co-chair of the Indiana chapter of NAPAWF, the National Asian Pacific American Women's Forum, a nonpartisan organization advocating for Asian American and Pacific Islander women and girls. I'm speaking on behalf of NAPAWF to express strong opposition to Senate Bill 1. This bill will harm Hoosiers in numerous ways, but I want my comments today to focus on one particular concern: religious freedom. Last week, your colleague, Republican State Senator Ed Charbonneau, a devout Catholic, asked, how can religious freedom only apply to certain religions? And the answer is this: it should not. If we truly value religious freedom as an American right, then we must apply it to everybody, not just the conservative Christians who oppose abortion. However, the proposed bill unfairly prioritizes the rights of conservative Christians over the rights of anyone whose religious beliefs allow abortions. Let me tell you, there are many Hoosiers of faith whose religions permit, even mandate abortion. Among Christians, many mainline Protestants, Presbyterians, Methodists, Episcopalians support a woman's sacred right to choose. Judaism actually mandates abortions in situations when a mother's life is in danger. Jews have argued that denying the right to an abortion is a violation of religious liberty. Muslim jurists and bioethicists hold that abortion is permissible until 120 days and to save a mother's life. And finally, according to the Pew Research Center, 68% of Hindus and 82% of Buddhists in America believe abortion should be legal in most or all cases. Now, the religious freedom dimension of the abortion debate is particularly important to Asian Americans because Asian Americans are the most religiously diverse racial group in the United States. And it is because of this religious diversity that 7 in 10 Asian Americans support abortion access. Now, I'm going to set aside data. I'm going to tell you a personal story about why this issue matters to me. Years back, a very dear friend had a very wanted pregnancy, but complications rendered the fetus unviable and threatened my friend's life. She had to have an abortion, but one that the state then classified as voluntary. A devout Jew, she consulted with her rabbi, who said that terminating a pregnancy in these circumstances was the religiously justified thing to do. I'm here today because of my friend who is alive and well because of her abortion, and because I support her and all people's right to make sacred choices about their bodies in accordance of their faith.
Your time is up.
I urge you to do the right thing for Hoosiers and our religious freedom by rejecting this bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions as she runs away? Okay, thank you very much. Michelle Dahl.
I am Michelle Dahl, co-chair of NAPAWF Indiana, as Melissa already described what our organization is about. Going forward, Asian American and Pacific Islanders will be referred to as AAPI. Also, all references used throughout my testimony are linked to this document that will be submitted in writing via email. My pronouns are she, they. I am a mother of 5. I am a Korean adoptee. I grew up in Franklin and remain in Franklin in Johnson County, each with a white demographic of 93.6% and 89.4% respectively. In becoming a member and leader in NAPAWF amongst fellow AAPI Hoosiers, through organizing, networking, and community building, I discovered a space that I had longed for my whole life. I had an abortion, and I have no regrets. Having that experience and to be here today to be a voice for us is an honor. Abortion is health care. It is not only criminal to take away access to AAPI women and pregnant persons' health care, but knowing that a 61% majority of U.S. adults say abortion should be legal in all or most cases, and proceeding with SB 1 is undemocratic. 85% of AAPI women support abortion access, and we will take our collective voice to the ballot box during the upcoming midterm elections in November. In 2020 election, study finds Asian American voter turnout soared over 45%, and that's probably an undercount. We will turn out again to ensure that our voices are heard. In America's Health Rankings report, Indiana ranks 41st in overall health. This does not highlight how marginalized or under-resourced folks are disproportionately affected in an already heavily burdened system. NAPOF is here to tell you why abortion care matters to the AAPI communities. The path to abortion is arduous for the AAPI community, filled with language barriers, cultural stigmas, and low rates of insurance coverage for our most vulnerable members. AAPI women face an increased risk of criminalization for their pregnancy outcomes because of racial profiling, rooted in anti-immigrant sentiments and false claims that AAPI women end pregnancies because they preferred sons over daughters. As my time closes, I ask you today, please remember the voice of NAPOF Indiana, women and gender non-conforming AAPI Hoosiers in your deliberation. Reject SB 1. Thank you.
Okay. Any questions? Thank you very much. Matt Hogan.
Thank you, Madam McNamara and members of the committee. My name is Matt Hogan, and I'm a survivor of an attempted abortion. My mom, who is actually here in the chamber with me, got pregnant with me when she was in high school. When my mom told my grandmother that she was pregnant, my grandmother didn't support that and told my mom that she was to abort me. My grandmother got abortion pills, brought them home, and forced my mom to take the abortion pills in front of her. My mom took the abortion pill, hid it underneath her tongue, and she spit it out in the next room. That happened several times, and I'm alive today because of that. My mom then ran away from home, so my mom has no husband, no job, no support from her family, yet she chooses to still keep my life. I'm here today as a voice for many unborn children who did not survive an attempted abortion, who didn't get a chance at the life that I've had. I oppose abortion because in a civil society, intentionally killing an innocent child is wrong. The science of embryology clearly teaches that from the earliest stages of development, you are a distinct, living, and whole human being. You weren't part of another human being like the skin cells on the back of my hand. You became a unique member of the human community. There is no essential difference between the embryo that you once were and the adult that you are now that justifies killing you back then. Differences of size, level of development, environment, and degree of dependency are not good reasons you could be killed then, but not now. I empathize with each of you. You're under a lot of pressure. Being a survivor of an attempted abortion is a part of who I am. If I may, please allow me to talk to my mom. Mom, this is pretty crazy being here, huh? Especially as a pregnant teenager. Being a pregnant teenager, coming here, and just 52 years later, getting a chance to speak for the unborn. I just want to thank you for the chance you gave me to learn how to ride a bike, to learn how to play baseball, to get a chance to learn how to drive, to go to prom, to really to have a life. And I know it was difficult for you, but I want to just thank you. Now you get a chance for grandkids that call you Mamaw. So I love you, and thank you for giving me a chance for life. As I stated earlier, I stand here today as a voice for the unborn children who did not survive an attempted abortion. You can protect the future unborn children with your decision, and my ask of you is, every human life has value and deserves to be protected. Thank you for your time, and I'm available for any questions.
Any questions?
All right, thank you very much. Bruce Deiskin.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. My name is Bruce Dykson, and I am here to oppose SB 1 as written. I am opposed to the bill because of the many exceptions that are included in this bill as written. Here's why. My wife is the 13-year-old that many in this room are worried about. She was raped by an uncle when she was 13, which led to a pregnancy and then an abortion. I grew up in a stable Christian home. We never talked about abortion. At the age of 16, my wife and I started dating and soon began to have sex. She thought she might be pregnant, so we went to Planned Parenthood for help because they had visited our high school not long before. The staff at Planned Parenthood confirmed the pregnancy, but the only help they offered was abortion. They said we were young, poor, and still in high school, and this is what we should do. My then girlfriend and I went out to my car to talk. I asked her what she thought about having an abortion. She shared her story of rape, pregnancy, and then abortion for the first time with me in that parking lot. I was at a loss for words. I did not know how to help her with the pain of that traumatic turn of events. She shared with me that she would not abort this child because of the pain she endured from the first one. So with all the courage of a young 17-year-old, I told her that I don't know how we're going to do it, but we will keep the baby and we'll figure out a way to make it work. That was 29 years ago, and we are still married. We have a beautiful daughter who has made us grandparents twice. The journey was not easy, but so worth it. I would not trade it for the world. Part of what made the journey so difficult was the fact that my wife suffered from the effects of the abortion, both physically and mentally. My wife had a miscarriage in our mid-20s, which caused her to have double grief as she never mourned the loss of her aborted baby. That began a downhill spiral of our marriage. Then my wife's ovary burst, and she almost bled to death, then had to have a full hysterectomy at the age of 29, both of which are side effects of abortion. My wife became depressed, and she began to feel like she could not parent our two children, who at the time were teenagers. She began to use drugs and alcohol to numb her pain. My wife moved out. You might be asking why I share all this. Here is why. Because the effects of the abortion, which hardly anyone talks about, I was forced to parent by myself while my wife checked out. I was forced to pay expensive medical bills with interest for the care of my wife. I was forced to pay for counseling to help my wife find healing. I was forced to help my children walk through the pain of watching their mother, who before all this had been a great mom, as she checked out of their lives. I considered suicide on several different occasions as I felt I could not make it through the stress of our marriage and always paying bills. I tried to think of ways to make it look like it was not suicide so that my family would have the money needed to pay bills and have some money to start a new life. I felt like a failure. By the grace of God, I never took those thoughts of suicide any further than just thoughts. And by the grace of God, He restored our marriage and our family. Not only did the abortion end the life of a baby that day, but it nearly took my life. It cost me tens of thousands of dollars, which I did not have as a young parent. Abortion caused my children undue suffering and pain. So when you think of the 13-year-old that was raped, who really does not understand at all what abortion is, think of her as she continues her life and the impact that the abortion will have on her and those she will love and care about. Abortion is not the answer to any problem. So I call on all of you to have the courage of a 17-year-old boy, soon to be man, choose to protect lives of the unborn and those who will be born. Abortion is not the answer. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any questions? All right. Thank you very much. Serena Dykson.
Hello, Chairman McNamara and committee members. My name is Serena Dykson, and I strongly oppose SB 1. When people talk about the topic of abortion, many people will use my story about what about the 13-year-old girl who has been raped. Well, I am the face of the 13-year-old girl who was raped by an uncle, and my family was faced with one of the most unthinkable situations. When my parents heard the news that I was pregnant, they went into a crisis mode looking for help. We went to a pro-life Catholic doctor who suggested abortion. I had never heard that word in my life. I had no idea what abortion was. I remember hearing them say, walk into the clinic quickly because the people outside hate you. And once I was in the clinic, I was separated from my parents, and I was taken to a counseling room where they told me it was a clump of cells. I thought I was at a doctor's office. I had no idea. I was so uneducated about abortion. So when they asked if I was ready for the abortion, I said yes. And I was taken into a room with George Clawford, the Indiana abortionist that hoarded 2,411 babies. What I can tell you is I had a man, imagine a 13-year-old girl who had been raped, and then I'm faced by a man who asked me to undress, and he put his face and hands by the very innocence that was taken away from me. I was told that the abortion would not take long, but what I can tell you as an adult, I can still hear the sound of a vacuum. Also, abortion has a smell that you never forget. And so when the abortion was done, I was taken to a room that they called a recovery room, which was dirty vinyl recliners. And when it was time to go, I stood up and I hemorrhaged everywhere, and my dad had to carry me out of that clinic bleeding. No one checked on me. It was not health care. And we wanted to forget what happened. And my mom, she had to listen to me scream for help, and she was told that she was not allowed to help me. And what happened was she ended up having a mental breakdown, and she had to check herself in for mental health help. When I was 16, I got pregnant again, and Planned Parenthood told me I was young, poor, and in school, and I should abort my baby. At 13, I didn't know what abortion was, but at 16, I did, and I knew that I would never abort another child again. And so we chose life that day, but the abortion followed me for the rest of my life. By the time I was 23, I had a miscarriage, and I ended up not understanding that I was facing a double grief. My ovary ruptured, I nearly died, and by 29, I had to have a complete hysterectomy. I struggled with feeling like I was worthy to be a mother and a wife, and I moved out of our home, and I thought my family deserved better.
Your time is up. I apologize to interview.
That's okay.
You want to sum it up real
Yes,
quick?
does anybody have any questions for me?
Representative Nagel.
Yes.
Hey, Serena, and I appreciate you telling us your story. I mean, it's horrific, to be raped at 13. But then you started to obviously learn more about life, and I'm just curious. At 16, you were sexually active. Were you guys thinking about birth control? Had that discussion ever occurred?
No. Mm-mm.
Okay. And I guess to me, and I'm just trying to figure out how do I'm not talking to you.
Siri.
I don't know how to stop it. So that just made me discombobulated. So I guess my point to you is how do we reach 16-year-olds in high school? How do we reach to prevent these unwanted pregnancies? Obviously, you didn't really want to get pregnant, but you were sexually active. I mean, how do we reach 16-year-olds?
Yeah, I chose to have sex, and so therefore there's a responsibility in that, right? And
Right.
so we need to educate these girls, and they need to know if you get pregnant, you know what? If you're having sex, there's a real good possibility you're going to face pregnancy, right? And we need to be responsible for that. That's a personal responsibility.
So looking for your advice because you experienced it.
Yeah, so for me, I just needed support, and I'm so thankful that I had a church family that came alongside of us. They gave us a baby shower. They helped us learn how to budget. They walked alongside of us. They didn't just give us stuff, but they taught us the skills to be the parents that we needed to be. And I have an organization called She Found His Grace Abortion Recovery, and we walk alongside moms that are abortion-minded and choose life, and we walk alongside of them to help them be parents. And that's what they need. They need people that are going to walk alongside of them and help them parent.
But I also hope that we're talking about prevention.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, if we have sex, there's a real good possibility that we're going to get pregnant, and ending the life of the child doesn't solve anything.
Right.
They're already mothers when they get pregnant.
Right. Thank you, Serena.
Yep.
Thank you. Any other questions? All right, thank you very much, and thank you for sharing your story.
Thank you.
Jamie Harrell?
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, and members of the committee. Thank you for taking the time to hear from us here today. My name is Jamie Harrell. I am 43 years old. I live in Danville, but I grew up in Avon, and that's where my law practice is. I practice primarily estate planning and probate. I am not a litigator, but I enjoy being a small-town lawyer. I think being of service to my neighbors when they and their loved ones are sick and dying is an honor. And while I help my clients fill out healthcare representative forms and living will declarations, I tell them that if they have to go into the hospital for a procedure, they're going to talk to their doctor about their decision making. And usually that's when we bring up post orders, the ones that the doctors go through in more detail. I'm blanking on that right now. But after law school, I knew that liberty under the 14th Amendment was my only guarantee as a woman of any semblance of equal rights. There is no Equal Rights Amendment, although Indiana did ratify it before I was born. Without reproductive freedom, there is no liberty for any American that can get pregnant. The right to privacy is not yours to take away, and we want it back. There is a reason they call it birth control. Control means we have to separate the idea of sex from procreation. And I realize that that brings up a lot of hard questions, and I'm thankful for everybody here today that was discussing those. However, I tell my 5-year-old daughter that we can do hard things, that Americans can do hard things, and I'm here to remind you that we can. Americans were the first to fly. We were the first to put a man on the moon. If our brave American men will not stand with us to protect our liberty, who will? The world is watching Indiana right now. Our children are looking to us. We will remember every word you say. We are listening. We are not going anywhere. I spent years working to obtain my degrees. I waited tables to put myself through school. I was chased around desks by male professors and hiring partners. I will be darned if I will let you pat me on the head while you take away my rights. Who do you think you are to presume to make these decisions? Does anybody think this is an easy decision? Because I can assure you it is not. Excuse me.
Your time's up, but go ahead and make a quick finish.
Over 18 years ago, I had the choice to have an abortion, and I am thankful for it. Without my choice to have an abortion, I would not have the chance to have finished college. I would not have had the chance to go to law school, the first in my family to graduate from college or graduate school. I would not have the opportunity to have 16 years with my wonderful husband and our 5-year-old daughter now that I'm ready to raise. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any questions? Come back, please. Representative Young.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Harrell, thank you for coming today. I really appreciate your passionate testimony. With your expertise in the law, and you talked about briefly, where do I find this right to privacy in the Constitution, either U.S. or Indiana?
Sir, attorneys in Indiana are not allowed to call themselves experts, and I am not testifying as an expert today. I'm testifying on behalf of myself and my personal experience.
But you're not a layman. That's what I'm getting at.
I'm sorry?
You're not a layman.
Correct, I am an attorney.
Yeah, so I withdraw expertise, but my question is, where do I find the right to privacy in the U.S. Constitution or the state constitution?
The right to privacy is found where the same right to privacy is found when you want to ban books. That's the right of privacy you're using to stand up in a public school to say, I don't want my child to read this book. I have a problem with it. That's that same right of privacy that is found in the U.S. Constitution, sir. That is the same right of privacy that would then allow you to stand up and say, well, I'm not comfortable with what you're teaching my children in school as well.
Okay. So again, where do I find that right to privacy? Is it in the Bill of Rights? Is it in another article of the Constitution?
Sir, I'm well aware that they overturned Roe v. Wade and that there is no longer a federal right to privacy under our current existing framework. That's why we're here today, so that our Hoosier legislators can step up to protect American women because nobody else is doing it.
And I want to tell you that this committee, this House, is very much wanting to protect all women, okay, and also protect fetuses. So it's two people. We want to.
There's a reason that it's at this committee, sir, and not the health committee. I tell my clients that I am not a doctor. They should talk to a doctor to make decisions about their health care.
I agree. Thank you for answering my questions.
Anybody else? All right. Thank you very much. Kathy Humbarger.
Thank you for the privilege to speak to this committee. I'm Kathy Humbarger. I'm here on behalf of over 8,000 unborn boys and girls and their mothers that were victims of the abortionist in 2021 alone. I hope that Senate Bill 1 is not salvageable, but I do want to share this with you. We do not need to make babies the enemy of their mothers. No matter how they were conceived, we must come around these wounded women with love, compassion, and services to protect them and their children. In my many decades of pro-life advocacy, I've wept with many women who've made an abortion decision, but I have not wept with any who have chosen life for their innocent children, regardless of the circumstances of conception. We live in the greatest country on the face of this earth. We can do better. We must do better. We have the capacity to love them both. Thank you.
Any questions? All right, thank you very much. Kristen Kuhn.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the privilege of providing a testimony today. I was glad to see so many members of the medical community testify this morning. My name is Kristen Cohen. I'm the owner of Silver in the City, and I'm speaking on behalf of the over 500 companies that have signed the ACLU business letter opposing SB 1. I've been an Indiana resident for the majority of my adult life. I have the privilege of being a Purdue alumni, a mother by choice, and an Indiana business owner for over 22 years. Women are a vital part of every economy, including Indiana's economy. We make up 47% of Indiana's workforce and 42% of Indiana's business owners. When women have the opportunity to seek gainful employment and provide for themselves and their families, they are empowered members of our community and contributors to a healthy economy. In a report by the Joint Economic Committee Democrats, it was found that access to abortion increases a woman's probability of graduating college by 72%. Delaying motherhood by a year increases a woman's wages by 11% on average. Access to abortion increased women's workforce participation by 2%. Access to abortion expands career opportunities, including attaining a professional role, by almost 40 points. Legalization of abortion decreased the percentage of children who grew up in poverty by 0.54% and improved their future life outcomes, including increased college attendance. Being denied an abortion increases the amount of debt 30 days or more past due by 78%, leading to increased negative public records such as bankruptcies and evictions by 81%. When we take away an individual's right to make the reproductive choices, including safe and legal abortion, that are in the best interest of their health, family, education, and employment, we are stripping them of economic security and opportunity, and we are hobbling our economy as a result. In less than 4 weeks, the ACLU has gathered signatures from over 500 Indiana employers from more than 30 towns and cities across the state to the business letter in support of reproductive freedom. Businesses boldly standing up against policies that hinder people's health, independence, and ability to fully succeed in the workplace. And that list is growing every day. Our state is full of vibrant individuals who contribute to our economy and deserve the right to bodily autonomy. If we want to continue attracting businesses and talented employees to our state, the proposed ban on abortion is unacceptable. In less than 4 weeks, the ACLU has gathered signatures from over 500 Indiana employers from more than 30 towns and cities across the state to the business letter in support of reproductive freedom. Businesses boldly standing up against policies that hinder people's health, independence, and ability to fully succeed in the workplace. And that list is growing every day. Our state is full of vibrant individuals who contribute to our economy and deserve the right to bodily autonomy. If we want to continue attracting businesses and talented employees to our state, the proposed ban on abortion is unacceptable legislation. I appeal to you to make decisions and pass laws based on what's in the best interests of Hoosier women. You will earn their respect, their support, and their appreciation for protecting their choice. Thank you for taking the time to hear my testimony and the voices of over 500 Indiana businesses today.
That was perfect. Right on through this. All right, do you have any questions? Representative Jeter.
Thank you for your testimony today. Do you think a fetus is a life?
I think my opinion on that isn't relevant.
Okay, what about your organization's opinion?
I don't represent the organization. Our viewpoint is that women should have the ability to make that choice with their health care provider.
Great, thank you.
Okay, no other questions? Thank you very much. Rabbi? Rhett Kirchner?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, members of the committee, for hearing our testimony today. I know that it is a long and arduous process. I am offering testimony today in opposition to this bill. I am the senior rabbi of Indianapolis Hebrew Congregation. I am a member of the Indiana Board of Rabbis, representing rabbis and Jewish communities across the state. I am also a member of a number of interfaith organizations in our state that all feel the same way. The Indianapolis Jewish Community Relations Council, the JCRC, as well as the Indiana Board of Rabbis, has released a statement I'd like to read for you. We strongly urge our representatives in the General Assembly to reconsider further restrictions on access to abortion in this state. Proposals that ban abortion, including the cases that have been dealt with, rape, incest, undue risk with pregnant women. They infringe on the separation of religion and state. They prohibit members of the Jewish community from freely exercising deeply held religious principles. It's clearly an issue of church and state. Jewish beliefs about when life begins are varied, and yet consistent in the view that a fetus is a part of a pregnant woman and not an independent human being, which is found in the Bible. Under Jewish law, abortion is not only permissible in certain instances, but it is required if necessary to protect the physical or mental health of a pregnant woman. The Indianapolis JCRC and IBOR cannot support absolute bans on abortion that would forbid access to abortion in life-saving situations. Moreover, we believe, with a religious belief, that the physical and mental health of pregnant women are of utmost importance. We vigorously oppose any legislation that does not permit access to abortion at a minimum when our religious faith compels it and requires it. The Jewish concept of pikuach nefesh, the preservation of life, is paramount. Judaism holds that all life is sacred, and while a fetus has the potential for such life, such potential can never supersede the life or the well-being of a pregnant woman. The Jewish community regards any absolute ban on abortion as a violation of our rights as Americans to freely exercise our religion and the imposition of one group's religious beliefs on all. We will remain steadfast advocates on behalf of our community on issues of human rights and religious freedom. Madam Chairman, Madam Chair, members of the committee, I want to reiterate, banning abortion, even with exceptions, is a direct violation of the First Amendment's guarantee of religious liberty that ensures that laws and governmental practices neither promote religion nor interfere with its free exercise. Banning abortion without exceptions is using the religious beliefs of one faith to dictate laws for another. We believe that religious liberty is sacrosanct. Using religion as the basis of any law is dangerous, but if you use one religion as determiner, you must include all others to be compliant with the Constitution. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Nathan Miller.
Thank you, members of the committee. My name is Nathan Miller, Avon, Indiana, representing my own opinions. I will spend no time describing the waking nightmare pregnancy can become when it is forced under threat of state violence. Thousands of Hoosier women protesting in these halls who are more intimately acquainted with that reality than myself or 77% of this legislature ever could be, have done so and are doing so right now. You can hear them. It already cannot be said of any member of this General Assembly that they do not understand the cruelty of this bill. Many members of the Republican caucus, however, have been quick to draw lines between themselves and the real nuts, those who think Senate Bill 1 doesn't go far enough. Such excuses fall short, however. As the dissenting opinion in Dobbs summarized, law often has a way of evolving without regard to original intentions, a way of actually following where logic leads, rather than tolerating hard-to-explain lines. John Locke wrote in his second treatise on government that every man has a property in his own person. This nobody has any right to but himself. This right can survive no half measures. Today's bill vitiates completely a woman's exclusive ownership of her body under the color of law. I can think of no thought more horrifying than that a woman does not own her own body or that she owns it only so far as the state will allow. One can only accept that this legislature will vitiate that right only to a point, leaving the rest of a woman's full personhood intact, only if they entertain the belief that principle and logic have nothing to do with the laws passed by this legislature. In law, one thing really does lead to another. To the Republicans feigning mercy, citing the ever-shrinking exceptions this bill includes, my message could not be clearer. This bill should go no further. I will end on a piece of historical context that I again fear has been lost. Almost 300 years ago, satirist Jonathan Swift wrote A Modest Proposal. In his essay, he parodies the cruelty shown by the British ruling class towards poor and pregnant Irish women, a glimpse of hope that the ruling class would ever make a sincere attempt to engage in just dealings and fair proposals to better these women's conditions was too unreasonable. It was a more modest proposal, Swift wrote, that Irish women ameliorate their poverty by trading their newborns away to wealthy landlords for economic value, coerced pregnancy through economics instead of violence, a parody of cruelty indeed. In his spirit, however, House and Senate Republicans demand that no man talk to them of any amendments that will better protect a woman's full personhood and equality. No, a more modest proposal is their own forced birth scheme. In a most ironic turn, Swift ends his essay assuring the reader that he has nothing to gain from his plot beyond additions to the public good. I have no children, Swift explained, by which I can propose to get a single penny, my youngest being 9 years old and my wife past childbearing. Such irony has apparently been lost. With that, I conclude my comments and sincerely thank the members of this committee for hearing me. Madam Chair, I respectfully request that I may leave with you copies of A Modest Proposal so that House Republicans may inspire themselves before they pass this buck back to the Senate.
Sure. Any questions? Thank you very much. Crystal Sisson?
My children pass something out to each of the representatives as I speak. Okay. Hello, my name is Crystal Sisson. I am a mother of 9. I am a sidewalk counselor. I, every single week, watch as women go into the abortion clinic and kill their children. As I look over this crowd, I look on the Republicans who have campaigned on a pro-life campaign. Each of you have said that if you were given the opportunity, you would end abortion. Your time has come. You have the opportunity to abolish abortion in Indiana. Each and every one of us will stand. We will give account for our choice. Representative Jeter, you represent me. You told me 2 years ago that if you were given the opportunity, you would end abortion in Indiana. I intend to hold you accountable to that. 2 years ago, I informed you that if you did not keep your word and vote as you said, I would do my dead level best to have you replaced. That stands. I expect that every Republican in here will do their best to abolish abortion, not simply allow for it to continue. As we stand, if this bill passes, we're looking at no penalties for continuing to abort. I've watched as 80 babies died last Friday. 80, because we didn't have a trigger law. The child that my children just gave you, 80 of them. This is unacceptable in a pro-life state. In cases of the life of the mother, fetal maternal separation is an excellent decision. There is never a reason to kill a child. The mother has every opportunity to live with fetal maternal separation. So I do not give room for life exceptions because the mother's life is always, always protected with fetal maternal separation. And the baby is never needing to be aborted. In the cases of rape and incest, I believe that man should face full penalties. And it is true, our laws fall far short. But that baby has no reason to die any more than my children do for my offenses, or your children for yours. I do not accept SB 1. I oppose it fully, as it falls incredibly short of ever saving children's lives. I've watched as we've become an abortion tourism state. My abortion clinic, 1201 North Arlington, used to kill 23 kids on a Friday. They now kill 80 children every day. That's 400 kids this last week. I implore you, please, do what you have been called to do. This is a Republican majority state. The majority of Hoosiers would like to see abortion abolished.
Your time
There's
is
no
up.
reason to do otherwise. Thank you.
Any questions? Representative Bartels.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to make sure I clarify, you're for complete banning of abortion anywhere.
Complete abolition of abortion. There's never a reason to kill a child.
So a mother can't choose her own life over the baby.
The mother's life is not at risk if you choose fetal maternal separation. What that means is you remove the child and give that baby life-saving care.
And would you be in favor of harsher penalties for doctors and hospitals, like really make sure we take away funding and those kind of things?
There should be very harsh penalties for killing any person. Every baby is valuable.
And should the mother potentially also have criminal charges?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Okay. Thank you. Deb Beers.
Thank you, Chairwoman McNamara and members of the Rules Committee for allowing me to testify today. My name is Deb Beers, and I rise in opposition to SB 1. I oppose SB 1 because it doesn't protect all women from abortion. Abortion doesn't fix problems, it just adds trauma. I want you to know that abortion leaves a wound. It's like a big black hole in your heart that you want to pretend isn't there. I know because I had an abortion in 1991. I was told it would solve all my problems and life could go back to normal. I wish I would have known the truth. When I faced this unplanned pregnancy, my life turned upside down, and I faced tremendous pressure from the baby's father to abort. He didn't want children, and I didn't know how I could raise this baby on my own. I was scared and confused, and I didn't know what to do. I called Planned Parenthood, and they assured me that it was just a clump of cells, basically a blob of tissue, not really a baby yet. I decided to make the appointment, and when I got to the clinic, it was dirty and crowded with others waiting for an abortion. Once I paid them and went back, they called me back, and I remember the counseling that I got was basically asking me, are you pregnant, and do you want an abortion? And they didn't explain the procedure. There was no ultrasound taken or any explanation of risk or complications that could occur later. I don't remember being given any anesthesia or anything for pain. I was then told to go on the table with my legs in the stirrup, and that was when I met the doctor. He told me this wouldn't take long, and he turned on the machine. I'll never forget the sound the vacuum made. It's like when you suck up water with a shop vac. As the doctor was doing the procedure, he asked me if I were a twin, and that seemed so peculiar to me since I was told it was a blob. Afterwards, I was told to go and sit in a recliner in the recovery area where I could recuperate. It was like a circle with just lounge chairs, and I just could remember just sitting there thinking, I can't wait to get home. I'm just so glad that this is all over. And I soon realized that my abortion had changed everything about my life. There was no way it could go back. Once I got home, Satan came to me in a vision, laughing and taunting me about how he had me now, how I was such a terrible, horrible person. I was a liar, a murderer of my own children. He reminded me of how I had always wanted children, and then what do I do but kill them? He convinced me that I was a terrible person and that God couldn't stand to look at me and he would never forgive me for this sin, and how I would spend eternity with him. I have never felt such anguish and defeat before, complete, utter despair. I knew Satan was right. What a wretched person I was. I started drinking heavily to drown out the accusations and my own thoughts of worthlessness. I felt so much shame, guilt, fear, and despair. It was hard to function and do normal things. I asked God for forgiveness in '93, and he has redeemed and restored my life. And I later got married, and I had 2 children, and during the delivery of my last child, I had to have an emergency cesarean.
Your
And
time is up. Do you want to sum up real quick?
Sure. I just want you to know that my choice has a name, and their name is Conrad and Constance. And the baby that you're aborting is a real person. And I just ask you to recognize that life, that it is a human being. As the babies that you have before you, that's a 12-week-old baby. It's not a blob, it's not a mass, and I just ask you to, I implore you to choose life, because today your vote is worth life and death.
Thank you very much. Any questions? All right, thank you. Bradley Fox.
Hello, I'm Bradley Fox. I represent Christians who want to abolish abortion. And I want to let everybody know I appreciate being here. We preach the gospel of Jesus Christ, declaring there is forgiveness for the sin of abortion. All right? And all repentant post-abortive mothers and fathers can be redeemed and restored in knowing Jesus Christ as Lord. There is forgiveness for abortion. However, we also want to install righteous rule mirroring our Savior, who rules from the heavens and on earth through his righteousness in the hearts of men and in the laws that we must uphold. We're not trying to make abortion safer or easily accessible for women, nor do we want to hide this evil with abortifacients. God sees our wickedness. He is not pleased. Woe to those who take power in their hands and redefine evil, enacting lies in order to kill and destroy our posterity by dodging penalties under the law, which is what we've been doing for 49 years. It's time to stop. The unjustified killing of any human is murder. All right? Get that. It is murder. It's a divine restraint put in place for all humans for the betterment of society. It's God's law against murder. Genesis 9:6 says, "Whoever sheds the blood of man, by man shall his blood be shed, for in the image of man, or in the image of God, excuse me, for in the image of God has God made man." The reason for the value of life is man is made in God's image, period. This reflects the immense value that God has placed on human life. It's an inalienable truth. We get that, right? We get it. Why do we get it? It came from him. The right to life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness is for all people, even the preborn. Get that. We all have the ability to understand this truth. We must restore the severed restraints that we've removed in our land, and that's the laws to protect all human life, our preborn neighbors. Justice is seen in Exodus 12:49. The same law shall apply to the native as to the stranger who sojourns among you. Consequently, our preborn neighbors in the womb are those sojourners, the strangers. Our responsibility, what does God say to us today? Establish justice, all right? Establish it. Isaiah Chapter 1, verse 16 and 17 says, "Wash yourselves, make yourselves clean, remove the evil from your deeds. From my sight, God sees all things. Cease to do evil, learn to do good." We need to learn to do good, folks. "Seek justice, reprove the ruthless, defend the orphan, plead for the widow." God cannot be gracious when we are being unjust. A flourishing society must establish equal justice for all image bearers.
Your time is up.
One
Can you
more.
sum up real quick?
Amos 5, verses 14 through 15. "Seek good and not evil, that you may live. And thus may the Lord God of hosts be with you, just as you have said. Hate evil, love good, and establish justice in the gate. Perhaps the Lord God of hosts may be gracious to Indiana." That's it.
Thank you. Any questions?
Any questions?
All right. Thank you very much. Rick Humbarger.
Thank you, Madam Chair and committee members. My name is Rick Humbarger, and I'm here to represent myself today. In 1973, the Supreme Court rendered the decision to allow an individual to kill an innocent and defenseless human being prior to birth. Given the benefit of the doubt, it is possible some justices may have genuinely believed that the result of conception was not human. In 2022, the truth is clear. Soon, each one of you will need to personally answer the question, are you willing to be responsible for authorizing a person to kill any innocent and defenseless human being in the womb? Thank you.
Okay, any questions? Okay, thank you very much. Josiah Manring.
Madam Chair and members of the committee, my name is Josiah Manring. As an advocate for the unborn, I ask you to amend this bill to provide truly equal protection for the unborn. On June 5th, 2021, 16-week-old Gianna John's life was brutally ended by a D&C abortion. Her little body was dismembered, wrapped in a paper towel, and thrown in a dumpster. Soon after she was found, my brother had the opportunity to see her broken body. The horror and brutality of what he saw that day is seared into his memory. Her perfectly formed little arms and legs had been ripped apart. Her head was crushed, but she was undeniably human. Her value is inherent, and no circumstance could ever explain away the cruel injustice that was done to her. What stands out to me now is what was not visible that day. That is, how Gianna was conceived. We do not know whether her life began in violence or in love. Perhaps her mother never consented to the act that would create her. But two wrongs do not make a right. A second act of violence cannot undo the first. In fact, abortion is wrong for many of the same reasons that rape is. Both strip the rights and humanity from a vulnerable human being. Both are acts of brutality, perpetrated out of a motivation of selfishness and a desire to pursue your own benefit at the expense of those around us. I urge you to be consistent in your beliefs. If abortion truly destroys the lives of children like Gianna, this destruction of a child cannot be justified by the circumstances of the parents. Gianna's value as a human being was never defined by her genes, by whether her parents wanted her, or by what happened prior to her life's beginning. Let me put it this way. In what other situation do we give the death penalty to the child of a criminal? In a civilized society, we reject such barbaric standards. Do justice, love mercy, and walk humbly before your God. Give justice to the fatherless. Work to alleviate suffering, not to eliminate sufferers. Ban abortion in Indiana. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Okay, thank you very much. At this time, give us just a second before the next witness. Our staff has copied off every email we've received for comment and testimony for today. They're going to hand those out to you real quick. Did everybody receive one? All right, thank you very much. Robin McCarty? Okay, Susanna Overholt?
Good afternoon. My name is Susanna Overholt. I'm here in opposition to Senate Bill 1 today. I come to you to tell a story that I haven't really told much in my life. In fact, very few people knew this story until the past month when I felt it was important to start talking about my life experience. When I was 16, I became pregnant. I was a sophomore in high school. My boyfriend was a senior. This is really something you don't expect to be talking about in public. We had an issue with a condom. I ended up pregnant. It was not planned at all. I had no intention of becoming pregnant as a 16-year-old. I had an abortion. And if I had not had an abortion, I wouldn't be in the position that I am today in terms of what I've been able to achieve in life. I mean, I was able to graduate from high school on time at the top of my class. I did not have to delay my high school education. I was attending Culver Girls Academy, where I would not have been able to attend school pregnant. I would have, had to stop, go back to my high school, where my parents had thought it was not a wise idea for me to go to high school. After Culver, I went on to Princeton University, where I graduated with high honors. I then went to Indiana University, what was Bloomington School of Law, Maurer School of Law, and graduated from there with honors. I am a partner at a law firm in Indianapolis. I have worked as a deputy attorney general. I worked for the city of Indianapolis, and I said now I'm in private practice. I have served on public boards and commissions. I am vice chair of the Indiana Election Commission. I was on the State Employee Appeals Commission. I was on the Bloomington Planning Commission. All of these things are things that I would not have achieved had I continued that pregnancy. Because at the age of 16, I was not equipped to do that. And some people may say, well, what do you mean? You could have gone on with your life. I now have a 16-year-old daughter. I'm the proud mother of a 16-year-old daughter. She's the age that I was when I was pregnant. And I look at her and think, please, 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 please don't let that happen again. And having gone through a pregnancy, I know, and any woman in this room who's gone through a pregnancy knows that it's not if you just, because I feel like the legislature is saying well, fine, just put your life on hold. You would have forced me to be pregnant. And that's not something that you just do and go on with your life. That's not the way it works. It just doesn't work. The Senate Bill 1 would have forced me to continue to be pregnant. It would force any teenager, any 20-year-old, any 30-year-old, any 40-year-old who ends up in that circumstance with an unintended pregnancy to continue to carry that pregnancy to term. And there is nothing else in the law that does that. And the thing is that it's only women who would be forced to do that. It's unfair and it's cruel.
Your time is up. If you just want to sum up real quick.
Yeah, I'll sum up real quickly. Indiana's current abortion law is by far from perfect, but at least it gives people like me and other women a chance. And what you're proposing doesn't give women the chance that they deserve to make those decisions privately and decides what is best for them. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? All right, thank you very much.
Thanks.
John Parnell?
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman McNamara, and committee members for letting me testify today. My name is John Purnell, and I'm testifying in opposition of Senate Bill 1. Almost 20 years ago, I stood by and did nothing to stop my ex-wife from having an abortion. At the time, it seemed like it was the best option for our situation. It's not like my opinion mattered anyway, right? Her decision and her consequences. At least that is how I viewed abortion at the time, but I was so wrong. The guilt and shame started that day and continued to haunt me for 18 years. Our marriage was already in trouble, and the decision to abort our baby was the deciding factor to remain separated and get a divorce. Aborting our baby and losing my marriage added fuel to a fire that was already burning inside of me. The shame, guilt, and remorse were expressed through anger towards others and myself. I feel like a common misconception is that abortion has no impact on the father. We are told that it is her body and her choice. And although I felt that way initially, I soon realized that I had been misinformed. If someone had been there to tell me the emotional effect a man would experience, I think it would have impacted my choice to sit back and watch our baby be aborted. I honestly believe that it is equally important to inform and educate both men and women that abortion is the act of killing your baby and will cause lifelong emotional effects on both parents. I thought that abortion was a solution to my problem, when in reality, it only compounded my original issues. The guilt from not standing up for my baby, followed me for almost 2 decades. I was already using drugs, and the loss of my baby and my marriage added to the reasons that I continued to use. I hid the feelings and painful emotions behind any substance I could get my hands on. I blamed myself for not fighting to keep our baby and fix our marriage. I never spoke to anyone about the abortion. I kept it deep inside, buried in a fog of anger and drug use. I did not know where I could go or who I could talk to about it. To admit that you were involved with aborting a baby brought scrutiny and harsh judgment against you from others. The process and even just the word abortion felt like it had to be kept a secret, like it was a dirty word. This decision also affected Angel in a negative way. The feelings of guilt and shame fed her addiction for 17 years. She never could find peace, so she buried her emotions with drugs as well. Although in different places, living separate lives, one decision helped to destroy 2 people. We both fought an uphill battle to bury and forget aborting our baby. I feel that if there would have been more information readily available and people willing to walk us through the true process and emotions we would face, it would have influenced the decision to abort our baby. I just recently found healing offered by the ministry. He found his grace. I never knew anything about forgiveness or healing for not giving my unborn baby a voice and standing up for what was right 18 years ago until I allowed God into my life. Acknowledging and talking about my abortion experience has allowed Jesus Christ to issue me forgiveness and freedom that I have not been able to find anywhere else for all of these years. The memory will never go away, but the self-condemnation was taken away when Christ made me new in him. Angel was not as fortunate as I am. She lost her fight with addiction and passed away December 2nd, 2020 of a drug overdose. In the end, the cost of aborting our baby was years and years of heartache and losing 2 lives instead of 1. I oppose Senate Bill 1 because I believe mothers, fathers, and their babies deserve actionable legislation for real protection against abortion. Thank you for allowing me to share my story today, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Haley Robinson. Okay. Hosanna Sisson.
Hello, my name is Hosanna Sisson, and I am 17 years old. I am here to ask that all legislators would reject SB 1, as if it were passed, it would not save a single baby's life. Instead, I ask that you would change it so that it would mirror the language of the Nisley-Jacobs bill, so that abortion would be abolished in the state of Indiana. Over 23 babies die every day in the state, over 23 babies die every day, and that is escalating in the state of Indiana. Indiana state code states that life begins at conception. This is not a clump of cells. This is a human being made in the image of God with a right to live. Abortion is the murdering of the innocent child. Proverbs 31, 8-9 says, "Open thy mouth for the dumb, and the cause as such as are appointed to destruction. Open thy mouth, judge righteously. Plead the cause of the poor and needy." That is what I ask you to do, to stand in the gap for these babies. Some would suggest that if you stop abortion, you are putting the liberties of the mother at stake. But Tom Paine gives what I think is a very reasonable definition of liberty. Quote, "Liberty is the power to do everything that does not interfere with the rights of others. Thus, the exercise of natural rights of every individual has no limits save those that assure to other members of society the enjoyment of the same rights. Abortion not only interferes with the rights or human rights of this child, but destroys them. The bottom line is that abortion is murder, no matter how you look at it. So I urge you to either change this bill so that it completely abolishes abortion, or to get a new one that does. Thank you for listening.
Any questions? All right, thank you very much. Isaiah Sisson?
Hello, my name is Isaiah Sisson. I am one of 9 children. I am the 3rd oldest, and I am proud to have siblings. If you are to kill babies, that would be killing them. It would be murdering. Abortion is murder no matter what. People say it's just a fetus, just a clump of cells, but it's not. It is life, and God gives life. I am 16 years old. Imagine if my mom had aborted me. I would not know Christ as my Savior. I would not be able to share his gospel. So I oppose Senate Bill 1. It does not have the proper language that would abolish abortion. I ask that you would use the Nisley-Jacob bill language to put it in Senate Bill 1 and then abolish abortion for good in Indiana. Thank you.
Okay, any questions? All right, thank you very much. Jody Smith. Second. If your name is up here, please make sure you come up here on deck so that you're ready to go.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman McNamara. My name is Jody Smith, and I'm here representing Right to Life. While Indiana Right to Life remains opposed to this bill, we'd like to thank you for some of the concepts that were amended into this bill, such as we're grateful that you're ensuring that abortions will occur within hospitals and surgery centers in the future, where inspections will occur more frequently and regularly, and health standards are higher. We are also grateful that you strengthened the licensing penalties by changing the wording from may to shall. We're comfortable with the physician penalties and the new definition of pregnancy. We appreciate the quarterly reporting. All of that said, we do, however, remain opposed to the bill for some very specific reasons, and they are as follows. First and foremost, the health of the mother definition is very vague and poorly defined. The concern is that we'll either open carte blanche of opportunity for abortion-minded doctors, or it could ensure that good doctors that need more clarity don't know what the allowable procedures are, and they will hesitate. Either option, it ends poorly for women. We are very concerned about the rape and incest language. Now there's no notarized affidavit. Ideally, we wanted the language to have gotten stronger in cases of reporting, and we see this as a step backward. The fetal anomaly exception is vague and very controversial, as fetal anomalies in the past are no longer considered fatal, and the research suggests that they're often wrong and mistakes are very commonly made. Additionally, we cannot support language that would allow for an abortion of an unborn baby that is past viability stages. These babies should not and do not need to be aborted. We believe that the removal of the fetal pain language is unacceptable, especially since this has passed every legal challenge and is in law now. We're very concerned about the prosecutorial oversight committee. This seems very burdensome. We simply would like to have a way to prosecute when the local prosecutor will not. The IVF language needs to be stated IVF as pre-implantation. These are serious issues, and in the view of multiple attorneys from all over the country, as well as attorneys here, the large loopholes and the lack of clear definition that mirror Indiana code are major concerns. I believe most of you on the committee have been consistent supporters of the most vulnerable in our state, as well as showing compassion and providing services for women in difficult situations. I sincerely hope you will continue to work on the problems outlined in this testimony today, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions? Representative Young.
Thank you. On the life of the mother exception, we have a couple definitions in the code. One is medical emergency, but the language we use is also taken out of the code. I guess help me understand if a lot of this is maintaining the status quo, at least on the health of the mother, how
Right.
you think this is going to open it up more.
My understanding, and this can be confirmed with somebody that will testify from the Attorney General's office in a few minutes, but there are 6 separate definitions for life of the mother. And the life of the mother definition that's actually used, that you all used, goes back to the 1990s and has since been maybe improved. And there are some other options that would be much better and much more with the times and with what other states have used and with protecting, especially in the case of fetal anomalies. Okay?
Okay. Any other questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Beth White?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Beth White. I am the president and CEO of the Indiana Coalition to End Sexual Assault and Human Trafficking. We come before you today opposing Senate Bill 1, but I do want to comment on some of the specifics in the bill. But first, some facts. Sexual assault is shamefully common in the state of Indiana. 1 in 3 women in Indiana will experience sexual assault in their lifetime. According to the CDC, of women who are raped in the United States, 1 in 7 will experience a pregnancy as a result of that rape. Indiana ranks in the top 5 of states in the United States for young women who are raped in high school. It is critically important to the coalition that represents 13 rape crisis centers and thousands of service providers around the state that the rape and incest exception remain in the bill. The amendment that was passed this morning is helpful in terms of a couple of reasons. Number 1, the affidavit has been taken out, and we strongly encourage this committee to make sure the affidavit for the survivor is not added back in. There is no reason to create a legal document that follows a survivor for the rest of their life and could become public and disclose their status as a victim of sexual assault. We also encourage this committee to leave in exceptions for both rape and incest, but we encourage the committee to consider that 10 weeks, while better that there is no longer a distinction between 16 and older and younger, is still not long enough. Sexual assault is about trauma and control over a woman's body. In Indiana, incest or a younger victim of rape that occurs within the family is also shamefully common. 10 weeks is not long enough for a young person who has been repeatedly sexually assaulted in their home or in the family to understand what's happening to them, to even know that they are pregnant, and to come forward and seek services. We are asking that this committee consider, and that the full House consider, that 20 weeks be the appropriate amount of time for incest and rape as the exception. We also implore you not to include any criminal penalties for anyone, including healthcare providers, in the bill. We know that they've been taken out, and we appreciate that, and we ask that that particular change remain. The final thing I want to say to you today is that sexual assault happens to anyone in the state of Indiana, regardless of race, age, sexual status, or where they live. And we are asking this body to consider that we do not want to traumatize victims of rape and incest further by restricting their ability to seek health care, including reproductive care, which includes abortion care. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions?
Other questions?
Representative Jeter.
Thank you for your testimony. Would you support including some provision in this bill that requires sexual assaults to be reported?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
It is important to consider, and I understand that I'm not anti-law enforcement. I've been a lawyer for 30 years, and I started my career as a prosecutor. 63% of women in Indiana who are raped do not report to law enforcement. There are all kinds of reasons why that's true. And what we want to make sure is true is that survivors we respect their own journey. It's another reason why 10 weeks is not long enough. Many survivors of sexual violence do not even process the trauma and the shame associated with what's happened to them. There is a lot of blame in coming forward. Young women in particular are considered to be in big trouble, for instance, with their families or others. And so mandatory reporting is absolutely wrong and should not be included. In addition, a longer period of time to process the trauma, to understand what's happened, and to seek appropriate options for their care is really important to the coalition. Other questions for me? Thank you very much for the opportunity, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Christine Hensley.
Members of the committee, I have two different testimonies that I wrote out today, and I don't think that I'm going to use either one of them. What I'm going to say is to those women who climbed the corporate ladder, shame on you for sacrificing your child to do so. What I'm going to say to the members of clergy who promote abortion, the right for a woman to kill her child. The word became flesh in the fallopian tube of an unmarried teenager. Shame on you. I have all kinds of statistics. A Cambridge University press report released in 2018 that post-abortive women are 81% higher risk of mental problems. In my community, we call that demonic oppression, and thank you, Jesus, He delivered me. My mind is just spinning from the wickedness out there and the apathy in here. I just want to quote Pastor John Schrock when I say, when does apathy become aiding and abetting? When? We are allowing these children to be led to slaughter. Our numbers have doubled. We are an abortion tourism state. They are bringing children from Ohio and Kentucky to Indiana to murder. And we're not going to stop this. We've had one of the most prolific killers in our state, or in our country. 50,000 children he murdered, according to a Chicago Tribune article published on October 25th, 2019. We had 45 evidences of him giving the pill on the first visit. We had 47 complaints filed against him for not reporting abortions on minors. And the man, it took 2 years for him to lose his license. No charges were ever filed. These are serial killers. This man has a trophy collection that makes Jeffrey Dahmer and Ted Bundy look like children with butterfly collections, and Indiana just delicensed him.
Okay, ma'am, it's wrap up, please.
I just implore you all, our state needs Jesus. Our country needs Jesus, but He cannot bless us as long as we kill our own children. The Bible is filled with stories. History is filled with cultures that were destroyed once they started accepting child sacrifice. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Cassandra Ringspaw. Cassandra Ringspaw. Cassandra's gone. Rebecca Rudolph.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and members of the committee for holding this hearing. My goodness. My name is Rebecca Rudolph, and I rise in opposition of SB 1. I am 27 years old, a mom of 2, a writer, and a business owner. And I also have something in common with Governor Holcomb. We are both Navy veterans. I was an aviation electrician technician and got out as a third-class petty officer and am a disabled vet myself. And I come here on behalf of the uterus-having veteran community. You see, I and thousands of other females and people with uteruses are survivors of military sexual trauma. These traumas rarely, if ever, receive justice. Active duty, reservist, and veteran female and uterus-having people in the state deserve better. You see, there are women serving our country right now who are deployed to or stationed in countries where they have more bodily autonomy over there than they would if they came back home to the very country they are serving. It's disgusting. We are not a Christian nation. We are a nation with Christians in it, and I will defend your right to practice your religion with my life. But what I will not allow is for you to use your religion to dictate the laws and govern how I live that life. I am proud to be the first female on either side of my family to serve my country, and I did not serve to watch women and children be forced to give birth on our own soil. I came here to remind you, Mr. Holcomb and other veterans in this room, what you fought for and the oath you took to protect our country from all threats, foreign and domestic. These threats, organizations like the Right to Life Committee and the Federalist Society, individuals like Jim Bopp, the ones openly admitting to designing a world where pregnant 10-year-old sexual assault victims might see the benefits of having the child, they misled you. You see, we as the constituents of Indiana, we were complacent and we were complicit, but we are awake now. And they made you believe that all this would be possible because they were louder, so you believed they were stronger. I'm not here to convince you that abortion is not murder. I know that you are capable, I was hoping, of understanding science, of understanding why abortion access is vital to a first world society, why creating a ban on abortion in any capacity is detrimental to our state. I'm here to tell you that the reign of domestic terror by these far-right religious extremist organizations will be met with the fury of the Hoosier spirit. I'm not here to tell you that you could lose voters for your own party. You already lost them. But you still have a chance to be on the correct side of history. The United Nations describes forced birth as a crime against humanity. And there was once a group of radicalized individuals not too long ago who also participated in and enabled crimes against humanity. Those people made it in quite a few history books themselves, and we remember what side they were on. What side of history will you attach your name to today? Listen to your constituents. Keep healthcare between the individual and their provider. Keep the separation of church and state and protect our right to medical privacy. I swore to protect my country from threats, foreign and domestic. Some of you in this room seem to need a reminder that you did the same. Thank you. And I will not be taking any questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions? Okay, thank you. Jamie Waycaster.
Hello. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman and members of the Rules Committee for letting me testify today. My name is Jamie Waycaster. I oppose SB1. Today, I am sharing the testimony of the life of my little girl, Mia Grace. She was diagnosed with anencephaly at 17 weeks. Anencephaly is a rare disorder where the head stops forming completely. Usually from the eyebrows up to the head is completely missing and the brain is completely exposed. The amniotic fluid acts as sort of a battery acid to the exposed brain, and therefore deteriorating what is there. And you would not know how much or how little brain would be there upon birth, making them incompatible with life. Like most cases of the anencephaly, we were advised heavily to abort her as soon as possible. My husband and I decided to go full term with her, knowing the road ahead would not be easy and there would be a lot of uncertainty. We were told the logistics and we did our research. So though we did not know what to expect, we knew the odds were not good. I knew I had two options. One, she was going to die, alone and in pain, ripped from my womb, the very thing created to give her life, comfort and keep her safe. Or two, I would go full term with her and hope for the opportunity to meet her face to face, knowing that when her time came, she would die in the loving arms of a mother, knowing her value. On August 16th, 2021, we welcomed little Mia Grace into the world via planned C-section for a more gentle birth experience for her. We were told that we would have 5 minutes if we were lucky, but we got blessed with 21 beautiful days instead. I knew it would be hard to say goodbye, but I knew she had a soul worth loving. She was loved, she was valued. She laughed, she cried, she dirtied her diapers, she ate, she slept, she wrapped her tiny hand around our fingers, she nursed, she snuggled, and got comfort from our touch and our voice. She was loved, and she loved in return. We become so afraid of death or the death sentence that we forget that there's a space between life, where life starts and where life ends, that there is an in-between. And there's so much joy and love to be had there. She deserved to be loved, and we deserve to love her too. I could have been caught up in the prognosis that she was given, and my family would have lost so much by never knowing her. We are better for knowing her, for loving her and experiencing her love. My son, who just turned 2 at the time, went from an only child to having Mia as a sister, and he was in love with her. He did not see her for her open head and exposed brain. He saw her as his Mia, his girl. Have you ever experienced the true love of a child? It's the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. She was everything to him, and he is better in every way for meeting her. His heart grew. He looked out for others differently. He became more patient, more gracious, and shared his things and even his food with others. Things he did not do previously became natural to him because of the love he got to experience with Mia. This is true for all of us. Her end was hard, and I would never wish the loss of a child at any stage of life in any manner on anyone. But she died knowing that she was loved, valued, and not alone. She passed away on September 4th of 2021. In those last days, I held her, I cried, I sang. We watched movies together, I read to her, we talked about life and spoke life into her. She passed away in the loving arms of her mother and father, surrounded by her grandparents, aunts, and uncles. She died knowing her value, her worth, and how deeply loved she was. I am so thankful for the opportunity I had to love on her soul the way that I could. Thank you for allowing me to share my story. I'm happy to answer any questions. This is Mia Grace.
Thank you. Any questions? Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Corinne Youngs.
Thank you, Chair Stierwald and committee. My name is Corinne Youngs. I serve as Policy Director and Legislative Counsel to Attorney General Todd Rokita. The Attorney General commends you for your work on passing pro-life laws that the Attorney General has defended, and most are now in effect. Recently, we have had 4 significant court victories defending our current statutes. Whatever you pass, we will defend, and we want to assist in putting forth the most defendable language. Today, I intend to focus on the broad language concerning the exception to abortion for the life and health risk to the mother. The bill provides that an abortion may be performed if the abortion is necessary to prevent substantial permanent impairment of the life or physical health of the pregnant woman. This language is pre-1995, and we have a case on the books from the Indiana Supreme Court that interprets emergency exceptions to include mental and psychological health of the woman. So based on the cases A Woman's Choice East Side Women's Clinic v. Newman, there is a substantial risk that this language will be interpreted to include mental and psychological health of the mother. So if it's your intent to not include mental or psychological health of the mother, then Indiana already has a very precise definition in code. This was added in 2019, and it can be found here, Indiana Code 1618 to 327.9, and that is serious health risk. And so that definition, it actually only applies to this dismemberment ban statute. The language means that in a reasonable medical judgment, a condition exists that has complicated the mother's medical condition and necessitates an abortion to prevent death or a serious risk of substantial and irreversible physical impairment of a major bodily function. The term does not include psychological or emotional conditions. A medical condition may not be determined to exist based on a claim or diagnosis that the woman will engage in conduct that she intends to result in her death or in physical harm. So that's very precise. So if it's your intent to pass legislation that prohibits abortion throughout pregnancy with the limited exception, not including the exception for mental and emotional health of the woman, then the language needs to be tightened. Thank you.
Thank you, Corinne. Any questions? Thank you. Lisa Wilkin.
Good afternoon, and thank you for letting me speak today. My name is Lisa Wilkin, and I am a United States Air Force veteran. I've testified before Congress on the topic of military sexual trauma. Those 3 letters after my name, MST, mean I am a rape survivor. That's what I want to speak to you about today, is the exceptions for rape and incest in this bill. I appreciate the affidavit being removed, but 10 weeks is not long enough. I was 22 years old when I was raped in the military, active duty. It took me months to be able to use the word rape. I couldn't even say sexual assault. I could say I was assaulted, but I couldn't use those other words because of the shame and the ugliness that the word rape brings with it. And rape survivors don't want that ugliness associated with them. Because once someone knows that you are a rape survivor, it's just like the word cancer. They look at you differently. And I stand before you today, a mother of a 21-year-old and a 12-year-old. I worked hard to have those children. So to be called a murderer, it's offensive and it's hurtful. There's a portion of my story that I tell publicly. The first time I spoke publicly about my experience in the military was in 2012 at our Hoosier Women Veteran Conference. I had 30 women waiting to speak to me after that, to tell me their stories. Some of them had never told anyone before. I had a 92-year-old World War II woman veteran, a nurse, explain to me how her eardrums were busted on her first transatlantic flight because she wouldn't perform sexual favors for the pilots. I'm going to read something to you from a book called Finding the Words, Stories and Poems of Women Veterans. There's a portion of my story that I've never told publicly because I've wanted to retain some dignity. But by staying silent, I've let this portion have a tight hold on me. Let's go back in the story to the point where I tell you the prosecutor says to me, "Lisa, I can prove that he raped you." That's generally where I ended my story. But in this book, I knew I had to tell the rest of the story. And he went on without taking a breath and said, "And if there's one right-to-life member on the jury, they'll see you as a murderer and therefore got what you deserved." I was angry at his first statement. I thought to myself, okay, if he had beat my ass, maybe they'd do something then. But my response to his second statement was worse. I was crushed. There were a couple of things the emergency room doctor forgot to tell me about his cocktail that he gave me in the early 90s to prevent the rape from resulting in pregnancy. One, how sick that cocktail was going to make me. And two, what would have to happen if his cocktail did not work. I didn't have a choice in the matter, but that would have been my choice to have ended that pregnancy. I'm a strong woman, but I can stand before you today with absolutely no shame and tell you my truth. If I had been forced to carry that pregnancy to term and give birth to my rapist baby, I would not be here today, and neither would my 2 children. Every person that experiences a trauma experiences some type of post-traumatic stress. How we deal with those trauma survivors immediately after their trauma makes the decision of whether or not they have post-traumatic stress or if it turns into a disorder. 10 weeks is not enough for a young woman, even an older woman, to process the trauma of rape or incest and be able to make the best decision for themselves. And so I ask that you remove the 10 weeks and move it back to at least 20 weeks and give those trauma survivors the opportunity to heal, and let's not re-victimize them in the state of Indiana. And I appreciate your time.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions? Thank you. Sue Swayze Libel.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. I'm Sue Swayze Liebel. I'm familiar with many of you. I now work for an organization called the Susan B. Anthony Pro-Life America. It's based in Washington, D.C., and we're the nation's largest pro-life political organization. I'm here to just make a couple of comments. We've heard a lot about the bill, section by section, detail by detail. I thought what I might like to say is to remind us of what we're talking about so we can keep doing what Hoosiers have been asking you to do, us to do, and that is to protect life. We know that viability, which is when a baby can live outside the womb, is getting earlier and earlier. Modern science is helping those little ones stay alive. Keeping the 20 weeks post-fertilization in this law, I mean, you have an opportunity now to bring that back to what modern science can tell us now. That was in 2011 when you put that in there, 20 weeks post-fertilization, which is actually a 22-week-old baby. Today, they're using the term gestational age. So if nothing else, you would want to say 20 weeks gestational age now. We didn't talk that way in 2011. But we know now that babies can feel pain at 15 weeks. And 11 years ago, we thought it was 20 weeks. We know that babies have a preference to use their left hand or their right hand in the womb at this time. We know that anesthesia is used in utero surgeries at 15 weeks. In fact, they give separate anesthesia to the baby and separate anesthesia to the mother for in vitro surgeries. And then also, difficult subject, but in dealing with the fetal anomaly, you really have an opportunity here to stop the eugenics of that type of abortion. That was a hard-fought bill. It's gone all the way up to the United States Supreme Court and down. I think someone just mentioned how many of the laws that you have passed in the last 10, 15 years, very pro-life state, have gone up to the Supreme Court and now back down, and it just went into effect last month. So we've got a good thing going here in Indiana, and I think for so long Hoosiers have made it clear that this is the time to protect life. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Thank you. Penny Githens.
Good afternoon. It's been a long day, and thank you all for being here, and thank you for your attention. I'm Penny Githens. I'm a mother, and like the majority of Hoosiers, I support keeping abortion safe and legal in Indiana. I support keeping it a choice. Many years ago, after graduating from Purdue, I joined the Peace Corps. I was sent to Kenya. I taught chemistry and math. And at the end of my 2-year commitment, my friend Marge and I decided to travel for several months. Our next to the last stop was in Athens, Greece. And as we were looking out over the Acropolis, a gentleman came up and started talking with us, saying he wanted to practice his English. He was a Greek doctor, and would my friend Marge and I go out on a date with he and his cousin? So we did. The next night, I was raped by that doctor. Like an estimated 80% of rape victims, I didn't report my rape. In fact, it's only this year, decades later, that I've been able to even publicly talk about this. I didn't report it because I didn't know if the local police would believe the word of an American, someone who didn't speak Greek, against the denial of a Greek doctor. I didn't even know if one or more of the police officers would take me in the back room and rape me again. And that's not a slur on the Greek police. That speaks to how vulnerable I was and how vulnerable I felt. I left Athens and returned to the States. I was lucky. I wasn't those 1 in 7 who become pregnant. But I did become depressed. I isolated myself, staying at my parents' house, never talking to them about what had happened to me. Roe v. Wade was in effect at that time, and had I become pregnant, I would have terminated the pregnancy. If abortion had not been legal, I don't know what I would have done. I don't know if I would have continued to stay alive. I've held faculty research positions at both the Yale School of Medicine and at Vanderbilt University's Health Policy Center. So let's get to the real argument here regarding abortion versus forced pregnancy, and that is a woman's bodily autonomy. No one should have the right to use a person's body against their will. The state cannot force me to give blood, even though I do that voluntarily. The state cannot force me to donate bone marrow or donate an organ against my will, even though there are thousands of people on waiting lists every year. The state cannot harvest someone's organs after they die without written pre-death permission. If Indiana denies people the right to an abortion, you're saying those seeking an abortion have less bodily autonomy than a corpse. Please do not pass Senate Bill 1. Banning abortion won't end abortion. It will just end safe abortion. Rather than making Indiana a forced abortion state, please allow it to remain a haven for 10-year-olds who are the victims of rape and incest. This is about treating the living with respect and keeping people alive. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you. Tammy McCoy.
Lots been said today. I'm Tammy McCoy. I'm a physician assistant. And thank you for this opportunity to be able to my voice be heard. I was a victim of rape. I ended up pregnant. I had an abortion. I feel if someone would have told me of the horrific nightmares that I would have afterwards, the psychological warfare that would go on, the spiritual, I wouldn't have done it. But I did. So I took the opposition, and I chose to be pro-choice. I started working at an abortion clinic. And the day came when I had to assist in an abortion. And when the suction went on, and I saw those body parts go through the suction tube, and that child be ripped apart, piece by piece, taking that life, I knew what I had done. I had murdered the first time, and now I had murdered a second time in my eyes. From that day on, I couldn't be pro-choice. I thought it was better to end a life than bring an unwanted child into this world. But that ended that day. I quit my job at the abortion clinic. And then I started to be pro-life. And I started working at Compassion Pregnancy Center. I now am being trained to do ultrasounds and see babies' hearts beating at 5 to 6 weeks of life. And that's life. A fetus has life. The heart's beating. If I were to fall over and have a heart attack right now, people would jump to start my life again, my heart to beat again. But we choose an abortion to stop that heart, to stop that life. So I am in opposition, opposed to the State Bill 1. Please reconsider this, because it is an abortion, and it does take a life. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Representative Bartels.
Thank you, Chairman. Appreciate your testimony, and I want to use your unfortunate experiences to ask a question. There's some testimony that one doctor testified that there is zero evidence of remorse after abortions, and then one doctor said...
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Okay. There was one testimony that a doctor said there is zero evidence or data that shows any remorse after abortions, and then one doctor said there's a majority that show remorse after abortions. Can you, in your experience working at a clinic, where are you at on that, if you actually have read data or...
I can tell you this. I've gone through Deeper Still of Indiana, and they have at least 2 to 3 weekends a year for women that have gone, and men that have gone through abortions that are hurting, that want forgiveness for that. And they go to those retreats so they can find peace. So I think that's absolutely not correct information. And I've led Bible studies myself for women through compassion pregnancy that have gone through abortions that regret it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Nina Fuller.
Thank you, Chairman and Chairwoman McNamara and Courts and Criminal Code for letting me testify today. My name is Nina Fuller. I am not a doctor, I don't pretend to be one, and I'm not a politician, and I don't want to be one. I found myself in a crisis pregnancy while carrying my first baby girl after having 3 sons. During a routine ultrasound and subsequent amniocentesis, we were given the news that this baby would have Down syndrome, trisomy 21, and 2 heart defects, potential fatal fetal anomalies. We were devastated. How would having this baby affect our 3 sons? Would caring for her impede happy lives for them? Would she be relegated to a life of misery as a handicapped child? Would she even survive birth and childhood? Would I survive? How could caring for her, or how would caring for her affect my marriage? Fears of the unknown rolled over me continuously, like waves in a storm, threatening to just overwhelm me. But my fears were mingled with my faith. This child was being given to us for a purpose beyond ourselves. During my 29th week of pregnancy, gestational age of 29 weeks, I put this baby's life under a threat. My body developed congestive heart failure, kidney failure, and pulmonary edema. I was dying. I know that I had a legal right to abort this pregnancy in order to save my own life. I know that I had the legal right to abort this baby girl in order to humanely, and I use that word very loosely, humanely spare her the trauma of being born with potentially severe handicaps. Down syndrome is not an irremediable medical condition incompatible with sustained life outside the womb, in spite of the fact that is the #1 targeted prenatal diagnosis for termination. The statistic for the United States is approximately 67% of babies prenatally diagnosed with Down syndrome are currently terminated. We really don't know the statistic because the states aren't required to keep those statistics. And around the world, that statistic is 90% of babies prenatally diagnosed with Down syndrome will get aborted. So the question arises, why did I not take advantage of an abortion when my life was compromised? And why did I not abort a handicapped baby to spare her a lifetime of suffering? My answer is quite simple. I believe in the right to life for every preborn baby. Every pregnancy is a new life, fully human at conception. Every conception is pregnant with potential purpose. At 30 weeks gestation, in order to save my life, my obstetrician performed an emergency cesarean section, saving both my life and my tiny baby girl. I did not need a therapeutic abortion to spare my life that would take the life of my fully formed baby, piece by piece. Talk about suffering. My doctor saved 2 lives that day. Today, we are both thriving. Our family is thriving. Our community is thriving. This compromised, handicapped baby has helped change the false notion of what having a child with Down syndrome will be like.
Your time is up.
Myths,
Would you sum up, please?
Thank you. Outdated myths have been dispelled, and there is hope for the future, which is what we continue to share with other families. So please, as you consider amending this bill, consider that all life is valuable and every life has a purpose. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions from the committee? Okay, thank you very much. Amy Tibesar? Tibsar.
Tibesar. Yeah, short vowels. All right, well, to start, I want to say that I am a labor and delivery nurse and have over a decade experience working in high-risk hospitals. I've seen firsthand the women that will be negatively impacted if SB 1 is passed in its current form. Please ask me about them. Otherwise, since Monday, I've been not only present, but have watched over 10 hours of Senate hearings and testimonials and was struck by a few things. First to share, while I walked outside Monday and Tuesday, I saw with my own eyes 95% of the people out in those corridors are supporting body autonomy and freedom of choice. 5% roughly are for forced birth. I'm seeing the same today. Please pay attention. Of the dozens of forced birth testimonials I heard, save for 2, it was, as you can imagine, because Jesus. And they were overwhelmingly from men. How are these people given more space or more air than science, facts, physicians, and nursing working in this field and women? There is supposed to be a separation of church and state. All the scoldings and finger wavings you guys have heard pulling at your heartstrings with the hook about your church and your religion all forget about your moral responsibility as a legislator. It is to enact laws that govern over those of all religious traditions. I'm sorry to be blunt, but this is Jefferson and Franklin's house, not Jesus's. And every author of the Constitution warned us not to conflate the two, Bible and Constitution. Why am I constantly hearing Jesus' name? And not even so much today as I did Monday and last Tuesday. To say nothing of the blatant falsehoods and lies stated by those hoping to further restrict choice. I'm not sure which senator held up this 10-week fetus forum and emotionally spent 5 minutes going off about the pain that this fetus would endure being ripped limb from a pregnant one. I can't tell you how many lies is in that one statement. One, fetuses can't feel pain this early. It's scientifically impossible to feel pain when you don't have the neural framework to support that sensation. They don't even feel pain medically and scientifically at 15 weeks. The ACOG, the American Academy of Obstetricians and Gynecologists, don't recognize fetal pain sensations until closer to 22 plus weeks. This is just science. Second, abortions done this early by rights are done by a simple minutes-long DNC procedure, one I have had, by nature of my profession, had to assist with, okay? It's literally a 5-minute procedure. And I can tell you how it entails in detail, but I can tell you there's no limbs wrenched off. Whatever that senator was, he's like, this fetus is paining and gets limbs left up. No, they don't. Not at this week's. Heck, even second trimester abortions, those almost exclusively done for fetal anomalies incompatible with life, are not terminated by wrenching your limbs off the baby. I can tell you, I have seen them. Ask me how I know and how they're done. I will tell you.
Your time is up. You want to sum up?
Okay, well, Republicans are historically for limited government and fiscal responsibility, and so limited that you're wanting to ban what people can do with their own bodies. You can't even harvest organs from needed organs.
Are there
from
any
people.
questions for her?
Yeah, go ahead. I'm welcoming
Thank you very
questions.
much. Julie Pratt?
Thank you, Chairman McNamara and members of the committee. My name is Julie Pratt, and I am here to testify about my 5 minutes of having a baby ripped from my womb. I am testifying in opposition to
Can you talk into the mic, please?
I'm sorry?
Thank
I'm
you.
testifying in opposition to SB 1. In the summer of 1986, I was a 15-year-old. Friends, fashion, and drill team were my life. School was out, and I had a toxic mix of a boyfriend and nothing better to do. I was a very naive 15-year-old. Within weeks, I was pregnant. My world turned upside down. The thought of getting pregnant was something that happened to other girls. After a few months of vomiting at the smell of pizza, missed periods, and a growing belly, my mother finally noticed. Without even a discussion about what would happen next, it just did. My mother made all the arrangements at a clinic in Indianapolis and paid them an extra $50 for Xanax so I wouldn't be a problem. The week between marching with my high school band at the state fair and buying clothes to start my 10th grade year of high school, I killed my baby. I won't recount every detail for you here today, although I would be happy to answer any questions you might have about it. But I will say that having a baby sucked from my womb while fully awake with the equivalent of a shop vac is something you never, ever forget. My mother and I never spoke about that day again. I spent my sophomore year in a pit of deep depression. I was suicidal and I prayed daily not to wake up. By the next summer, my depression had gotten so severe that I was admitted to a juvenile psychiatric hospital for 3 months. Thankfully, I got the help that I needed to process what had happened to me and my baby. Unfortunately, it took another 2 more decades to start to forgive myself as I learned God had forgiven me. It's been 36 years now since that August day in 1986. It's hard to fully express to you how much mental anguish my abortion has caused me. I am here today to speak for baby Hudson because he is mine and I am his, and nothing can ever change that. There is a saying I'm sure you've heard, 2 wrongs don't make one right. 2 wrongs won't right a wrong. Being pregnant made me a mother. The abortion made me the mother of a dead baby. No matter how a baby is formed in a womb, murdering that child is not going to change it. Please have compassion on women and their babies and oppose SB 1 because we need legislation without loopholes. I will remind the Republican representatives what you promised, and I quote from the GOP 2022 platform, quote, "We assert the sanctity of human life and affirm that the unborn child has a fundamental right to life, which cannot be infringed. Our Republican-led legislature has consistently protected life, limited only by Roe v. Wade. We support the overturning of Roe v. Wade, where Indiana will be in a position to fully implement our longstanding values on life. My 6th great uncle was Oliver Ellsworth. Oliver was one of our nation's founding fathers and the 3rd Chief Justice of the United States Supreme Court.
Your time is up. Can you sum real quick?
Yes. He is quoted as saying, "The 13 states are 13 sovereign bodies." He believed in the rights of the states to write laws that reflect the will of their own citizens. Thankfully, Indiana has had that right fully restored. Oliver Ellsworth, baby Hudson, and I hold you accountable and ask you to do what's right. Thank you for your time. I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Okay. Any questions? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Arlene Lehman.
Thank you, Chairman McNeil and the committee for allowing me to testify. My name is Arlene Lehman. I am testifying in opposition to SB 1. I have had 2 abortions in my past. In regards to the first one, I was not given counseling or opportunity to think about other options, such as adoption. I was so consumed with my own crisis pregnancy that I did not even think of adoption. The decision to abort was not an educated or informed choice at all, and was done with coercion with my partner, as of 64% of abortions are. About 3 years later, I conceived again. The pregnancy was with the same partner, but the big difference this time was that between my first and second pregnancy, the relationship had now developed incidents of domestic violence. I was not told that the possibility of complications of subsequent pregnancies increases after an abortion, and the pregnancy quickly became very complicated. I developed fibroid tumors with no way to remove them without terminating the pregnancy and having a hysterectomy. Due to the chemical changes occurring in my body, the tumors grew at an astronomical rate. My doctor told me that there was no way I could carry to term, but I was determined to have the baby in spite of my complications. However, after 2 trips to the emergency room to be catheterized in order to urinate because the tumors were blocking my bladder, I felt I could no longer endure the pain. I had no support from my partner or any of my friends due to my serious medical condition. I felt I had no choice but to terminate the pregnancy, and it was the most devastating day of my life. The largest tumor weighed 2 pounds at the time of the surgery. I suffered from depression for years afterward. Abortion does not make one unpregnant, but rather the mother of a dead baby. And after years of recovery from the emotional and physical trauma, I have written a book entitled Healing Hidden Bruises, which shows the connection between abortion and domestic violence and the hope of recovery of the trauma of each of these issues. And the committee members, if they have not already, I am told will be receiving a copy of it.
If you emailed it in, they received a nice big packet today, so
okay.
If it's in there, yes. Your time is up. Is there any questions? Representative Nagel.
Thank you for your testimony, Arlene. Birth control. Did you ever use any birth control throughout that time period of your life?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
Birth control. Did you use any birth control during that time period of your life? I mean, after your first abortion, did you think about prevention? Did anybody talk to you about that?
Oh, nobody talked to me about it, but we were using birth control.
And so on the second
And
time,
I
it
became
failed?
pregnant anyway.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? All right, thank you very much. Andrew Mulally.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chairwoman, and members of the committee for hanging in there. I know it's a long day. My name is Andrew Mulally, and I'm testifying in opposition to this bill. I'm a board-certified family medicine physician practicing in Fort Wayne. This bill allows for an exception to abort a child with disabilities. As a physician, I believe that this exception should be removed. First, we must ask, why are we limiting abortions to begin with? If it's to protect innocent human lives in our state, having a disability should not preclude a child from this protection. This body has chosen previously to protect unborn children with disabilities in law. This exception is a backslide. It flies in the face of our previous ban on abortions for children with disabilities and would cause those preborn children who currently have protection from abortion because of their disability to lose that protection. This exception would expand abortion of the disabled in our state. This is an ableist exception at face value and undermines the dignity of those who live with disabilities, born and preborn. Second, it should be noted that physicians are very bad at predicting the future of a person's health. Every one of you likely know multiple people who were given only so many months to live and still are alive years later. Furthermore, in reference to pregnancy, even our most powerful and accurate DNA prenatal testing is imperfect. Recently, I was caring for a couple who, based on that very test, were expecting a baby girl, and they were shocked when they delivered a baby boy that the testing could be wrong. Just in this year, in January, the New York Times ran an expose showing how that when these tests predicted rare and dangerous disease, they were wrong more than they were right. They were wrong 85 or 90% of the time, depending on the test they predicted. They were right 10 or 15% of the time. These numbers are abysmal. We should not be allowing children to be aborted for disabilities, especially when these numbers are so unreliable. We cannot predict the future, and saying that we can do so accurately enough to kill preborn patients because of the risk of a potential disability is a lie. One other point. You've heard testimony from other medical professionals that physicians are against criminal penalties for doctors who perform abortion. I disagree, as do many of my colleagues. As a physician, I support clear and severe penalties for those physicians who perform abortions in defiance to the rule of law. At a minimum, this must include the mandatory suspension of licensure and jail time. If a physician kills their patient on purpose, they should do jail time. I'm shocked that this is controversial. And deferring punishment to the licensing boards is inadequate. This is an abdication of duty of this body to ensure that the laws that you make will actually be followed. What if the medical licensing board disagrees with banning abortions? You must maintain these penalties and remove the exception for the disabled abortions. And if you can do that, we got something more to work with. As it's written, I oppose SB 1, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions? Representative Jeter.
Thank you, Doctor, for your time testimony today. I want to ask you a little bit about the rape exception.
Sure.
I know there's been a lot of concern about sort of accountability for that, and there's been talk about affidavits, and that was removed in this latest amendment. But can you talk a little bit about if someone comes in and they indicate that they were raped, is there any type of analysis or other like related physical inspections or anything that a doctor does that would confirm that, or could a doctor certify that, or what happens in that instance?
It's a good question. There's no physical exam findings that can confirm that for sure, period. There's things that can comment to it and point to it, but we can't confirm it. I'm concerned about the way the current bill is, especially with the amendment removing the need for the affidavit, because for two primary reasons. One, you look at the TPRs that are already coming out, and we know that people who are filling them out sometimes don't check into perpetrators' ages, okay? So there are things that are overlooked or done on purpose, I don't know. Number two, abortion does not get rid of the problem. The problem's not the preborn child. The problem was that this patient was victimized, the mother. The patient was raped. If you have an abortion and you get rid of the baby, she's going back to whatever that situation is. And as it's currently written, these people won't even be prosecuted necessarily. And I mean, that's just for this one patient in particular. We know, you guys know about the problems with recidivism. These people don't just have one victim. They're going to go victimize other people. So there needs to be a mechanism to actually get those people off the streets. Otherwise, there's going to be more victims.
Any other questions? All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mackenzie Price. Isaiah Merver.
Thank you. Legally protected in Indiana: brown bears, grizzly bears, panda bears, polar bears, rhinos with an H, blue whales, sea otters, seals, sharks, gorillas, cheetahs, jaguars, tigers, snow leopards, orangutans. Not protected preborn human babies. Protect every baby, end baby murder now. Thank you.
Thank you, Isaiah. Hey, Isaiah, how old are you?
11.
11. Thank you for testifying today. Caitlin.
Hi, thank you. My name is Caitlin Morva. I am a born-again Christian. I am 21 years old, and I used to say in ignorance that I wasn't political. That is until I found out that killing babies was political. So I tell people, when I found out that killing babies was political, then I got political. In order for an abortion to be successful, someone must die, and I'm not okay with that ever. Slavery was also once legal, but it was also wrong. I hear often people say because it's legal, it's right, but that's not the case. SB 1 is a death bill in its current form describing when, where, and how babies can still be murdered in Indiana. Laws which say fulfill this requirement and you can still kill your baby are not good laws. The baby in the womb is not a potential life. The baby in the womb already has a life, and he or she deserves equal protection under our laws. Indiana State Code, and I have it if you need it, already states that life begins at conception, something that Senate Bill 1, among many other flaws, fails to recognize. What we as Hoosiers, citizens, and voters of Indiana call for today is no exceptions, no compromise, and no regulations. There was never a reason to kill a baby. Taking an innocent person's life should never be considered a choice for any reason, as two wrongs never make a right. Voters are waking up to legislators who campaign as pro-life, only to vote pro-abortion once elected. We want protection at conception, no exceptions with criminal penalties. Scripture says, justice and only justice you shall pursue, so that you may live and possess the land the Lord your God is giving you. No nation can endure who permits what God forbids. The killing of preborn children is wicked in God's sight. It must be abolished. Abortion is murder, period. Scripture also says, if anyone then knows the good they ought to do and does not do it, it is sin for them. It is always right to do right, and it is always wrong to do wrong. Strip the language from Senate Bill 1, the baby killer bill, and reinsert the language from Hoosiers for Life's Protection at Conception bill, House Bill 1282. You should be very familiar with it by now. It's the life bill, which has been presented by Representative Court Isley. It is the only solid piece of pro-life legislation that has been presented in Indiana to end abortion in our state and protect the preborn's inalienable right to life without exceptions. Don't fail babies like the Senate did. Uphold your God-given duty to protect every preborn baby and end baby murder in Indiana. It is to God you will be held accountable. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Are there any questions? All right. Thank you very much.
Yep.
Rima. Shahid.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, members of the committee. Thank you for allowing public testimony. I know it's been a long day. My name is Rima Shahid, and I am the CEO of Women for Change. We are a nonpartisan grassroots organization, and our mission is to educate, equip, and mobilize Hoosiers to create positive change for women. I believe that SB 1 goes against our mission as it takes us back more than 50 years. This is not a positive change. We've made tremendous progress for women with the passage of elements of rape in this committee, and let's continue to march forward. I believe that we have never faced a more consequential moment in the fight for women's equity in the United States. Yes, the suffragettes transformed the nation by winning some women's right to vote, not all women, but the struggle was about adding a right that should have been in place from our nation's first days. Today, we're witnessing efforts to take away rights that have existed for decades, something that has never occurred before. Access to abortion is a key component of women's comprehensive health care. The ability to choose if and when and how to give birth is linked to women's economic success, educational attainment, and general health and well-being. Research has shown that the more abortion restrictions a state has, the worse women's and children's health care outcomes are in that state. It's crucial to examine the extent to which racism worsens maternal and infant mortality. Communities of color, and primarily African Americans, are disproportionately affected by limitations to abortion and experience elevated rates of maternal and infant mortality. Madam Chairman, members of the committee, you know that Indiana ranks at the bottom of maternal infant mortality in states, and communities of color are affected at a much higher rate. Access to comprehensive reproductive health care, including safe and legal abortion, is critical to promoting better maternal and infant health outcomes. Research suggests the delays, costs, and complications that result from barriers to abortion access could contribute to poor maternal health outcomes and even death. You can tell a lot about society with how they deal with women and treat women. Let's put women first, and let's stop SB 1. Thank you.
Any questions for Rima? Thank you very much. Lakimba? I want to Desadier?
That's a deer.
Sadadier.
It's pronounced Desadier, though. You were correct. Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman McNeil and members of the committee. My name is Lakimba Desadier, and I represent Planned Parenthood Alliance Advocate, Indiana. We rise in strong opposition to SB 1, a cruel, barbaric abortion ban. The government should not be interfering into medical decisions. This bill prohibits abortion clinics from providing any care. Only 1% of abortion care is provided outside of an abortion clinic here in Indiana. Even if a patient is legally entitled to care, they will not be able to practically access care because of the ambulatory surgical center restriction. Senate Bill 1 is an extreme abortion ban that bans care to all stages of pregnancy with limited exceptions that are vague difficult to access, and the amount to the right in name only. Anti-abortionist lawmakers chipped away at these extensions since introducing this bill, making them even narrower and impossible to access. Under this bill, rape and sex survivors will only have 10 weeks into pregnancy. Even with this limited life and health expectations, providers will be forced to risk prosecution and jail time up to 6 years and a level 5 felony. The chilling effect of this potential of jail time or loss of their medical license will lead to fewer providers offering life-saving care. So even if someone was legally entitled to an abortion care, it will be exceedingly difficult for them to provide that here in Indiana. If Senate Bill 1 passes, people will be forced to carry pregnancies against their will or travel hundreds of miles to get basic health care. Many people will be unable to get the care they need and will die directly to the result of this bill due to this state maternal health crisis. Researchers show that abortion ban will lead up to 21% in increase in the number of pregnancy-related deaths and even a 33% increase for Black women. Lawmakers should be ashamed to push this bill in a state where Black women already die 2.5 times the national average rate for maternal mortality. It is communities of color, people in low incomes, and those who face substantial barriers in health care, including people that live in rural areas, the LGBTQ community, people with disabilities, immigrants, and young people who will bear the brunt of this abortion ban. Every person in Indiana should be able to make their own decision about their health and their bodies, including abortion care. It's a matter of safety, dignity, autonomy, and freedom. I urge you to stop this cruel, outrageous bill that the majority of Indiana voters don't want. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Representative Bartels.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your testimony. I just want to clarify something that you said. Did you state that this would stop clinics providing services?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that, please?
You stated that this bill would stop clinics from providing the services you provide.
With the amendments that were heard this morning, yes, sir.
So just help me understand. So it would be the intent that if this passes, you'd stop birth control, contraceptions, primary care, HIV services, transgender therapy. You would stop all these other services just because you can't do one potential?
That is not correct.
So this bill does not stop that, these other services?
We are a health care provider. We provide more services in abortion care, sir.
So you will still provide these services if this bill passes? Okay, so this bill doesn't, well, you made a statement, this is going to stop clinics from being open.
It will stop abortion clinics, sir.
Okay. Any other questions? All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I lost my list. Courtney McCullough. Sorry, I temporarily lost my list.
I've come here today because I feel compelled to speak up for the children and families this government has been letting down for years. It seems that you now plan to abandon them to deal with the repercussions of your decision to turn unpopular religious zealotry into public policy. I taught for over a decade exclusively in schools that serve children in poverty. We'd often use the phrase, "It feels like we're putting Band-Aids on bullet wounds." It refers to the bottomless pit of needs that people who work in poverty encounter every day in the Hoosier State. In my early years, I didn't understand the systems at play in this country, and I was less understanding with families than I should have been. I'm going to tell you about the family that changed my perspective on this, and while I share their story, I ask that you consider the harm this bill could cause them. I had this little boy in my class for 2 years. He struggled with anger, and I often feared and still feared what might happen to him someday if he crossed someone with a weapon and a fragile ego. His anger always turned to the most heartbreaking sadness and on several occasions, we sat in the hallway during my prep as his tears soaked the sleeve of my shirt. I couldn't get a read on his mom. I knew they both had recently experienced trauma. Her affect was consistently flat. I had known her for years, and I never saw her smile once. For a while, I thought maybe she just didn't like schools or teachers or me. I looked for every chance to say something positive to her about her son because I knew how desperate he was to see her smile at him. One day, he went out of his way to do something incredibly kind for another student, and I noticed, privately thanked, and tried to reward him. He refused to take it. When I asked why not, he shrugged and said, "Level 6. For context, in our class, we framed the motivations for our choices around Kohlberg's 6 levels of moral development. For those unfamiliar, level 6 is what we strive for, and it amounts to, I have a personal code of behavior and I follow it. I felt incredibly moved and impressed by how he applied his SEL this way, and when I later shared this moment with his mom, her expression didn't change. I then realized she didn't smile at him because she didn't have a smile in her to give him. This woman was surviving. Every day she gave him her survival. She got up and went to work. She answered her phone when I called. She showed up for our meetings. She kept him fed and sheltered. She was doing her best. It's horrifying to think about the burdens that SB 1 could have imposed on her, to wonder how this law might have harmed them both back then and what it will do to them now. This family is just one example to consider, but I have hundreds of families in my mind when I think of this bill's cruelty and the damage it will do. The way our state consistently fails children and families is shameful. In 2019, Indiana had 16,300 homeless students enrolled in school. This year, we have over 3,000 vacant education jobs. Over 13,000 Hoosier children are in foster care. Who will care for these children you want to force people to birth? Please vote no to SB 1. Don't choose to make one group's religious beliefs the law, leaving the rest of us to face the consequences. Please do your jobs and start helping the people struggling to survive every day. Thank you for your time.
Any questions as she runs away? Okay, thank you very much. Amber Cleveland.
Good afternoon. I'm Amber Cleveland. I'm speaking in opposition to Senate Bill 1. I have listened very carefully today to the things that people have had to say, and to the woman who lost her Aunt Becky due to an unsafe abortion. I am so sorry, because it didn't have to happen. Less than 1% of the abortions in this country are performed in this state that some people are calling a vacation destination for abortions. That is not true. No one is running around the country trying to get safe access in this state. They're coming here because it's their only choice. Like a 10-year-old from Ohio who had to come here and then be maligned by leaders of our community. It's unacceptable. Abortions are recognized as a human right by the World Health Organization. A human right. I shouldn't have to fight for this right now. I started talking about abortion and debating abortion as a 7th grader in 1989. A 7th grader. Luckily, I had a teacher who opened the floor for conversations and dialogues and debate with our peers, and we did that in 1989. I cannot believe we're still talking about this. How much money have we spent talking about abortion, talking about limiting the right to have one, to make a choice for yourself? Could we have spent that money to save mothers who are trying to have babies? We could have, but we didn't. We spent it right here. Could we have spent that money feeding children that already exist? We could have, but we didn't. So my family, my grandmother actually had several siblings, but they were taken by the state just before the Great Depression, and they were put into an orphanage. I asked my grandma when I was young, why don't your siblings have any children? And my grandma said, because the state sterilized them in the orphanage. Do you know how she got missed? Because she had diphtheria. She was sick, she had a fever, she was in the hospital, and that's why I can stand here. The state made the choice. It wasn't right then, it is not right now. So I would just implore you to vote no on this bill. We shouldn't continue borrowing problems when we have enough problems to solve and when we have the ability to solve them. I would say the other thing that I want to make it a point is that I've been through a cycle of IVF. I have frozen embryos and eggs in this state. I desperately want a baby. I desperately want a baby. I desperately want to have my own baby. But I can't risk it here. I'm from here. Generations, at least 8. Hundreds of years. And I can't risk having a baby in my home state because I'm older. And what if something goes wrong? So please don't take this away from us. The last thing I will say is attempts to reduce abortion through coercive restrictions are a direct violation of individuals' dignity, bodily autonomy, and reproductive freedom. Please do not seek to further inhibit my freedom.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Okay, thank you very much. David Merver.
Thank you. I'm Dave Mervar. I think one thing is you guys have heard a lot of emotional testimony today, but I think the thing that we're forgetting most of the time is an inalienable right of the preborn baby. We always forget about the baby. On Saturday, the Indiana Senate, as you know, voted in favor of the baby killer bill, SB 1, and in doing so, they have voted in favor of punishing preborn children for their father's crimes, while refusing to uphold just punishment for the abortion providers. Attempting to trick the public, Senate leadership, as we saw last week, calls this bill pro-life. It's nothing close to pro-life. If this bill passes as is, there will still be legal abortions in Indiana. The baby killers just have to follow the rules. And if they don't, the punishment won't be that bad anyway. Read the bill. There's already stuff in there that is stripping the Attorney General from even enforcing anything. SB 1 is a pro-abortion, and every senator who voted favor of it has betrayed the preborn babies. Some senators are even going as far as to tell their constituents that this compromise bill is the best we could do. It was this or nothing, and now it lands in your seat over here. What are we going to do about it? Are we going to take what they've sent over here, or are we going to make amendments? Are we going to work with John and Kurt and Isley to introduce the protection at conception? Why do we ignore this? Let's end abortion in Indiana. Let's end it. Let's end it. I'm expecting Carball and Wesco and Morris and all of these House reps that call themselves pro-life that have filled out surveys with Indiana Right to Life for years saying they are pro-life to stand up and do something. Stand up. Quit hiding behind rules and regulations. Do what is right. Do what is right. Quit doing what is wrong. I plead with you. I plead with you. I plead with you.
Thank you. Any questions? Representative Bartels.
I just want to make sure I'm clear on your position. What you're saying is you're against abortion, but you don't even want the mother to have a decision in her own life. If it's baby or mother, the mother does not have that decision. Is that your?
That is not what I'm saying. If the mother is pregnant and there's a choice, I want a doctor that says I'm going to try to save both. I do not want a doctor that says I'm going to either kill the mother or I'm going to kill the baby. I want a doctor that's pro-life that says we're going to go into this situation and we're going to try to save both, and we're going to leave it up to God on how it pans out.
Okay. And do you think there should be stronger penalties? Or you think are we too lax on the doctors and hospitals? Should we make sure they're accountable financially and criminally?
Absolutely. Let me ask you this way: are any of us going to follow some of these laws we have on the books if there's no penalty? Look at California. Smash and grab. Go into any shop you want, steal as much as you want, as long as it's under $1,000. They can't even prosecute you. How do we expect to have civility in Indiana if we can't have some kind of laws behind that are going to criminalize people that are going to go out and be drill sergeants like we're hearing here. Is the civility out here is absolutely crazy. I don't know why you guys even put up with it.
I know there's been discussion there, but I mean, do you think the mother should also be potentially held accountable from a criminal act?
Absolutely. If she's going in to murder her baby, absolutely.
Okay. Representative Jeter.
I just want to kind of understand your position. So if we were able, because obviously we've got, 100 people right in this chamber. I mean, if let's just say hypothetically, if the best bill we were able to get would stop 90% of abortions, you would say we should vote against that and keep the status quo until we can get 100%. Is that accurate?
Any exceptions kills a baby, and I cannot stand for that. How can you as a legislator pass something that is going to ultimately kill some innocent person in the womb?
Well, I would reverse the question. I would say we know what's happening now, right?
We've regulated this for 50 years. How many more years do we want to go?
So I take it your answer is if there was a law that stopped 90%, you would want us to vote no.
I would not be with that. That's
okay.
exactly
Thank
right.
You for,
That's
thank
exactly right.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
Maureen Duncan.
Good afternoon. Chairman, members of the committee, thank you for allowing me to testify today. My name is Maureen Duncan. I'm a lifelong resident of Anderson, Indiana, and I am the 4th Vice President for the NAACP State Conference and the State Advisor for the Youth and College Division here in Indiana. I am here standing before you to urge you to vote no on SB 1. As a Black woman, this ban will disproportionately impact Black women across the state. In 2020, the Black maternal death rate was 55.3 deaths per 100,000 live births, according to the Center for Disease Control and Prevention. That death toll would increase as a result of this decision. A 2021 research project by Duke University estimated the potential death toll following an abortion ban and found a 33% increase in Black women who died to pregnancy-related complications. Overturning reproductive rights would harm Black, brown, and low-income women who are most impacted by systematic inequalities, simply because staying pregnant is more dangerous than having an abortion. It would also lead to increased deaths due to unsafe abortions or attempted abortions. Denying someone abortion care has devastating and lasting consequences for the pregnant woman. It can jeopardize their health, economic well-being, and ability to determine their own future for not only themselves, but also for their family. We should be able to make decisions for ourselves, and the government should not be involved in our family planning decisions. Our position is clear. This is a medical procedure, and women should have the right to make any medical decisions that concerns them with their physician if they choose so. I will leave you with this. The words of Simha Araya, a sophomore at Indiana University and the VP of the chapter of the NAACP campus on their campus, who cannot be with us today. The American dream. What is the American dream? Her first initial thoughts were nation of freedom, hope, and equality. Being a first-generation Eritrean American hasn't always been easy. Her parents came to America in 1991 in hopes of this dream that has been fantasy for over a few decades. America, the land of the free, but not so free. Not so free for the people of color, especially not for women. But what I have learned about this American dream, like any other dream, you have to fight and make it to a reality. Reality that freedom, hope, and the idea of equality is prevalent, but only if you fight for it. I have seen this through the women's suffrage movement, the movement led by all women. The fight to our justice and recognition, the fight for our equal pay and gender equality. As this issue regarding abortion is discussed in our nation and our state, I want you to think about the issues women face on a daily basis, from health issues to sexual harassment to assault. It is not easy being a woman. About 68,000 women die annually, according to the University of Colorado. And new research banning abortion nationwide will lead to a 21 increase in the number of pregnancy-related deaths overall.
Your time is up. Can you sum up real quick?
So I say this, our vote matters, and our representatives, we advocate for you to make the right decision. I leave you with this, vote no for Senate Bill 1. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions? All right, thank you very much. Amy Courtney.
Thank you for letting me speak today. My name is Amy Courtney, and I'm speaking only on behalf of myself today. I would prefer to keep my sex life, my religious beliefs, and my healthcare decisions private. However, I am compelled to speak up today against the proposed SB 1 legislation, which would strip away a globally recognized fundamental human right from all Hoosiers who can become pregnant. I'm a married woman of reproductive age. My husband and I have chosen not to have children. As two consenting married adults, we should be allowed to have sex free of the fear that if it were to result in an unintended pregnancy, that the state of Indiana would force me to carry that pregnancy to term against my wishes. This abortion ban is forced birth. I am thankful to have the means to travel to another state or even another country to access this health care for myself. Abortion bans disproportionately affect poor people and people of color. This is morally reprehensible. I was raised in a conservative Catholic household. The church taught that sex is only permissible after marriage between heterosexuals and without any form of birth control. The church also taught that abortion is murder. These are not my beliefs. I was not taught any of these things as part of my more than 18 years of education. These were the teachings of the Catholic Church. This was religious doctrine. This is not and should not be the law of the land. Since then, my eyes have been opened to another side to this debate, the right of women to control their own bodies and their own lives. Many deeply personal stories have helped evolve my thinking on abortion. The teenage pregnancies, the college abortions to delay starting a family until they were ready, the Plan B administered in the emergency room after the trauma of rape, the women leaving abusive relationships while pregnant, and the women requiring abortions for ectopic pregnancies or miscarriages. These stories helped me develop empathy, which was missing from the perspective shared with me growing up. Treating women with dignity means giving them the autonomy to make these incredibly personal, private healthcare decisions for themselves in consultation with their doctors and without barriers. No political body should insert themselves in this sacred space. The United States of America is a country founded on the principle of religious freedom. America is not a theocracy. The beliefs of any one religion are not superior and should not be made into laws imposed onto all Americans. I urge you to protect the reproductive freedom and the religious liberty of all Hoosiers, including those whose religious beliefs may differ from your own. Most Americans, including most Hoosiers, want to preserve the right to safe, legal abortion. The total abortion ban proposed in SB 1 is out of step with what Indiana voters want, and I urge you to vote no. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Representative Jeter.
Just curious, do you think a fetus is a life?
I'm not going to entertain that question. I think it's a personal philosophical question, and it feels like a gotcha, like you're trying to make some point, but not sure what it is. Thank you.
Thank you. Christopher Mervar.
Thank you. Abortion is wrong because abortion is murder, and murder is wrong because God Almighty says so in His Word. Abortion is murder, and it is time we start treating it like that. Now is the time to end the murder of the most innocent among us. Now is the time to pass a complete and total ban on abortion in our state with criminal penalties. No compromises, no exceptions, and no regulations. Murder is never right. Not when or if, it is always wrong. The proposed bill is so weak. It does not even come close to ending the murder of babies in our state. This is not a pro-life, this is a death bill. It has major flaws, allowing for the murder of babies to go in our state if passed in its current form. Preborn babies are humans and deserve equal protection under our laws, as Indiana code already states that life begins at conception. The only thing this weak bill does is regulate when, where, and how babies will be murdered. At first, I thought you could fix this bill, but after studying it, I realized it is too flawed. I'm asking you to gut this weak bill and replace it with a complete and total ban on abortion in the state of Indiana, using the language from House Bill 1282. Anything else is wrong and evil in God's sight. God wants full obedience, not partial. It is always right to do right, and it is always wrong to do wrong. We will all stand before God someday and give account for our actions. Do the right thing and end the murder of babies in our state. If you refuse to do right, we, the people of Indiana, will vote you out and replace you with God-fearing men and women who do the right thing. Abolish abortion now.
Thank you. Any questions? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ashley Rugg.
Good afternoon. Are we having fun yet? My name's Ashley Grogg. I'm a master's prepared registered nurse. I've worked in the field for over 16 years, and quite frankly, I am disgusted by what has happened to my profession, my love. We, as medical professionals, should be entering in this field to protect, to care for, and to love our patients, whether they're in the womb or out of it. I oppose this bill. You guys have a chance to fix it, and I hope you do so. No exceptions, no abortion, not for rape and incest, not for fetal anomaly. It's so ambiguous. Let's not even get started on that. But for the life of the mother, I am extremely qualified to speak on. You see, I have this beautiful little girl. Her name is Caroline. She's 5 years old. She is amazing. She counts over 200. She knows her ABCs. She's beginning phonics. Her laugh will catch your attention from across the room. She holds complete and engaging conversations with adults and is a very dangerous negotiator. So that's the warning. The next generation is coming. We're not going away. I need you to look at her face, and I need you to ask yourself if her life is more valuable than mine. Because that's what you're proposing. You're saying that this is less than me. How can you do that? I had a very interesting conversation with an attorney, and excuse me for getting emotional. Attorney over there, I said, do you know that gestational ages are often wrong up to 2 weeks, but maybe more? Do you realize that? Do we need to go into science? Because that's the truth. My gestational ages are often wrong because my cycles aren't normal, because I do have chronic conditions that impede that process. This is what 24 weeks looks like. Is that a baby? The attorney over there sure didn't seem to think so. In fact, she told me, no, that's not a baby. That is my baby. That is this child. Is that not worth a life? Ask yourself that when you vote on this. Fix it. You know what the difference between these pictures and this picture is? A couple hours in a bath. You know what the difference between this picture and these pictures are? 7 days. So you want to murder a 20-week-old baby, 22-week-old baby if we want to get accurate? That's what you're killing. So I sure as heck hope that you guys will correct this. My life was in danger. I had a massive blood clot, a pulmonary embolism, if you want to be specific, in my right lung at 12 weeks. I could have terminated. My doctor knew better than to offer that to me because he might have found himself on the floor. End of story. He knew better. we had had 3 other preterm births.
Your time is up.
After that, we started
Your time
bleeding
is
and
up.
hemorrhaging.
Can you sum?
And they could have taken her at 21 weeks.
Can you? No, I would like for you to sum it up, please.
And most of your voters, 2022 was a warning. 2024 is right around the corner. Happy to answer any questions.
Representative Pierce.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hey, I noticed your Rhino Hunter T-shirt. I was just curious about whether Republicans in name only have a right to life.
Yeah, sure do. I would never threaten their lives. In fact, if one of you all had an incident, I would be happy to help you. And you know, my husband tells jokes about dinos, Democrats in names only. Do you guys have that? Glad I could get a few chuckles. Any other questions?
Okay.
I could be here all day.
No.
You don't want me to, Wendy? I'll be
No.
back Thursday, don't worry.
Thank you. Christina Radas. Okay. Sean Default. You, Sean. Okay, please say us who your name is.
Good afternoon, members of the House Committee. My name is Brian Schrank, and I am a minister of the Gospel of Jesus Christ. I'm here to testify against SB 1. Now, even if the House courageously votes to remove exceptions from this bill, thus passing a complete abortion ban, it will still fall short, and I will explain why. Abortion is first-degree premeditated murder with malice and forethought. A mother and usually a father hire an assassin to eliminate the child that was conceived against them. They exchange funds with the abortionist to have their offspring executed. This is truly a hate crime of the worst kind. This is why abortion must be criminalized and preborn babies granted equal protections while in the womb. Anything less than fully criminalizing the parents who kill their baby is unjust. Why? Well, according to the God of the Bible, the one to whom you swore an oath to, the one who was mentioned in our Indiana Constitution, his word tells us in Ecclesiastes 8:11. Listen to this. Because the sentence against an evil work is not executed speedily, therefore the heart of the sons of men is fully set in them to do evil. Since there are 0 criminal penalties in this bill related to the mother and father, this will simply incentivize Hoosiers to travel across state lines to murder their child. Representative Jeter asked, well, if we had a bill that could save 90% of babies, would we support it? Representative Jeter, this bill is not going to save barely any babies because they're just going to go across state lines to have their child killed. I'm already getting word that abortion clinics are going to open right in Illinois, right on the state border of Illinois and Indiana. And for most Hoosiers, that's only a 1 to 3 hour drive. And in Illinois, you can kill your baby on the first appointment. You don't have to do it in 2 like in Indiana. Not only that, but I think most Hoosier women will just order the RU-486 chemical pill of mass destruction from the internet and just kill their baby in the comfort of their home. Consider that for a moment. By passing an abortion ban in Indiana with 0 criminal penalties for the abortive father and mother, it's not going to drastically increase the birth rate, neither the rate of adoption. Men and women will find other ways to kill their unwanted child. So this secondary bill you guys are working on to fund all these crisis pregnancies is really useless unless you pass a true bill to criminalize abortion in our state. So I'm calling on you, Indiana House, to completely amend this worthless bill with the language of Representative Nisley and Representative Jacobs' bill, the Life Bill. Any legislative bill which doesn't grant equal protections and true constitutional rights to preborn Hoosiers is an iniquitous decree, according to Isaiah 10, 1 and 2. And I'm going to close with this. Violence in the womb by abortion gives birth to violence in our streets. And if you continue to permit the slaughter of the most innocent in the womb, things will continue to get worse in the state of Indiana. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? All right. Thank you very much. Norma? I don't think I saw Norma. Okay. Gracie Dickerson? If we could we have the others on deck, please? Vanessa King,
Good afternoon. My name is Gracie Dickerson. I live in Indianapolis. I'm a constituent of House District 99 with Vanessa Summers. I'm a daughter of Doug and Angie Dickerson. I'm a wedding coordinator. I'm a student at IUPUI. I'm an individual with bodily autonomy. I'm a Christian, and I oppose this bill that bans abortion. That's right. I am an Indiana born and raised pro-choice, Jesus-loving Christian, and yes, they exist. Here's the thing, and I promise that this has its point, so stay with me. 6, 7, 8, 9 years ago, I was standing right here talking to many of you about vaping rates in youth. However, you guys didn't see it, so you didn't think it was a priority. It took the vaping rate to double from 12% to 27% in just 3 years for you to finally create the Tobacco 21 law in 2020. My point to that story is that while you are being told what is happening by the people going through it day by day, you turn your backs because you don't want to believe that it is. And when it comes to this bill, if it actually passes, then when will you finally reverse this ban? Once you realize that for some reason domestic abuse cases against pregnant women start skyrocketing? Or when you see an increased number of infant mortality rates? Because that's what the abortion ban means. It doesn't mean that abortions stop. Banning abortion means banning safe abortions. You are stepping into a room where the government should not be, and that is the doctor's office. An abortion is a medical procedure that should be decided between a person and their doctor. The government should not get a say about it. You cannot take away my bodily autonomy, which protects my right to do what I want with my body. If I were to die, even if I were to save 20 lives, you cannot harvest my body if I said that I did not want to be an organ donor. Those other lives do not hold more weight than my own body because it is my right. Whatever I want to do with it is my say. In the same sense, you cannot force a woman to have a baby without her consent because otherwise you would be forcing her to give up her rights to her body. You'd be saying that a fetus has more rights than the mother and that a corpse would have more rights than a woman. I'd love it if every baby was born, I would. However, banning abortions is not the way to do it. If we start with a stronger education with youth, and this includes sex education, what to do if you do become pregnant, as well as better access to birth control for all people, we would have a huge reduction in abortion rates. Please throw out this bill. Bill 2 is a start of a solution, but it isn't close to being done yet. If you aren't going to listen to me, to science, to law, or to your constituents, what about this? Being a Christian, I understand your concerns and your desire to do right by God. But if you believe in the same God that I do, don't you believe that he loves us all so much that he gave us the free will to choose our path, to make our own choices? Yes, one day we will all stand in front of him and face our own judgment, but isn't that our own individual judgment to face? He, with all of his power, decided that he would let us have the freedom to choose here and now. And now you, with your power, are going to take away that choice? You are not the judge, the jury, the executioner, and God. You say that you are Christians, but then you shame the ones who need him most. You say that you are pro-life, but you don't care if the mother's health is in danger. You say that you are loving, but then show no mercy to women when we say that you need to listen to us. So please listen to us. As a constituent, as a daughter, as a woman, as a Christian, please do not vote for this bill. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Any questions? All right. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Vanessa King.
Good afternoon. My name is Vanessa King, and I represent the preborn who can't speak for themselves. My statement is to Republicans and mostly to Republican leadership. Murdering a pregnant woman in our state is considered a double homicide regardless of gestational age, acknowledging that 2 separate lives were taken. This is inconsistent with the abortion exceptions in SB 1. In its current form, under multiple exceptions, SB 1 still allows chemical, surgical, dismemberment, and partial birth abortions. Those who legalize any of these barbaric practices are complicit with the abortionists and are not pro-life. The biggest difference between born babies and preborn babies is you can't hear the preborn scream, as they are mutilated and cruelly murdered. For years, almost all of you, Republicans, have campaigned on the pro-life cause. It's been plastered all over your mailers, and you've made many promises to your constituents regarding your commitment to protecting life in the womb. To the gentleman who asked, why would you want us to vote no on legislation that would end 95% of abortions when the alternative is to keep the law as it is? My response would be, why on earth are these our only 2 options? How did SB 1 become the best abortion legislation our Republican supermajority could give us? HB 1282, the Life Bill by Hoosiers for Life, by John Jacob and Kurt Nisley, is truly righteous legislation to end abortion and acceptably addresses the life of the mother. Even Right to Life hates SB 1. SB 1 was drafted without input from any pro-life organization and shows your voter base the truth about many who have claimed to value life in the womb. Don't pick and choose who gets to live and who can be condemned to die. If you do, you will have blood on your hands. Partial justice is injustice. There are some Republican legislators who actually do want to end abortion in this state, but it's obvious that some do not. It's become clear to common Hoosiers that GOP leadership tries to rule legislators and demands their obedience, dangling campaign money over their heads. Representatives have to get permission from the caucus to vote a certain way. Leadership does not give legislators the emotional freedom and professional environment to actually represent their districts and legislate according to their conscience. But the vice grip and conservative mask of the GOP leadership in this state is cracking. If there ever was a time to break out of the mold, it's now. Senator Mike Young did it in the Senate last week and bravely proposed Amendment 58 that would have struck the rape and incest exceptions. I urge you to amend this bill to end abortions immediately with no exceptions. For those who hypocritically pretend to be pro-life but choose not to protect the preborn, one day you will stand before the judgment seat of Jesus Christ, who created these children, and give an account of the stewardship that he gave you over their lives. The pro-life community is who elects you and votes Republican. 22 incumbents of this House were primaried this spring by the abolitionist and liberty movement, and we have no problem doing it again if needed. Do what's right and let the chips fall. The fear of man brings a snare, but he who trusts in the Lord will be exalted. Thank you, and I will not be taking questions at this time.
All right, thank you. Are any of the next folks up here? Okay, great. If you would, if your name is up here, make sure you're sitting in these seats so I know where we're at and we can move quickly through this. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Madam Chairwoman and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on this very important issue. I stand here today as a concerned Hoosier mother and advocate for the preborn in opposition to Senate Bill 1. It is a pro-death bill and does little to save babies. I recommend it be amended to ban abortion completely with no exceptions and impose penalties. Please consider language from Hoosiers for Life's Protection at Conception bill, which was used in HB 1282 earlier this year. A complete ban on abortion is something that generates much discussion as the details are critical. In order to understand some of those medical details, I consulted a physician from Warsaw, Indiana, Dr. Christopher Majera. While patient care duties have kept him from testifying at this hearing, he documented some salient points for consideration by this committee and the General Assembly as a whole. Life begins at conception and ends at natural death. Abortion and euthanasia and physician-assisted suicide are not allowed by Hippocratic oath and ought not be allowed in the state of Indiana. When confronted with the scenario of a complete ban on abortion, many Hoosiers raise the question about cases where the life of the mother is in mortal danger. Dr. Majera proposes a discussion to work through this seeming dilemma. Abortion has its primary goal of killing of a baby. It deserves to be prohibited. On the contrary, a fetal-maternal separation operation has its primary goal of saving two lives, the mother and the baby. This delicate surgical procedure ought to be condoned when appropriate. Our current medical technology is wonderfully advanced, but sadly is not at a state of sophistication where all separated babies will survive. Medical technology is not static. It progresses at a rapid pace. Someday, there will be microsurgical techniques and an artificial uterus to support all babies separated from their mothers prior to birth. But until that time arrives, physicians must try and try and try with available technology. Just think how many lives would be saved if there was an Operation Warp Speed for fetal maternal separation research. An abortion and fetal maternal separation are two entirely different medical procedures. An abortion is never to be allowed. A fetal maternal separation is to be allowed legally and morally when the lives of the mother and or baby are in true mortal danger.
Your time is up.
Okay.
Can you sum up real quick, please?
Yes. In summary, abortions are never to be allowed, but the lives of mothers and babies can and will be saved by pursuing the concept of fetal maternal separation. Thank you for your consideration of this most important issue.
Thank you. Any questions? All right. Thank you. Logan Hammond.
Hello, I'm Logan Hammond, and I have come to speak for myself and the preborn, those who have no voice. Today we discuss what human rights trump others, whether the right to choose, supposedly to choose, trumps the right to live. So I think we should go to the science, not what we feel, not what our religion says, and I think we should go down to science. The science says life begins at conception. Around 95% of scientists believe that life begins at conception when the sperm and the egg unite, creating a separate human being. And abortion is not just termination of pregnancy, but it is murder of an innocent human being. I have brought some photos describing abortions. This is a 22-week abortion. This is a 15-week abortion. And there are many more that I would show, but since we don't have that much time. In the earliest abortions that are commonly performed before 9 weeks are use certain chemicals to starve the baby of nutrients and suffocate the baby of oxygen, killing the baby, and then 24 to 48 hours starts the labor process, which gives birth to the dead baby. And usually the woman does this over a toilet, and she flushes it down the drain. And most abortions afterwards use a sucking machine, which sucks the baby limb by limb apart. And then there's also second-term abortions, which rip the baby limb by limb apart. And then there's third trimester abortions, which use certain chemicals injected the baby, giving it fatal cardiac arrest. This is murder, and it should not be allowed in our state. I don't care if the baby was conceived in rape and incest, it still deserves a life. It should only have that life taken away if somebody else has their life threatened. But no abortion is necessary. No abortion is medically necessary because there are lots of other procedures that can save both the parents' lives or both the baby and the mother's life, or try to save their lives. And we need to ban abortion in our state because it is murder, and you have the duty to protect their lives. Please choose to stand for their lives. Thank you.
Thank you, Logan. Any questions? All right. Thank you very much. Brenda Kenyon.
Can I turn photos here?
Thank everybody for being here today. Thank you, Chairman Wendy McNeil. I'm not sure how to say your name. I'm sorry.
Let's say Wendy Mack. That makes it a little easier.
Okay. My name is Brenda, and I'm testifying today in opposition of Senate Bill 1. At 18, I found out I was pregnant, and at 19, I had my son. At 24, I found myself pregnant again. I was divorced and in the Navy. This time, I didn't choose life for my baby. I, like many women, deeply struggle with fears from the world, the society and culture our parents have brought us up in, a society where instead of encouraging children to be strong, brave, and face and accept the consequences of their own decisions, we've been raised to think that abortion is a form of birth control. A decision that the community I lived in, the people I was friends with, all considered to be such a great choice. An unplanned pregnancy, a burden, not a blessing. Over the next 12 years, I experienced anxiety, depression, PTSD, nightmares, panic attacks. I found myself on drugs and drinking a lot of alcohol. I also had eating disorders. My relationship suffered, and I was never able to have another baby. 15 years ago, I believed a lie. I was told no one would help me. I was told it was too expensive, and I covered my face, and someone took me to Planned Parenthood. I couldn't even make eye contact with the protesters outside, and the people who didn't even know my baby were out there fighting for her life. I was afraid and broken in my soul and spirit, and while the lady did an ultrasound, I asked to see. My heart was fighting for her life, and I was denied. A stern, no, you might change your mind. Medicated, I was taken to the procedure room, which was cold. The sounds were horrific, and afterwards, I sat alone. Not one person working there actually cared about me. They didn't care how the baby was conceived or if the father even wanted her. None of this at all, in any way, shape, or form, is healthcare. I went home, depressed, and I didn't get out of bed for days. I buried that shame of what I had done deeply. I couldn't bear the judgment for making that decision, a lie I told everyone and myself for 13 years. I called it just a miscarriage. I since have fought for 2 children to not be aborted and now witness them growing up. I have overcame all my mental health diagnoses, and just last Saturday, in preparation for testimony, I was finally able to name my daughter, Sarah Rose. I imagine a life I would raise Sarah in, a life to love herself, to know her value, building up a strong generation that is courageous and responsible. A daughter who someday would want to be a great mother like me. Now at 39, I strive not only to be a great mother, but a stepmother, an aunt, a friend, a sister, and a daughter. I strive to love stronger and deeper and let every young woman know that she is not alone. A safe community, a generation that values life and all the blessings that their sweet little hugs and kisses and giggles can bring. I'm sure you all have had a baby in your life that you've just absolutely adored. The love of bringing the most important, innocent form of life into the world. I stand here today, just like those protesters then, fighting for the lives of our future generations. And with our community together, with love, we can raise a strong, loving, supportive, courageous generation. I oppose SB 1 because I believe moms and babies deserve actionable legislation for real protection. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Representative Nagel.
Thank you, Brenda, for your testimony. Just quick question. You had a child when you were 18, you said, and then at 24 you had an abortion.
Yes, ma'am.
Were you using birth control?
At the time?
Yeah.
I was not.
And was it just because you weren't educated about what to use? Or, I mean, I'm just trying to figure out, is it access? I mean, what was stopping you at 24?
At the time, I was struggling to be a single mom, and I was already divorced, and I was working full-time, and it just didn't seem like something that could happen to me because I was an ignorant young woman, not educated, and I definitely didn't have people, community, family, or friends in support of just having a better life. I left my hometown, and I lived in a state where I didn't know anybody. There was nobody in the community. There wasn't anybody that in my life at all that literally cared about who I was, and I just slept around irresponsibly.
Okay.
Which is why I went ahead with that decision.
And do you think that if there was access was more available for birth control, that would have maybe assisted you through that time period? If you'd known, hey, I could just go to a drugstore and pick it up easy, or go to the health department and get it easy?
No, I think raising a community of people that genuinely love and support each other and can encourage us to be responsible and just act with more dignity to our own selves and the people around us. I think if I would have just had one person in my life say that I could have chose life and encouraged me, that they would support me, rather than everybody saying, oh, how could you do that, or judgment for that, I would have chosen life for my daughter.
Well, sure. And at how many weeks when you had that abortion?
I honestly don't remember.
Okay, I'm
No,
just curious
I
how you knew the gender.
They told me.
Okay.
Yeah, even though they denied me an ultrasound. And I'm not sure, I haven't even gone back to Planned Parenthood since, but I've heard that now you get 2 appointments and they make sure that you see the ultrasound, but that's not how it was 15 years ago.
Right. Laws have changed.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
I'm not sure they would actually practice that, though, even if that's what they tell them to do.
Okay. Any other questions?
No, thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Norma Holmes?
Hello, Madam Chair. Hello, everybody. My name is Norma Holm, and I'm one of the very few that are conceived in rape, and that my mother actually chose life for me. So this is a picture of my family, some of them grandbabies. We're expecting grandbaby number 9. I don't think I can hold this and also read, but I'll just set it here. But we live a very vivacious life with a large family. As I mentioned, my name is Norma Holm, and my granddaughter's with me. She's passed out in the back seat there. It's been a long day for her. And I'm very thankful for the time that you've given me to be here. I was conceived in rape. My mother was engaged to be married, and her fiancé was deployed. An acquaintance who always admired her took advantage of a situation and raped her. I was conceived. When she realized that I was on the way, she was expecting me, she panicked, of course. She thought what to do. After she got over the initial shock, she realized, this is just a human being. And she grew up Catholic, she grew up religious, and she knew the sanctity of life. So she said to herself, I can have this child. A child only requires 9 months of food and shelter. So she decided to have me. Of course, she had other people asking to adopt me, which was an option in her mind. But once she got closer, she realized that she would keep me. She had a supportive family and was able to, I'm not the rapist child. I have to correct people. I always hear that, the rapist child. It's not that. When you go through in vitro fertilization, you don't call the child of the person who did, might have donated, the sperm. So we're not, I've never met my biological father. He never reached out to me. I never reached out to him. That's okay. I had a wonderful life. I had a wonderful stepdad who adopted me, gave me his name when my mother and him married. I've lived a productive life. My mother was a businesswoman. She died very successfully, financially. If you want to judge her for her life, she was a millionaire when she died. And she told me, you know what? When I found out I was going to be pregnant, I realized I wanted to do something with my life, and I was not going to allow this to be like a panic mode that I was going to stumble. I realized I have a chance to be the best mom I can for this child and also to provide for her. And she did. She taught me business. Now I own a business. We live in Hammond. We are very involved in our GOP party, and we also are involved in community things that happen in our area. It's quite busy there. In our local schools, we have a Helping Other Mothers Excel program that we do there, and there's just a lot that we do. And so I'm just thankful for God that I have the opportunity to live, and also now that I have 5 daughters, and the 9th grandbaby coming in January is just the most wonderful thing that I can think of. So I want you just to remember these faces so that when, people talk about that less than 1% and how you just have to get rid of them, these are real people. My daughters are, some of them have degrees, some of them decided to stay home. I have a state trooper son-in-law. I have 2 that serve in the military. And it's a wonderful life, and I just want you to know that we are valuable to the society if we are given the chance. Thank you very much. Does anybody have any questions? Okay.
No questions. Thank you for your testimony. Oh, sorry. Representative Nagel.
No, your mom, I applaud her for choosing life. I think sometimes it's getting misinterpreted that we're saying you have to have an abortion if you've been raped. You certainly don't. It's an option. Your mom chose life, and we should commend her for that. And you're obviously very proud of that.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Have a great day. God bless you.
Okay. Turn myself up. Is Dr. Kane here? Okay. Curtis and Renee Hammett.
Madam McNamara and committee, thank you for the time to speak. I listened to a lot of emotion and a lot of religion, and I just believe that this issue is a constitutional issue, that life is to be protected. All life, the life of the mother and the life of the baby. And I believe that this term, abortion, is very broad. And in this bill, just way too many parts to it. Abortion is either elective or spontaneous. And there's a lot of medicine that goes into all that. We know that. But we need to separate these because one is murderous and the other is natural. We either die accidentally, we die by being murdered, or we die a natural death. Also, on the issue of choice, I wanted to say, sorry, I'm eating your time. I told you 15 seconds, it's not happening. On choice, God does give us a choice, and this is one of the things I love most about my God, is that he gives us the freedom to choose in life. Just like I can choose to speed when I'm going down the road, and I can get my ticket. Or I can choose to neglect my children and get the consequences for that. I make choices every day, and there are consequences, good and bad, that go along with those choices. There's nothing wrong with protecting life and having a negative consequence for murdering it. There's an internal conflict with this whole issue because we're all about life. The other day, when the Senate was meeting, I was thinking about the how Hoosiers love life. I mean, listen to all of us. We all love life. This is a common thread. And we're all trying to protect some portion of it. But the real issue that we have to protect in law is the protection of life, all life. We can't protect emotions, we can't protect physical ails and all that other stuff. We need all of us stepping in and helping life, but we have to protect life. We cannot allow murder, we cannot legalize murder. It's already on our laws, but we have to fix this.
I'll take the 15 seconds.
That was almost exact. There you go.
My name's Kurt Hammett. I'm a father educator in Indiana. My wife and I have led abstinence groups for junior hires. That was a trip. My wife is a dualist, studying the midlife. We are opposed to SB 1 and in its current form for 3 reasons. First, I'm for changing the language. We are for changing the language of SB 1 to make it consistent with Indiana law. Current Indiana law says that life begins at conception. And once you have established that life begins at conception, that means that everything else falls into place. The second point, the bill must make a clear distinction between life-threatening situation and abortion. We just talked to the doctor out in the hall there. The language of what is actually life-threatening is very ambiguous, especially when it gets to the point on the one point where everything is where all abortions are legal. So that point is very ambiguous. And the third one is there is no such thing as a compassionate abortion. If you look at the research, if you think about that, the Biden's 10-year-old girl that said had abortion here in Indiana, besides for that abortion and all trauma for the rape, she's also going to have a problem with mental health problems, premature births in the future.
I don't want to cut you off, but I'm going to cut you off.
I'm done.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for either of them? All right, thank you very much. Cindy Hajiak. Okay. Linda Hansen.
Good afternoon, Representative McNamara and members of the Courts and Criminal Code Committee. I'm Linda Hansen, co-president of the League of Women Voters of Indiana. Having lost a friend to a botched illegal abortion while we were in college, prior to Roe, I had hoped never to see this battle a second time. but we must engage for our children and grandchildren. You are considering legislation that will have an undue negative impact on women, children, and families in Indiana. Some of you may have listened to the testimony presented to the Senate last week, or as you've listened all day today, you heard, as I did, testimony presented by medical professionals, health and social service representatives, individuals already impacted by this proposal, and diverse religious leaders, all opposed to this legislation, though not for the same reasons. Even with Amendment 25 and its tight time frame, this legislation does not respond to medical science or concerns about healthcare access or privacy issues or bodily autonomy or even the potential economic impact. And it cannot respond to the diverse religious beliefs because the religious leaders did not speak with one voice. Yet this legislation would allow religious beliefs of some to dictate others' personal, medical, and moral decisions. The foundational principle of separation of church and state is meant to protect all citizens from that future, to honor our diversity. This state house, set in its square in the middle of the state, like the quintessential courthouse square prevalent across Indiana and the Midwest, symbolically places the rule of law at the center of American civic life instead of religion. We ask that you reconsider this proposed action, keeping in mind that you are legislating for all Hoosiers, and the majority do not want this bill. Please vote no. Long-standing League positions underline our opposition. The League of Women Voters promotes an open governmental system that is representative, accountable, and responsive. That means responsible government should be responsive to the will of the people. The League works to secure equal rights and equal opportunity for all, to promote social and economic justice and the health and safety of all Americans. On June 24th, the day Roe was overturned, the League of Women Voters National Convention adopted a resolution reaffirming support for the rights of women to self-determination related to bodily autonomy, privacy, reproductive health, and lifestyle choice. Everyone should have the freedom to decide if and when to have children without politicians interfering. Thank you for the opportunity to speak, and thank you for your service. This is a tough decision.
Thank you. Is there any questions? All right. Thank you very much. I'm going to try, okay? I'm going to try. Now you let me know. Okay. Asoto?
Oh, no, she's not here.
See?
But it's Isatu.
Isatu.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
How do you pronounce last name?
Mbenge.
Okay, I'm letting you do it. All right, and you are?
I'm Kyla Walls.
All right, Kyla, go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Kyla Walls. I'm a graduate of Hanover College and a current nursing student at Bellarmine University. I serve as the president for the state of Indiana NAACP Youth and College Division. Beyond all that, I am a black woman, an educated black woman who every day has to fight for my right to be unapologetically black woman. And I do that with a smile on my face, but don't mistake my smile for kindness or weakness, because behind that smile are scars of being a black woman. As a black woman, I am automatically 2 to 3 times more likely to die because of complications due to pregnancy. This is because of the health disparities for my people. Black women are not granted the same access to health care during pregnancy and even regarding general health. My people have fought and continue to fight day in and day out for rights that we should not have to fight for. Rights that my counter races do not have to fight for. Today, I am speaking up for women's right and our right to choose. Denying a woman access to a safe and legal abortion is wrong. Denying access to abortion based off of the religious views of others is a threat to freedom of religion. Enforcing Christian values on people who are not all one religion or even practice religion at all is wrong. Allowing men to dictate a woman's bodily autonomy is wrong. Passing a law that will put more women in jeopardy regarding their health, physical and mental, is wrong. forcing a woman to carry a child with the solution to give that child up for adoption, putting them into a system that is already overflowing with nowhere to go, is wrong. The average cost of raising one child in the U.S. is over $200,000. 40% of employers offer maternity leave for 10 weeks, and most times it is unpaid. That's 70 days. Only 2 months of adjusting to your new life, new body, new human in the world. That's not enough time to bond with a newborn before they're off to daycare. The average cost of daycare is over $1,000 a month. Why force a woman to have a child in this society when kids in this generation are shot dead before they even reach 10 years old? Nothing about this bill protects a woman. What does protect a woman is allowing her the right to choose what she wants to do with her body, my choice. Not anyone else's, regardless of the situation in which a woman has to receive an abortion. Senate Bill 1 leaves an exception to the rule for victims of rape, incest, and women whose life is threatened by carrying a fetus, but only if you meet the criteria. Why does there have to be a criteria to meet if a woman can die from having a child? For a woman who is sexually assaulted, what is the punishment for the man who does the assault on the woman? Before you begin to take away rights of women, what happens to those men that force themselves upon us? As a victim of sexual assault, the men get to walk away with no blame, while the women suffer in silence because their pain, our pain, my pain, can never be taken away. Roe v. Wade was passed in 1973 to protect a woman's right to choose. This bill violates a woman's right to choose. History is meant to teach us about the past so we can better the future. But today, we are going back hundreds of years and repeating history, a history that should have never been overturned. As a Black woman, I do not feel safe in this old America. I do not feel valued or that my right to privacy is protected in this old America. I urge you to reevaluate your stance on this bill. If the roles were reversed and a man's right to medical treatment was taken away, how would you feel? Banning abortion, even with the exceptions, is dangerously detrimental to all women.
Your time is close to up. Can you sum?
Therefore, it should remain legal and accessible to all women. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. All right, any questions? All right, thank you very much. Rebecca Ann Renner.
Not gonna lie, I'm more nervous now. Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Rebecca Ann Renner. I am a 36-year-old mother of 3 living children. I've had 6 pregnancies. I've had 2 miscarriages, but by the terms of this new bill, probably should be in jail. My last and most recent pregnancy, however, I made the choice, although it was not easy, to end that pregnancy. It came after weeks of tears and mental turmoil, but I knew it was the right decision. You see, my youngest child, that pregnancy almost killed me. I had to not only have emergency surgery while 23 weeks pregnant, but I ended up in an emergency cesarean just 11 weeks later. I asked for a hysterectomy after because this was not only my first difficult pregnancy, all had been difficult. My doctor even told me that the next one I probably would not survive. But I was told I was too young and in too good of health to have a hysterectomy. I was a single mother of 3 children. I had done my due diligence on procrastinating. But because I was still young and fertile, I was told no. I opted instead for my tubes to be tied. And again, I was told I wasn't given an option. It was merely tied because it was just a simple procedure. Now let's fast forward 7 years to 2021. My left tube came untied. I became that 1 in 200. This beat all the odds pregnancy was not viable. The spinal cord was not formed properly, neither was the brain nor the heart. And as much as I relished the thought of yet another beautiful child, this pregnancy was not going to give it to me. With the support of my family, friends, and the father, I chose to terminate. My son's name was Bryson Taylor James. and he was a late-term abortion. And that abortion was my health care and still should be my health care. I will end with this. 2 things. First, you cannot murder something that is not a living being. I've heard a lot of scriptures today, but let me give you this one. Genesis 2:7. It is written, "Then God breathed the breath of life into his nostrils, and he was alive." So even God said, life begins at first breath. Second, all of you in here, I hope you're working on your 100-day plan like I am. I know you've heard all of us women in those halls. Just know that us elder millennials are raising the Gen Zers that will vote you out this November and in 2024. So I urge you, listen to your constituents, because the vast majority, and you all know it, the vast majority oppose this bill. They oppose any abortion bans. And if you want to maintain your position in this House, I suggest you listen to them. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? All right. Thank you very much. Sarah Lakin? Jen Crespo? Mike Lair? Alexander Mingus? Rochelle Fox?
I'm back today. Thank you for this opportunity. I literally prayed that people wouldn't show up so I could speak. For those people out there, and for the 3 women that are black like me, and for choice, let me tell you what happens to a black woman who's raped by a rapist. The first thing you do is you're concerned about your own health, especially when you've been left to die because he's choking you to death while he's abusing you. The very last thing you do is wonder if you're pregnant. Let's be real here. I didn't care about being pregnant. I knew I had been abused, and the first thing I wanted to do was to find somebody to find that devil and get rid of him so he wouldn't hurt another soul. The second thing I'm going to say is stop using an excuse to destroy the future black generations with abortion. What happened to normal health care? I keep hearing even black women saying this is a health care issue. This is not a health care issue. You are destroying your own future generation with every abortion. Don't be deceived. Abortion is abortion. Let me define it for you. It's cutting off a life like that. It's stopping. It's bringing something to cessation, which means you end it immediately. So how many black generations do you want to see dying off? They're already out there in the street killing one another off, and now you're applauding those fools out there that will never live in my skin because they'll never be black and know the pain of being raped and being destroyed by a society that applauds these rapists. They don't get prosecuted, and baby murderers that are destroying the future black generation. They all should be prosecuted. Look at me, I'm black, okay? If you destroy more babies under these guises of health care or whatever, you are literally cutting off the future generations. There won't be no Gen Z or no Gen whatever comes behind that. Let's think about that while you're doing this SB bill. I'd like to switch it around. It's a BS bill, okay? Any questions?
Yes.
Thank you.
You've been holding that in all day, haven't
Yes,
you?
ma'am.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for coming here today. Okay. Is Mary Buckwater here? Vicky Yamansky? Okay.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and representatives. I want to thank you and all of the work that you've done on this important bill. And as it is in the state's interest to protect all life, all the time, because abortions leave permanent scars on the women, because deep down they know they've taken a life. My name is Vicki Yamasaki. I'm a mother, a grandmother, a mentor to single moms. Some of those are pregnant right now. Some are even homeless. And that's because I launched a mentoring program after I retired from business for single pregnant women who are homeless at the O'Connor House. I now chair a not-for-profit organization called Corpus Christi for Unity and Peace that focuses on the sanctity of life, trying to preserve that. It is because of our shared commitment to protect all Hoosiers from injustice and violence that I stand with all of you today. I commend you for your efforts to strengthen this bill with the amendments to save lives. No abortion is in the best interest of women because it fails to address the underlying issues in her life. More importantly, abortion fails to love mothers and their children that deserve better. And I know this chamber agrees with that. Any abortion is completely unacceptable. But should this legislative body choose to decide to destroy innocent life by carving out exceptions, then as a bare minimum, I do implore you to do the following. Just first, to ensure the existing bill retains the requirements for all abortions to be performed in hospitals and related facilities, like the amendment does now. Secondly, strengthen the exception for abortion in the case of women's life. The current definition, as many have testified, for the substantial impairment of the life of the mother is too broad, enabling women to claim a reason for such an exception. I'm sure this is not what's intended by the House or the Senate. You would be better served to revert to the established exception in the language that was established in 2019, where it says serious health of the mother's life. Third, eliminate the loopholes. Rape cases are, at best, only 0.5% in some studies, up to maybe 1% of abortions. Even the Guttmacher Institute states this. In the Elliott study, 80% of women who have aborted because of rape said, sadly, it was the wrong decision. Why would we sentence a baby to death in an execution for a crime they didn't even commit? If the esteemed representatives feel compelled to allow a woman to suffer trauma twice, the rape and then the abortion, when a child of rape has the same value as all of their children, then at least require a police report that accompanies the testimony of the women. Too many men, the real criminals in these matters, deserve the punishment, not the baby.
Your time is up. Can you sum up real quick?
Okay, I'll summarize. So the affirmationed exemptions, including the abortion exclusion for fatal fetal anomaly, have unintended consequences, making Indiana, as some would disagree, a destination, sadly, for human trafficking, which I don't think people have really addressed at this point because it tracks with abortion. We have to realize human trafficking will increase. Lastly, the AG exclusion on this. We already have a prosecutor in Marion County where 70% of the abortions take place. He said he's not going to prosecute. That's where 70% of the abortions are. Let's put it to the expert with the AG's office. So let's get that back in here. Lastly, I was a single mom at the age of 18 years old. I chose life. And guys, it was hard. I had somebody walking alongside me along Planned Parenthood. Okay.
Wrap it up.
Thank God I had a mentor and financial support. You have another bill in this House. These women need mentors, education, and financial support. I'd be happy to come back and testify on that.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Valencia Gutierrez.
Good afternoon. I've been here for 2 days trying to get my testimony. I was here on July 25th, so I'm grateful because I was just about to walk out. It's hard to be here. My name is Elizabeth Valencia Gutierrez. I am a Muslim, and I'm a Unitarian Universalist in seminary at Christian Theological Seminary. I am a multi-faith leader, and I have been a part of this community of Indianapolis now for over 20 years. I attended Monday, July 25th with a group of members from the All Souls Unitarian Church of Indianapolis. I'm serving as their summer pastoral care minister at the church. On that Monday, we had representation from the UU Church of Bloomington, Heartland, Muncie, UUI, and others. My mosque is the Muslim Community Center, known as Masjid Taqwa, on the south side of Indianapolis. Having grown up in a Catholic family and throughout my experiences as a non-Christian, it has been my experience that it is a select group of Christians who exclude all other viewpoints, including from other religions like Islam, Judaism, and Unitarian Universalism, to name a few. But these faiths, alongside many others, including many Christian denominations, support a woman and a pregnant person's right to choose. In Islam, as Muslims, we have a religious principle that is foundational, which states that there is to be no harm caused or reciprocation of harm. Our faith demands that we see harm starting at current whole life, and we see a distinction between fetus and human who has that baby, that fetus inside of them. We care about potential life deeply, but we do prioritize that life that already exists independently. And this SB 1 bill will cause harm to many women. As a Muslim, my faith tells me that it is enough that harm is caused to one pregnant mother for us to reconsider this bill. Research out of the University of Colorado, as has been mentioned already, states that a 21% increase in pregnancy-related deaths and a 33% increase to Black women will happen with a total abortion ban. As a Unitarian Universalist too, our faith recently voted in an action of immediate witness at our General Assembly that rejects legal challenges to abortion. We know that disparities in resources or freedoms make it harder for BIPOC, Black, Indigenous, people of color, poor communities, communities with disabilities, and our LGBTQ community to access health care. My UU faith unequivocally supports every person's right to maintain their personal bodily autonomy, to have children, to not have children, to parent children in safe and sustainable communities and systems that work to provide equitable health care. In this state alone, we have 92 counties, and 36 of these are considered a maternity desert. So they lack specialized maternity care and OBGYNs. And only 12 counties are considered level 3, 4 NICUs, should they need access to these services, and they would not be easily accessible. Carrying a pregnancy as someone who's had 2 children has far higher risks than having an abortion due to cardiovascular issues, infections, hemorrhaging, caused or worsened by pregnancy or by giving birth. And recently, over 400 faith leaders signed an open letter from a multi-faith coalition for reproductive justice. I was one who signed it. We had Muslim faith leaders, Jewish, Unitarian, Universalists, Hindus, Buddhists, Christians, and other faiths that signed to highlight the diversity of beliefs that exist in the state of Indiana.
Your time is up.
SB 1 opposes our faith. It infringes on our personal rights to freedom of religion and privacy. And I also want to lift up that child care workers who take on the workforce to make sure that these children are taken care of are underpaid. And I'm saying this on behalf of someone who fought for 2 days to say what they needed to say. We need to address systemic issues. I'm also a case manager, and I get to see the frustrations and the bullshit in our system from how hard it is for people to access food, housing, employment. We have so many other things that we need to do, and we need to have people of different positions at the table,
Can you
not
sum
just
up,
from one
please?
religion, but all. Thank you.
Okay, any questions? All right, thank you very much. Kelly Dawn? No. All right, you are the last one of the day. No. I think everybody's cheering. They're cheering. They're like, woof, we made it through.
Talk about pressure.
No pressure. 3 minutes.
Good evening, and thank you for waiting this long. My name is Jennifer Vigran, and I thank the chair and the committee for the opportunity to speak here today in opposition to Senate Bill 1. I would also like to thank the many medical experts who spoke here earlier today, as well as the brave veterans who testified earlier for their service to our country. I was sexually abused by my grandfather as a teen and as an adolescent. I pretended to be asleep when he would come to me into my room, but he woke me. I tried to reject him, but he persisted. I locked my bedroom door, but was later chastised by my grandmother that there were no locked doors in her home. She didn't know, and I said nothing. I was confused. Was I to blame? I was afraid. Would I be believed? What pain would it cause to those I loved? And how would it further fracture my family? Only many, many years later, at the age of 20, did I tell my parents, and only out of concern for my younger sister. Indeed, today is the first time I have told this story publicly. I was secretly hoping my name wasn't going to come up there. I am fortunate that my story is not one of pregnancy, but my experience helps me to see the flawed assumptions behind this bill. To assume that a girl will report her abuser immediately and that she and her family will grapple with the situation, confirm the pregnancy, find a caregiver, get an appointment, and terminate the pregnancy within 10 weeks stretches the imagination, especially when we know that girls frequently have irregular periods during their first years of menstruation and may not be aware of a pregnancy. For too many, the time frames in this bill are woefully inadequate, providing not a compassionate resolution, but a mirage. To require anyone to carry the pregnancy of their abuser to term is horrific. To require a minor to do so is nothing short of state-sponsored child abuse. Like many who have testified today, my family has strong religious convictions. Our beliefs prioritize a woman's physical and emotional health over that of her fetus. My children are now in their 20s and on the cusp of their careers. With the passage of this bill, I fear that I could not encourage them to start their families in Indiana. I fear a situation where my daughter or daughter-in-law will have pregnancy complications, and despite the mandates of their religious beliefs, critical health care would be denied or delayed, simply because their doctor is uncertain whether they are yet sick enough to satisfy a county prosecutor. For all of those women who might face this trauma, I pray that their doctors don't wait too long. We all want to avoid real tragedy, but this bill, which limits the ability of doctors to provide safe and legal care appropriate to the health and well-being of their patients, will create just that. I thank you for waiting with me today. And
well, thank you very much.
Madam Chairman.
Any questions? Now, we were celebrating that she was the last, but Alexander Mingus missed his calling, and he's coming up now. So we actually have one more. Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you sincerely, Madam Chair. Members of the committee, my name is Alexander Mingus, Associate Director of the Indiana Catholic Conference. We represent the 5 Catholic dioceses in in Indiana. I grew up in Alabama, which is comprised of 372 parishes and nearly 700,000 Catholics. We are grateful for the opportunity to testify publicly, as we did not have a chance to do so in the Senate. The ICC supports some aspects of Senate Bill 1 and opposes others. We support the general prohibition of abortion and the exception for the life of the mother because there are 2 human persons involved, each with a distinct right to life. While the ICC is grateful for the difficult work to improve the bill thus far, there are still 3 areas we think need improvement. The first is the exception for lethal fetal anomaly. This exception implicitly tells us that a person with a shorter lifespan is not worthy of the same rights as those with longer lifespans. Increasing emotional and material support for parents who must wrestle with this diagnosis is of utmost importance, as well as ensuring adequate palliative care for these children. Secondly, the life of the mother exception still needs additional clarification, and I think this has been said already, but that exception would be better if it followed the serious health risk language as already defined in Indiana Code. Finally, the exception for rape and incest. The Church believes in the dignity of all life, including life conceived in horrible circumstances. In closing, the Church remains committed to advocating for the dignity of preborn and born human beings, accompanying moms in need and advocating for social supports that empower women and families as part of a consistent ethic of life. Thank you very much for your time today.
Any questions? All right. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Okay. I just want to say we had somewhere between 130 plus 140 people come and talk to us today. And I just want to take the opportunity to commend each one of you for coming through that door today, sharing your passion, sharing your heartfelt opinions, the presentations. I admired what you had to say and the convictions in which you said it. Thank you to everyone today who shared your opinions and participating in this process. We heard some new things today. We heard some pretty impressive things today. We heard very impactful stories today. So more than anything, I just want to thank you to all those who came today and presented us your story and your journey. Thank you very much. Now, on to the rest of the committee. Representative Pierce, you look like you have a question for me.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, there are a number of motions from our side. I'd like to start with number 42, which deals with the number of weeks in which a victim of rape or incest could exercise their right to terminate the pregnancy. So the bill, as we received it from the Senate, had 2 different cutoff weeks based on the age of the young victim, and the Amendment 25, which has the bill in its current state, appeared to kind of split the difference at 10 weeks, between 12 and 8 at 10. I think we had a lot of testimony that, particularly for younger survivors of rape and incest, it can take a long time for them to be able to come forward, to realize they're pregnant, maybe even in a case of incest, to understand what happened to them was wrong and illegal. And I know that members of this committee who've served here for any amount of time, every time we had legislation related to human trafficking or any kind of sex crimes, it was really driven home to us by the advocates that shame, fear, and other emotions keep people from coming forward right away. And in fact, we have statute of limitations on sex crimes for younger people that can extend up to age 31. So knowing all of that, I think rather than having a truncated period of time for that option to be available to survivors of rape and incest, Amendment number 42 would simply align that with the other exceptions in the bill and make it a 20-week period in which survivors of rape or incest could choose to terminate their pregnancy.
Okay, thank you. Any other discussion? Okay. So we did have a lot of great testimony today. I think I'm just trying to process where we're at. I would like the opportunity, if you'd be willing, to do a second reading amendment so that we could get an idea, even propose even different weeks. I don't have a consensus or an idea at this point. I'm sure we need to digest a lot of what they say. And just trying to predict and think about what's going on with the temperature of the caucus, of the group, and things like that. Would that be something you'd be willing to consider?
So you're asking that I hold my amendment today in the hopes that we can do something on second?
Yeah.
Okay, in the spirit of a compromise, I will do that.
Okay, thank you very much. Representative Shackelford.
Thank you. And I have a couple of amendments that I wanted to ask the committee to look at. The first one is amendment number 49.
Okay.
Now, this amendment, I got to explain because it got kind of messy in drafting.
Okay.
So 49 was the simple amendment based on how the bill came out of the Senate. And basically, it reinstates language concerning the surgical abortion procedures for those abortion clinics. We would like to reinstate all procedures removed in Amendment 25, but 25 hadn't been passed yet. So now that 25 is passed, we're requesting that the surgical procedures and all the other procedures for abortion clinics be reinstated. And just to give some reasoning behind it, currently there are only 7 facilities in Indiana where women can receive an abortion. For women who don't have access to reliable transportation, the ability to take time off work, or who lack child care, this limitation severely restricts the number of Hoosier women who are able to access an abortion. And keep in mind, out of those 7, 3 are in Indianapolis. So a lot of our counties don't have this access. We did hear today that a lack of abortion access will not stop abortions from occurring. It will prevent safe abortions from happening. So if we can look at that amendment, number 49, or look at the motion to reinstate these procedures.
Okay. Any other discussion on the amendment? Representative Pierce.
Yeah, I think the important point here is that right now the bill is establishing public policy that there should be certain exceptions, but those exceptions don't have much meaning if people in rural areas or further away from facilities without the resources to get there can actually get there. And so by eliminating abortion clinics from being able to do what we are saying will be legal procedures under the bill, you're making it harder for people, particularly in rural areas as well, to have access. So that's why I think it's important to reinstate this rather than having people have to rely upon a surgical center that's owned by a hospital.
Okay. Thank you. Any other discussion? Okay. I think at this time, this is kind of contrary to the direction we were heading. Rather not undo that particular piece from this bill. And, appreciate your thoughts and concerns of looking out for the rural communities. As I understand, most of the clinics are in cities and those type of areas. So we'll not going to entertain this one at this time.
Well, Madam Chair, with all due respect, can't we at least vote on these amendments? I mean, that's
You may.
kind of what we're here for. So.
Is that what you like?
Yeah,
Okay.
I think I would. Thank you.
All right.
I understand your position. I would just like us to be on the record.
No problem. Andy, or who's taking the roll? Okay, Casey.
Is there a motion on a specific amendment?
Was it number 49? Number 49 was
Is
what
it-
Representative Shackelford moved, and I second that.
Representative Hatcher? Yes. Representative Dvorak? Aye. Representative Pierce?
Yes.
Representative Shackelford?
Yes.
Representative McNamara?
No.
Representative Shively?
No.
Representative Aylesworth?
No.
Representative Bartels? No. Representative Jeter?
No.
Representative Nagel?
No.
Representative Sturwald?
No.
Representative Young?
No.
Representative Zemke? 4-9.
Representative Shackelford.
Sorry. Thank you, Madam Chair. The next amendment I wanted to present was a telehealth amendment number 39. This amendment basically will allow telehealth to be used in the writing or filling of a prescription for an abortion-inducing drug. Currently, only abortion procedure via telehealth is the prescription for an abortion-inducing drug. So for many low-income women, taking time off work for several hours at a time for a doctor's appointment, a health procedure, etc., is out of the question. Telehealth options provide a much more feasible alternative for working women, mothers, and low-income women, among others. Currently, as I mentioned before, there are only 7 facilities in Indiana that provide abortions. These drugs allow women to induce an abortion at home without having to travel out of their way to a clinic. These benefits women who do not have the means to travel, lack transportation, or who work rigid hours and can't take time off for medical procedure. And despite some of those myths, these drugs are safe and effective, with 1/3 of Indiana women living in a county lacking an OBGYN. Telehealth options give women reproductive health care that they may not have. So I do ask you to consider this amendment.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Any other discussion? Representative Nagel.
Thank you, Chairwoman and Representative. You know, telehealth is really is great for certain scenarios, and I think that we've all had a lot of discussion about the importance of going to a hospital for an abortion, specifically in how we have crafted this bill with this amendment. That really would take away from the whole concept of what we're trying to achieve here is specifically for these exceptions and under the care of a doctor, being able to determine that, and also the documentation that it was a rape or if it was incest or life of the mother. In all those cases, you would not be doing that under telehealth. So I'm having a hard time seeing how you would apply that under this scenario that we are getting ready to vote on. So with that, I would.
So I think we're of different mindset because I do see where the bill is going, and I do see it being more restrictive on women having access to health care. So telehealth will actually at least open back up that restriction and allow these women to be able to take these drugs at home. So I think we're on different sides, but that's where the telehealth part is.
Okay. I just want to be honest with you. This gives me a lot of concern because currently they have to take the pill in front of a physician, and those are for serious issues regarding, hemorrhaging. Also, it doesn't detect like an ectopic pregnancy or other things that might exist. I'm just really concerned that if you were to do something like that, the woman is not in the proper setting or proper area to be taken care of, should she not. And in fact, we had a few people testify today of their experiences with that. So I just think this, I love where your heart is, but I just think that this creates a serious health issue for the mother, and the hospital or in front of the physician is the proper place to do it.
So I will just clarify that my amendment would actually strike that you have to take that drug in the doctor's office. So that's why the telehealth will be acceptable. But it would strike your whole concept of them having to take it in person in a doctor's office.
Okay, thank you. Did you want to vote on this one too? Okay. Please take the roll.
Representative Hatcher. Yes. Representative Dvorak.
Aye.
Representative Pierce.
Yes.
Representative Shackelford.
Yes.
Representative McNamara.
No.
Representative Shively.
No.
Representative Aylesworth.
No.
Representative Bartels.
No.
Representative Jeter.
No.
Representative Nagel.
No.
Representative Sturwald.
No.
Representative Young.
No.
Representative Zemke. 4-9.
Representative Shackelford.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. The next one I wanted to present was Amendment Number 37. We're all familiar with the pregnancy accommodations. I think during this discussion, we've heard that this legislation will decrease abortions by about 98%. If we're going to decrease abortions and, on the flip side, increase women having pregnancies and having babies, we feel that we need to make those appropriate accommodations in the workplace. This amendment will require an employer to provide reasonable employment accommodations for a pregnant employee and requires the Civil Rights Commission to investigate complaints. Now, Indiana law does not require employers to accommodate pregnant workers. Under current law, an employee may request an accommodation related to pregnancy, childbirth, or other related medical conditions. While the employer must respond to employees' requests within a reasonable time frame, the employer is not required to provide an accommodation. Indiana is one of the most dangerous states in the nation for pregnant women, with the third highest rate of maternal mortality, which we've heard several times today, along with the 9th highest rate for infant mortality. No requirements for workplace accommodations put pregnant Hoosiers at even a greater risk. So as we're thinking about banning abortion, we should consider this. Indiana has no provision to ensure that workers can earn paid time off work. Workers in the lowest wage jobs are, of course, both less likely to be able to earn paid leave and less likely to be able to afford to take time off without pay. Yet, towards the end of pregnancy, we expect a woman to visit her care provider multiple times per month, even as she faces the post-birth possibility of no maternity leave and less than adequate wage replacement for a temporary disability insurance plan. When we're talking about these accommodations, we're talking about things that employers may usually do accommodations for other health risks. Things like a modified schedule, the ability to sit during a long shift. So we feel that if we're going to increase pregnancies, we have the responsibility to ensure our workplaces are welcoming to these women. And I present this amendment.
Thank you very much. Any committee discussion? Representative Nagel.
You're going to get tired of hearing me talk. Representative Shackelford, this is an issue that I feel very strongly about also, and worked very hard with Representative Engelman on this. We weren't able to strike a balance with our caucus on this and with the business community, but it's a subject matter that I want to continue working on. I'm an employer. I believe strongly in accommodations and have had plenty of pregnant women around me as an employer. So, and also being a former pregnant person, I understand what's necessary. So with that, I would like to continue working with you on this coming next session. I believe that's a standalone bill, And we do need to continue working on that because I truly believe it is an important accommodation. So.
Okay, any other, okay, Representative Pierce?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't think there's any more reason to delay on this issue. I mean, we have other bills moving around here that recognize that if SB 1 becomes law, you're going to have a lot of forced pregnancies, and that's going to impact working women in the workplace, and they don't have any legal right to get accommodations so that they can keep working and have a safe pregnancy. And so I think we should have a little bit more of a sense of urgency on it, and I can't recall how many other states have this kind of protection for pregnant women, but I would hope that Indiana would want to catch up on it. So that's why I think it's worth putting into this bill and getting it done today.
Any other comments? Okay. Sure. Representative Dvorak.
Thank you. Representative Pierce just brought it up. I just checked the Department of Labor. Indiana is one of 4 states in the country that has 0 accommodations or protections for pregnant or nursing mothers. This is not rocket science. We've spent years talking about these issues. There are very simple protections we could put in place to help the poorest women in our state that are most at risk with pregnancies, and we know what those are. They're easy to do, and if we're going to force more women to carry pregnancies to term, I think this is a very simple step we can do to help protect their lives and their livelihoods. So I would encourage the adoption of this amendment.
Thank you very much. I'm going to agree with Representative Nagel. This is a much bigger issue than just what it looks like because we're mandating to businesses at this point. I agree that it's probably more appropriate for actual session. And Representative Nagel's committed to work on it as well. Representative Engelman, I know, I believe she mentioned that, has gotten us some strides. But at this time, I don't think it's appropriate for this particular bill. Would be more appropriate for session. Vote on this one as well. Okay. Please take the roll. This was 37. Second. I took care of you.
Representative Hatcher. Yes. Representative Dvorak.
Aye.
Representative Pierce.
Yes.
Representative Shackelford.
Yes.
Representative McNamara.
No.
Representative Shibley.
No.
Representative Aylesworth.
No.
Representative Bartels.
No.
Representative Jeter.
No.
Representative Nagel.
No for now.
Representative Sturwald.
No.
Representative Young.
No.
Representative Zemke.
Yes.
5-8.
Madam Chair, I'd like to move amendment number 51, which is the termination of license review panel. And what this amendment would do is it would establish a 3-member review panel to review allegations that a physician has violated our abortion provisions, and they would be appointed by the governor, and one of the members would be required to be a physician who specializes in obstetrics and gynecology and is board certified in obstetrics and gynecology by the American Board of Obstetrics and Gynecology. And then the other 2 members would need to be board certified in maternal fetal medicine by the American Board of Obstetrics and Gynecology. So you would essentially have peers and experts in this area reviewing allegations that are made against doctors, physicians that would eventually go before, I guess, their medical licensing board. The reason why I think it's essential to have this amendment is unfortunately, we have an attorney general who has shown that facts are not important to him and that he will use his office to directly attack physicians in an unwarranted fashion over this issue, simply to score points for some future election, I suggest. And we also have, married with that, is the fact that under our statutes, any person can file a complaint against a doctor. And I think what we've begun to see is that when a physician begins to speak out on behalf of abortion rights, we have people from across the country who are anti-abortion activists. They start filing complaints against that person without any facts. And then if you marry that up with an attorney general who seems willing to attack those very same physicians without any facts, that's a real problem. And so what this review panel would essentially do is create a buffer so that when any person who chooses files a complaint against a physician, it would go to this panel of experts who would understand the complexities of providing care under these circumstances. So today we've had a lot of discussion about fetal anomalies and health of the pregnant woman, impacts on life. All that is very difficult to understand if you haven't lived that as an OBGYN. And so I think it would make sense for us to put this panel in place. The Attorney General could still investigate, but this panel would be kind of determining whether you would go forward to the review board. And so I would hope we would adopt the amendment.
Okay. Further discussion? Representative Young.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Pierce, looking at the amendment, it appears that the responsibilities for this board would be very, very similar to the medical licensing board and the evidence they'd review right now. I mean, how is this a whole lot different?
Well, there's a distinction because as I understand it under the current statute, the Attorney General is the one who would do the investigation and then come to the medical review board, the medical board that exists now, and say, hey, my investigation shows this person deserves to have their license revoked or some other kind of sanction placed on them. The other thing I need to point out is in the bill, now with Amendment 25, the statute will require the revocation of someone who's found to have violated the statutes. Under current law, the medical review board could apply lesser sanctions. So it's a very high stakes thing where these physicians have their very livelihood at stake and the ability to practice in their career. So what the review panel is going to do is kind of be like a screening mechanism. So they're going to look at the facts and see, based on their professional experience, whether in fact they believe a violation has occurred, or at least there's a good reason to believe they have. And then if they determine that's the case, then the Attorney General would be kind of the prosecutor, essentially, before the medical review board, and they would ultimately decide whether or not that violation occurred. So they're acting as kind of a screening mechanism in between the Attorney General and the medical licensing board.
Thank you.
Representative Pierce, what would be the trigger to get it to the panel?
I think that any time a complaint would come in, it would go before the panel.
So like a individual would file a complaint, or who, I'm just trying to figure the process of what it looks like to actually get it to the panel.
I'm going to double check on my amendment here just to make sure, but my understanding is currently anyone can file a complaint and then the Attorney General gets to decide whether he pursues that. And what this would do is have the review board looking at those complaints, and then they would decide one way or the other whether they believe a violation's occurred or not. And if they say a violation has occurred, then the Attorney General would pick it up and essentially press that case before the medical review board.
Do you foresee like the prosecutor being involved to get it there? Or I'm trying to figure out the processes. I mean, are we going to have a prosecutor? Are we going to have a grand jury? Are we going? What are the things we're looking at? I'm not trying to nitpick, but I'm just trying to figure the process.
This amendment is looking at the civil side of it, just at the license revocation, and I think it does have some implications as to whether or not you can If they're found not to have made the violation, and so they're not in danger of losing their license, the amendment also says then that that's going to give some protection to the physician if a prosecutor would attempt to prosecute them for a criminal violation that would exist. But my understanding is that's kind of out for this particular scenario. And so I guess the thing that's confusing is, as I understand it right now, literally any person in the universe can file a complaint. And then the Attorney General gets the job of investigating that complaint and deciding whether it should go forward. My argument is we can't trust this Attorney General to be unbiased and above board on that, so we need this review panel to kind of do that initial screening. And if the peers, the three physicians, look at it and say, yep, there's a violation here, then the Attorney General is empowered to go forward and basically press that with the medical review board, who would then ultimately decide whether or not the license gets revoked.
Okay. I'm just trying to process. Okay. Any other discussion? Representative Young?
And I appreciate where Representative Pierce is coming from. It just seems to me that the licensing board is neutral, they're detached, they're experts in the field, and the AG has to prove his case. So if he brings a bunch of bogus claims, I would anticipate the medical licensing board would kick those out. It just sort of seems redundant, I guess is.
Yeah, I think one reason why this process is critical is that the complaints coming into the review board are kept confidential until such time as they determine if violations occurred. And so if you have a prosecutor, or not a prosecutor, but if you have the Attorney General, even if they're bogus cases and eventually kicked out, they're going to be in a public forum, and that physician is going to be subject to ridicule and being written about in the newspaper, and it may be completely unjustified. And so one other advantage of this review panel process is you can screen out the frivolous complaints, and you can focus in only on the serious complaints. And if indeed a complaint results in the fact that the review board feels a violation occurred, then you're into the public process. Then the AG brings his case, the physician defends themselves, and the public will be able to observe and see what the medical board does.
Would the AG still have the discretion to not bring the case, even if the review board recommended it?
I believe he would still have that. The review board acts as a stop or a filter against frivolous cases.
Okay. Any other discussion? Okay. Well, I'm thinking through, there's a lot of what ifs we thinks or whatever. I like the idea. It might be beneficial and really for us to try to scrutinize which physicians might be doing the unlawful abortions and that sort of thing. Would you be willing to sit down and try to work on this one to see if we can come to a sweet spot of some sort on it?
Yes, I'd be willing to do that.
Okay. All right. Okay. Representative Shackelford.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I have one last amendment to present, Amendment Number 32. And this is one that I'm very passionate about, is implicit bias training. This amendment will require the Medical Licensing Board and the State Board of Nursing to adopt rules requiring physicians, physician assistants, and nurses who apply for a license or renewal to complete continuing education addressing implicit bias. It is a simple amendment. We have worked on this bill for several years and have gotten it down to having this included in their continuing education, which is one of the simplest ways to make sure these healthcare professionals get this training. Looking at the significant disparities between many Black Hoosiers, Hoosiers of color, and low-income residents and their doctors lead to a poor health outcomes for those groups. We heard several times today about Black women in Indiana are nearly 3 times as likely as white women to die during pregnancy or shortly thereafter. And due to these disparities in 2020, our Indiana Health Disparities Task Force put together by the governor and our Maternal Health Caucus both have recommended required implicit bias training for healthcare professionals to help those disparities. In addition, in 2021, NCSL and NBCSL passed resolutions to support implicit bias training for healthcare professionals. And intriguing enough, NCSL actually put it on their directive to improve rural health. One of the most prominent cases in recent years was the death of Dr. Susan Moore in an Indianapolis hospital. She died of complications of COVID-19 after she was denied proper care, which later the hospital defined as a lack of compassionate care. Despite her own medical training, the doctors at the hospital dismissed her. If Black female doctors are not listened to by our fellow medical professionals, what chance do others without medical training have? If SB 1 passes, women will be at the mercy of their doctors to decide if they are sick enough to be required an abortion. This puts many Black women, low-income women, and women of color at an even greater risk of death during pregnancy. So I do ask for your support of this amendment and this required training.
Further discussion? Okay. What, I guess my question is, one, why just nurses? And two, why all nurses? Because the topic's specifically associated with abortion, but I believe, if I'm reading your amendment correctly, it applies to all nurses, correct?
All physicians, physician assistants, and nurses.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's doctors, doctors' assistants, and the nurses. And I will say, in bills before, we had it apply to all health professionals. We listed out all the professionals, but that's why I said this is a little bit more simpler, that we're just looking at those physicians and physician assistants and those nurses.
Okay, and then my question goes back to the bill deals with abortion. Why are we doing all?
So would you be more inclined to accept this amendment if I change it to OBGYN nurses or nurses that deal with maternal health?
I mean, it's something that we can discuss. I really do think this bill is probably more appropriate for the actual session, so that we can drill down and make sure that we're encompassing. Now, you said, have you had it in the past?
So several years.
Okay.
All of these amendments we've had in bills several years. They
Okay.
have been vetted through and through. That's why I said we've taken it to the national level, we've brought it back to the state level, asked for it to be a summer study committee. So now we're at the point of we need to make a move and do something. They've been thoroughly vetted. Yeah, I've already had bills.
Okay. I appreciate what you're trying to do. I just don't think it fits into this bill the way that it is. So at this time, I'm not going to add it in, but we can take a vote on it too.
Madam Chair, yeah, I would second that and ask for a vote.
Representative Hatcher. Representative Dvorak.
Aye.
Representative Pierce.
Yes.
Representative Shackelford. Representative McNamara.
No.
Representative Shively.
No.
Representative Aylesworth.
No.
Representative Bartels.
No.
Representative Jeter.
No.
Representative Nagel.
No.
Representative Sturwald.
No.
Representative Young.
No for now.
Representative Zemke.
Explain my vote. Representative Shackelford, I think this is so important and really needs to be done. I think it should be on its own in a bill. But thank you for bringing it forward. But I have to vote no on for now.
4-9.
One last one, Madam Chair. This one's easy. Number 43, which changed the effective date. My understanding is the current bill has an effective date of September. I've heard from providers that they really would like to have a couple additional months because they said they have to digest the law, understand the law, put in place new procedures to reflect that new law, and then get everybody trained up. So they're a little bit concerned about the bill becoming effective in about a month or so, and then they're kind of scrambling around to deal with these kind of life or death decisions, but not maybe fully have everything kind of mapped out. So that was a request from the medical providers to make it effective on November 1st.
Any other discussion? Okay. It came over to us with the emergency clause in it. I am not inclined to change it in committee against the way it came from the Senate and going forward. So I'm not going to entertain that one. Thank you, though.
Okay, can we just do a quick roll call on that?
Okay. She's waiting on a second. He's a bad influence on you, isn't he? Fun.
Representative Hatcher. Yes. Representative Dvorak.
Aye.
Representative Pierce.
Yes.
Representative Shackelford.
Yes.
Representative McNamara.
No.
Representative Shively.
No.
Representative Aylesworth.
No.
Representative Bartels.
I'm going to say no for now, but I think there's a valid point here. Once we get a chance to talk to the people that affect the most, it'll probably change my vote.
Representative Jeter.
No.
Representative Nagel.
No for now.
Representative Stewart. Representative Young.
No.
Representative Zemke.
Yes.
5 to 8.
You gonna go for one more, or are we good?
I'm good, but I would now like to make some quick comments on the bill as amended whenever the chair thinks that's in order, and then we can
We're
get out of
headed
here.
that direction. We have an amended bill. We're going to have some committee discussion, but before we do that, I just want to commend this committee. We've had a nice long day. You've been very patient, attentive, and doing the just work of what we ask legislators to do. So before we begin the discussion, I just want to make sure I comment that before we walk out the door. Okay. Discussion on the amended bill. Representative Pierce.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let me start out on a happy note and say that I do think Amendment number 25 as adopted cured a lot of problems that the Senate bill had, and it saved you from hearing 4 or 5 other amendments from us, so that was efficient, so we appreciate that. But I think, unfortunately, Amendment 25 probably also creates a few additional problems, and then you've got just problems inherent in SB 1 in general that are kind of still around. So I guess on second reading, we might make progress in this just issue of when you can actually use your rape or incest exception, and so that's an issue that's still out there in the bill. I think by taking abortion clinics out of the ability to provide these abortion services that would remain legal under the bill, those narrow set of exceptions, that's going to create less access for people who might need those services. We put no discretion at all now on the medical licensing board for these violations up until this bill. The board could look at the totality of circumstances and decide that something less than revocation is the appropriate sanction on the physician. But in this bill, we're saying that they must lose their license. And, at least I guess in this particular instance, we're not going to subject them to criminal penalties. But I do think that anytime you get into one size fits all kind of justice, it's not the best thing in the world. And I do think that it's going to have a very troubling impact on providers. We heard from some testimony we're now asking these physicians, as they seek to try to figure out what is the best standard of care when they're dealing with complications in pregnancy, they're also going to have to be kind of looking over their shoulder now and asking themselves, like, okay, does the legal definition fit this? Am I going to be held up to some kind of scrutiny if I actually perform what I think is the most appropriate care at the time? And they're probably going to be on the phone a lot with the lawyers at the hospital about what they're doing. And then suddenly you got the lawyers kind of helping decide what the medically required treatment is. And I think that is unfortunately going to result in some women perhaps getting harmed. So those are kind of some very practical, technical kind of things just about the mechanics of the bill. But it's interesting because we really haven't spoken a whole lot, just stepped back and looked at the front part of the bill, which is just all about the abortion ban. And essentially taking away from women an option, a right that they had for 50 years. And for the first time, the Supreme Court took that right away. So the interesting thing, I think, about the testimony today and in the Senate as well is we heard from a lot of supporters of the bill kind of a very, I kind of call it like an ideological utopia where everything is black and white, everything's clearly right and wrong, and there's no nuance at all. And you could tell in many instances that sense of absolute right and wrong was driven by people's religious convictions. And I think those religious beliefs deserve respect. I think that's important. But we also saw in our testimony today other faith leaders saying, in our religion, we have a different set of tenets, a different set of beliefs, a different set of approaches. And so I've had a number of constituents express some frustration to me where they felt that one person's religion was being honored here in the General Assembly more than someone else's, that maybe these bills are being driven by anti-abortion abortion opponents who have these strong religious beliefs, and other people with different religious beliefs perhaps are just being discounted. Now, the thing that is kind of ironic about this, if you think back not too long ago, when we were having discussions about vaccination mandates during COVID, you might remember that the very same people who will likely, in a couple days, be offering amendments to severely restrict this bill, to take away the exceptions, they were screaming about their bodily autonomy and not having the government tell them that they have to have some particular vaccination. And I thought it was interesting to me because they were using this very same term, bodily autonomy, that we've heard today from the women who want to continue to have the right to decide what is going to happen with their own body. And so it's ironic to me that those people opposing the vaccination mandate said, this mandate violates my religious beliefs. And this General Assembly thought so much of that argument that we made sure to pass legislation that said, employers, you better pay attention to people's religious beliefs when it comes to this. You better very seriously honor the fact that they want to do something differently than you want to do as an employer. At one point in time, we had a bill that didn't pass, but the bill is actually written to say that all you had to do is say, I got a religious objection, and that was it, game over. Now, that didn't end up being what was passed, but it shows that in one context, we're saying, if you just say this law, this mandate or whatever, conflicts with my beliefs, then you can't force this on me. But in this other case, and again, this is what I hear from my constituents, in this other case, when a woman stands up and says, well, I don't have the same religious beliefs as the anti-abortion activists. My religion has different faiths, different beliefs. And yet, I don't get honored, and it appears that the other people are. That creates a lot of frustration. And so when you boil all that down and you step back from all of that, the other thing that's a little bit ironic here as well is this really is a question of who decides. So if we pass this bill into law, even in its amended form, You have the government saying, we are deciding for you some of your most basic, fundamental human decisions. It's going to be a government one-size-fits-all decision. And women, you don't get to decide. And I find this to be a very curious policy position from a party that claims to be about individual freedom and liberty and less government and less regulation. It's completely opposite of what I've been hearing up here all these years. And again, that frustrates people. And so we're putting government in the place of women's individual decisions. And the reason why I don't think that makes sense is we've heard different religious beliefs about this in testimony today, and we've heard women who made different choices. And those women who made different choices often said that that different choice was essential for them. Some said carrying my pregnancy to term was essential for my own well-being, my mental health, and I'm so glad I made a decision. We have other women saying the decision to terminate my pregnancy allowed me to have a better life economically, to be in a position in the future to actually raise a family. And that was a great decision for me. And that is all off the table now if this bill passes. Now it's going to be the government coming right into these most personal decisions and saying, we will decide. And I think that's a real mistake, and that's why I would urge you to vote no on this bill.
Thank you, Representative Pierce. Further committee discussion? Okay. I want to just quickly go over what this bill has accomplished, what we've done when it came over from the Senate. We've amended this bill to strengthen the protections for the unborn, who's your mothers, and physicians. We've made sure that we utilized and referenced current existing law so that it would pass constitutional muster. It will bring consistency to doctors and medical professionals so that they are still practicing in their own world that they're used to practicing in. We're not changing the way in which they practice their medicine. And since there might have been some confusion through all of the physicians testifying, I want to be absolutely and abundantly clear. Women will not be criminalized, and there are no new criminal penalties for physicians. Okay? Everything that was existing in law still exists in law. We've moved abortions to the hospitals and surgery centers, place where they're most cared for and best possible care available for them in the times of their lives when they need it most. And today's discussion, the people who came in and testified for us today, was exceptionally impactful. It gives us a lot to consider. It gives us a lot to discuss. And I would appreciate a yes vote on this bill so that we can continue to move things forward in a thoughtful way for our mothers and our babies in the state of Indiana.
Madam Chair, I'll make a motion. Move to pass as amended.
Second.
Take the roll.
Representative Hatcher. No. Representative Dvorak.
No.
Representative Pierce.
No.
Representative Shackelford.
No.
Representative McNamara.
Yes.
Representative Shively.
Yes.
Representative Aylesworth.
I want to take a minute to explain my vote, my feelings. I still have some reservations on the rape and incest part of this bill, but in the effort to move it forward to get it to the House, I'll vote yes.
Representative Bartels.
Once again, a quick explanation. I think Representative Pierce makes a good point when it comes to the religious aspects of this bill. You know, I try to look at this from a law enforcement background, which I did serve in my military background. You know, I think this, I have some issues with the bill. There are some things that I inherently disagree with. I think that there's things we found out in testimony we probably need to look at. And at this time, I'm looking forward to bring this to the body so we can all make a collective decision amongst us all, but I'll vote yes.
Representative Jeter.
We got more work to do, but I'm a yes.
Representative Nagel.
Aye.
Representative Stewart-Wald.
Aye.
Representative Young.
Again, it's been a great discussion today. There's still some other things that I think we need to look at. However, I'm proud to say aye.
Representative Zemke.
Explain my vote, please. If anyone feels prepared to know how all of the people who testified on this bill feel like, I know I do because I listened to every minute of the Senate testimony as well as today. And it needs that kind of deliberation. I believe everything I have read, everything I studied, though the majority of Hoosiers do not want a ban on abortion. We've seen the numbers. I've talked to my constituents. I believe that this decision is between the woman and her doctor. And I personally believe a measured approach would be that the state of Indiana allow abortions for the first trimester. So unless our legislation would include first trimester, I can't support it, even though you made the bill so much better. So I vote no.
8-5.
Okay. Bill passes 8-5. Thank you, committee. Thank you to everybody who testified. I appreciate the utmost respect that was shown in this chamber today. It showed Hoosiers what is possible when you're here. So I believe session will begin in half an hour. Thank you. We are adjourned.